Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel. Chapter 1451, The Spider and Rot. Cyrilla and Jasmine came out first, followed by Grace, Merida, Dalla, and Dee Plum was the last to show up, and she landed right on Arad's head as she did before. For a second she froze in place, sniffing the air. Smells like blood. Plum looked around, noticing the terrified face on everyone except Mathilde in the back, and she looked down at Arad below her. Arad usually healed in seconds after getting hurt and never needed to carry his wounds for long. But now he was still wounded, sitting like a bear while his torso and legs were all slashed to the bone, dripping blood as he bandaged them. With one glance, she could count more than 30 gaping gashes on his arm alone. Seeing Arad wounded like that reminded her of the time when Mary told her about how she met Arad in the wild lands of Yog's world. He was severely injured with a massive hole in his chest and still boxed a bear. She doubts Mary had seen that, but apparently it was the story the adventurers who met him told her. If a human showed with as many wounds as Arad now had, they would have been long dead from blood loss. What did happen? Plum gasped and flew down, looking at Arad's face, his massive chest and wide shoulders. It looks like you've been mauled by a bear. I'll be fine. The wounds inflicted by the threads of space are hard to heal because of their nature. The spot itself is unstable, and it'll take a while to stabilize. He reached into one of his wounds with a finger, and the tip of his finger got cut. Merida approached, looked at his wounds, and then looked back at Cyrilla. You're the warlock of Sylph. Can't you cast any healing magic? Cyrilla looked at Arad's wounds, wondering why he didn't heal himself with Kali's divine magic. Arad. Cyrilla approached. Did you try Kali's divine magic? Arad nodded. Nothing works for now. I can heal a wound or two, but it'll waste a lot of energy and blood. I'd better wait for a while so those spots stabilize before healing them. He pulled a large backpack from his stomach and put it on the floor. It's been a while, but I could do with bandaging those wounds better. The bandages he had already pulled before were all out, soaked in blood. I'll help. Merida picked the bandages, and so did everyone else. Plum even formed a brace and looked at Arad. Having any broken limbs? Arad chuckled. No, my bones are durable. I drink enough milk. Merida immediately grabbed one of his nerves and pulled on it, causing him to flinch. Ella said to smack you on the head, but this should be enough. Plum laughed a bit, flew around, and then pulled a large bouquet of flowers and herbs, created a mortar and pestle from wood, and started crushing them into paste while humming. After she finished crushing everyone, she waved her fingers and created a wicker basket, one that she then used to drain the oils from the crushed herbs and fill a wooden bucket that was almost as big as her. Use this on him. She approached Cyrilla, a herbal oil. It should keep his wounds clean, drive away bugs, and protect the bandages from moisture and the wind. As the girls bandaged Arad, Mathilde sat down and looked around. Arad had managed to get them away from the shattering space. He carved his own path through the deadly threads of space and survived. No normal dragon could have done such a thing. She had tried to measure his strength before, but she seemed to have missed the point. Arad wasn't all-powerful. He had many strengths, but many more weaknesses as well. He might have lost to her, but when facing the space disaster they just met, he did a far better job. And if they were both asked to survive there, Arad would have lived and she would have died. But at that moment she lifted her head and looked back. A massive spider that could topple mountains approached. Thanks to Arad's last move, they had flown far above the area that Arad had cleared before, and monsters were now a threat again. That spider, especially, was a pain to deal with. Judging by size, shape, and marking, it was a tarantula, a bird hunter. This monster built massive nets to catch the bald eagles Arad had killed before. It's a mother tarantula. Stay back, I'll deal with it. Mathilde stood. The mother tarantulas were known for being malevolent, powerful creatures. They won't listen to her threats, so she must kill them. But at that moment, Mathilde froze. Something felt off, very off. An ocean of bloodlust flew past her, almost cracking the branch they stood on. She looked back and saw Merida glaring at the spider, her sword drawn and Arad sitting behind her. It was a clear threat to the spider, and Mathilde felt it better than anyone. Merida wasn't joking, and she was ready to protect Arad. Of course, Merida lacked the power to scare the titanic spider. In fact, Mathilde could bet that the spider didn't even flinch at her bloodlust. But that was a mistake. Even Mathilde missed it. Merida rarely threatened anything. She always acted first. The branch they stood on started cracking, and crimson mushrooms bloomed, radiating demonic magic. The sky burned red and green, and the spider froze in place. Merida pointed her sword at the spider and growled, "Now, rot?" It was just then that Mathilde realized the horror of Merida's power. That wave earlier wasn't bloodlust, but demonic magic, the spores of her fungus spreading forward, taking root in the branches and the spider's harrowing body. Now they started to rapidly multiply, infecting both the living and the dead, eating them from the inside out. Spiders don't have lungs to breathe from, just tubes that passively filter air, meaning they could even hold their breath if they wanted. The mother spider was dead before it could attack, resting on the branch with fungus blooming all over its massive body. Then something harrowing happened. The corpse moved, coming back to life as a zombie controlled by the demonic fungus. But what terrified Mathilde more wasn't that the spider got infected and died. That was only a matter of time, and Merida was a demon lord after all. What horrified her to the bones is that the fungus infected the branches of the world tree and ate them from the inside out. "Kill anything that gets close, bug." Merida returned to bandaging Arad's wounds as the harrowing zombified spider started patrolling the area. Chapter 1452. On a Disc of Light. They camped outside, and Arad took a nap to allow his wounds to heal. Even he needed rest from time to time, and for a dragon, a few hours of sleep were nothing more than a man closing his eyes for a few seconds. What he needed wasn't sleep, but the time of silence and calmness, the quiet that let his body relax sprawled on the ground beside the campfire like a dead bear. Arad's wounds slowly closed beneath his bandages. Mathilde approached Cyrilla and the rest. "The situation is good around us. We won't face another spatial disaster anytime soon. But we should move." Grace glared at her. "He is asleep. You're not waking him up." "Not again." Merida was already standing behind Mathilde, and before the angel could notice, she was surrounded from all sides. "I'll carry you all on a disc of light and take a safe route. He'll sleep soundly, and I'll be able to make sure we stay on a safe route." She looked back. "We met the last disaster because I've wasted time fighting Arad instead of carrying everyone away." Mathilde lifted her right foot, set it on the ground ahead of her, and spun around, drawing a circle. The circle flashed with golden light and formed into a massive disc. "Take a seat. We should move." It wasn't like Grace or Merida could do anything about it. They didn't see the threads of space, and their only way of navigating the maze of branches was following Mathilde's guidance. Everyone got onto the disc of light, and it started to silently fly through the air, following the branches and climbing upward. Mathilde was at the helm, guiding the disc through the maze, avoiding all dangerous monsters and space disasters. Was Arad always like this? Mathilde asked. I mean, jumping headfirst into the fire. Merida looked at her for a second, sighed, and then turned away. Always was. I don't know if he doesn't understand the concept of danger, but he always plunged first and thought about it later, especially if any of us were in danger. Merida looked at her sword. All it'll take is one call, and he'll wake up. No, he might not even need us to call him to sense when we're in danger. Merida looked at Arad. He looks asleep, but believe me, he'll get up. Cyrilla approached and looked at Merida. Do you remember Jordan, and what was the other's name? Charon? The lesser god of gluttony and the demigod of greed. Merida looked up. Arad showed up out of nowhere and killed the demigod. He then fought Charon with Gojo. I've heard of that fight. I have to say, it's not mortals' place to fight and kill divines, but Arad could do it. Mathilde looked at Arad with a smile. Now he has 2 demigoddesses as wives, and Callie. Jasmine smiled. Your info is outdated. Isabel is there as well, and he has multiple portfolios stored. Cyrilla smacked Jasmine on the head. Why are you just telling her that? Jasmine almost cried, feeling her skull on the verge of cracking. Even with how fragile and soft Cyrilla looked, she actually could hit like a hammer, as expected from a warlock. Why? Isn't she the archon of your goddess? Telling her has to be fine, Jasmine cried, and Cyrilla smacked her again. Precisely. If Sylph didn't tell her, then you don't. Neither of us knows what Sylph thinks. Cyrilla sighed and waved her hand, forming a wooden chair, and dropped down with a loud thud. Look, for now it doesn't matter, but it might matter a lot in the future. What does Illis teach you all? Nothing. Jasmine frowned. Ellis teaches us a lot, how to sing, how to dance, and how to walk on water. You don't have to worry about knowledge. Mathilda looked at them as the golden disk flew away with them across the countless green leaves. Yog, the goddess of magic, is the one dealing with all the knowledge of the world. As long as you aren't talking about her, everything should be solvable. Dee frowned in the back. Don't bring her name, she'll listen. The last thing we want is that mad woman turning her gaze on us. Mathilde looked at her for a long moment. Dee didn't seem to know that Yog was already watching since Mathilde and Arad's fight started. That goddess won't miss such an interesting event even if it kills her. In this case, it's probably better not to tell Dee about Yog. She'll become even more paranoid than she already is. Dalla walked toward the disk's edge with Plum sitting on her shoulder. She looked down at the zooming branches and leaves, spotting countless tiny monsters flashing by. At this speed, not many monsters can attack us, she said, and Plum shook her head. You aren't seeing it, but I can. They aren't even moving to catch us. Mathilde replied from behind them. They are afraid of my divine magic. They won't even dare attack, but there are many monsters that are stupid enough to try, and I'm avoiding them all. Her eyes shifted toward Arad. We can't have anything disturbing his rest. Plum stood on Dalla's head, looking down at the branches. Her emerald eyes burned with magic, glowing and sparkling with light. Her leaves' robe fluttered, and the flowers decorating her shoulder bloomed. The air around her moved, and her long hair started to dance with the wind. Plum saw more than her eyes could see. She felt the place even more. She and the world tree were similar, but not quite the same. Yggdrasil was ancient, old, wise, and all-powerful. Plum, on the other hand, was just a tiny seedling blooming in her first years without much power, influence, or authority. A tiny plum tree gazed upon the titanic lemon tree, unable to fathom its size and power. But if Plum knew anything about herself, it was that she was spreading, growing, and getting stronger by the second. One thing was clear. She was encroaching on the world tree domain. Should she be ready for a fight? Probably not. The world tree would have killed her long ago if she wanted. Plum understood one thing, and that she won't have an easy time when meeting Yggdrasil. Spirits had a hard time when meeting their queens, especially she who was a half-breed between earth and water spirits. The water and earth spirit queens rarely met her, and it wasn't that personal even. The queens were too busy to care, but when they did care, it was usually important to give Undine credit. She was the one queen who treated her the worst, but was also the only one who cared to listen to her. The Earth Queen never agreed to meet her once, but Undine agreed to meet her more than once. Even though she rejected most of Plum's needs at the time, she at least listened. The World Tree is giving her a strange feeling, as if the Earth Queen invited her in, and that can't be for anything good. She had seen how powerful Dendron was, and she was just a guardian, a spirit queen born from Yggdrasil to protect her. It won't be easy, would it? Chapter 1453. Wasps and Order. Chapter 1453. Wasps and Order. What are you thinking about? Mathilda asked, as she noticed the waves of magic rushing around Plum. Plum sighed and slowly turned around with a calm face, unlike her usual cheerful and joking self. What we'll find up there. She pointed at the clouds. Even now, I still don't know how to feel about it. Neither Yggdrasil nor Sylph would harm Arad, you or anyone close to him. They know better, Matilda shifted, and if they tried, I'll be here by your side. Plum chuckled, her voice slowly changing, her eyes flashing with green flames, and her teeth shifting to resemble shark fangs. You'll betray your goddess just like that. Doesn't sound right to me. Most people saw fairies and spirits as creatures akin to bees with hives of mostly female workers that serve one powerful queen, which was mostly right. It was right to the point that it was true that they'll jump into death to protect the hive without a second thought. But one thing everyone misinterpreted about them was that fairies and spirits were more akin to killer wasps than bees, vicious, bloody, and outright psychotic when they needed to. Fairies and spirits, even pixies, their weakest kind, are the kind of creatures that burrow into a man's body in hordes to rip his organs out for fun. They attack in swarms of thousands, if not tens of thousands, at once and rip their enemies bit by bit. What Arad and his family never saw was a spirit hive fighting. All they saw was the queens, Zephyr, Nar, Undine, Salamander, Plum, and the others. But Mathilde had seen the horrors. She had seen entire human cities eaten alive by the fairies and turned into a red mist of blood. She had seen demigods ripped cell by cell while they cried as the endless waves of bloodthirsty spirits tore them from every direction. And right now, before her eyes, Plum stood, hundreds of thousands of spirits, fairies, and pixies all living inside her body, ready to jump out at any moment. Like Yggdrasil, she was a massive tree that spread its roots through many worlds, and now her main body is locked in the rift between Yog's world and the mortal world. The wood fairies had started to live in that massive tree, in Plum's true body, inside that rift, and built their whole kingdom there. If Plum dies or is harmed, their kingdom would suffer, so they live with their queen or die with her. From everyone that Arad brought with him on this trip, Plum was one of the most dangerous, a walking wasp nest on the verge of a crash-out. Some angels might have been convinced to think that no matter what, a spirit queen and her hive can't be a threat to heaven, let alone heaven controlled by Sylph and Yggdrasil, besides Amaterasu's heaven and a few more. That was one of the safest and most defended places in the whole universe. But Mathilde wasn't a random angel. She had lived far too long, fought many horrors, and suffered defeat at the hands of many beings. And Arad's mom wasn't the only one who managed to humiliate her so badly that she got nightmares from it. On one fight, a few thousand years ago, Mathilde was fighting against the abominations in a desolate world, and in that world, the spirits had sided with the abominations. She thought to herself, just burn them all. What threat could they be? She was somewhat right. The fairies were weak and couldn't even tickle her skin. She crushed them just by flying through their swarm, and in seconds she could kill hundreds of thousands of them. She was winning until she wasn't. The fairies understood that they couldn't wound her, so they started trying to climb into her mouth. Of course, that ended up with her biting them. The upper hole didn't work, so they went for the lower ones. Crawled inside her body from there, and ripped her from the inside out. When she regenerated, they immediately did it again and again and again. The fairies didn't know how to permanently kill her, so they kept killing her like that over and over again for over 3 months until the battalion came and saved her. Would Mathilde fight Plum if needed? No, she is legging it out the moment Plum turns hostile. She isn't going through the same thing again. No, I'm not betraying Sylph or Yggdrasil. It's just that we agreed that I won't be fighting fairies. Never, ever again, even if it meant turning against them, and those two know it. Mathilde replied as naturally as she breathed, and Plum could sense that the angel didn't want any trouble. I'm glad you understand. Even we mortals have the right to defend ourselves against the meddling of the gods. We fairies might look like weak, crunchy locusts, but we're a swarm, and they're called a disaster for a reason. Mathilde looked around at all of the people Arad brought with him. He didn't skimp and only brought monsters with him. Each and every one of them was a problem to deal with and could cause a massive disaster in the heavens, except maybe Dee and Dalla, but that didn't mean they were dangerous. Cyrilla is Sylph's warlock and had access to many of her deadly powers, making her a walking vessel for the goddess's divine radiance. If she were to go all out, she could probably take a few weak angels down with her. Jasmine was just as big of a monster as Cyrilla, a swordswoman with deadly skills with both the blade and magic. If she were to start dancing and ripping, the dark elf goddess Elis is bound to help her, starting a divine war between Sylph and her, and that is probably the reason the dark elf goddess came to visit Sylph at this time. Merida was a demon lord with enough power to hold her own against many angels, and that was without counting on Kali sending help her way. To make it clear, bringing a violent demon lord into the heart of a divine realm was a bad idea, a really bad one, to the point Arad and everyone should have been worried about whether Merida would be allowed up instead of Jasmine. Grace, on the other hand, is a powerful shadow, Dracaina, with a dark elf humanoid form making her fall under Elis's support. And even without divine help, a Dracaina was still a Dracaina. You can't ever ignore dragons, for they are the only creature to outdo spirits in their crash-outs. Then there is Arad himself, the overgod. She looked at him sleeping peacefully, leaning on Dala's thigh. Didn't he pull an angel earlier to inspect her halo? How many things does he have stored inside his stomach? Even though she asked the question, she already knew the answer. A lot of powerful beings are asleep there, including Kali herself and Diana, Mathilda's rival. Can Arad destroy Sylph's pantheon? He probably can with everyone's help, but there is one problem, one that will come into effect before Arad's authority touches the world. Mathilde looked at the sky, the divine ones, the primal lights, the first angels that Ao created after Lucifer. The divine order of the old world, the billions of archons prostrating themselves above the heavens, looking straight down at the world and awaiting the return of their god. If Arad were to start a war against Sylph's divine pantheon, they would move to put their power into perspective. Ao had fallen a few tens of thousands of years ago, and the current overgod Cain took the mantle just around 5,000 years ago. So what happened in the in-between time? Did the abomination just sit and wait? No. Someone had kept defending the universe at that time, starving and devoid of divine magic. Mathilde looked forward, thinking to herself, "Yeah, I'm switching sides. I don't feel like getting eaten alive again or being torn apart by the divine order." Chapter 1454. The Real Wasps. Chapter 1454, The Real Wasps, getting past the first few layers of branches had led the group into the first major section of the canopy. Besides the terror birds, some rot, bald eagles, and the occasional flocks of flies, nothing seemed of note, except when Mathilde suddenly stopped the disc and asked everyone to wake Arad up. Everyone looked at her with worried faces, looking around and following her gaze. Soon their eyes lay upon a large lump in the branches sitting a fair distance away from a plump lemon. The large lump looked strange, shriveled, and filled with holes. It looked both creepy and disgusting. "It's the gall wasps. We'll face hundreds of them soon. Get him standing up." Mathilde moved forward and stood in the front, looking around for the swarm of wasps. "Make him take you inside his stomach so I can deal with the wasps without protecting you all. No one is waking Arad up." Cyrilla stepped forward, took a deep breath, and waved her fingers, conjuring a strange, massive bow out of nowhere. The bow resembled a war bow with multiple intricate patterns and engravings on its side. The string was dull gold, and the whole thing radiated a faint divine aura. That was Cyrilla's bound bow, the weapon she got from her contract with Sylph, the elvish goddess. The bow had 2 enchantments, which Cyrilla only started to fully understand on this trip. The first enchantment made the bow stronger the closer it was to the world tree, which at first didn't make sense in Cyrilla's mind, except probably because the bow was made with the world tree wood. But now she found out that the higher they climbed, the stronger the bow got. The bow got stronger the closer it was to Sylph, and it just happened that Sylph was living above the world tree, which also explained why the bow suddenly grew weak. The second enchantment was quite convenient, but taxing. It accelerated time for the archer when aiming, which made them see the world in slow motion. The trade-off was that accelerated time is time. The longer they spend aiming, the shorter their lives would seem to anyone else. In reality, they just spent that time aiming. Cyrilla opened her palm and pointed it at the ground, causing bits of the world tree wood to move like water and swirl upward, forming an arrow that spun beneath her palm. When Sylph was just a mortal, she was known as a sadistic queen who only worshipped the world tree and used wood magic as her main weapon. She wasn't much of an archer, so the best power she could give Cyrilla was only related to wood. Right now, the bow in her hand had the draw weight of several thousand pounds, which was impossible to draw. But since it was made of wood, Cyrilla could force it to bend with wood control magic. But even with that, when she knocked the arrow in and pulled the string, the back of her elegant dress ripped open, and the lock of her bra snapped as the muscles on her back and chest tightened, rippling like steel wires. She aimed at the air, waiting for the swarm to show up so she could start focusing and accelerate her time to aim. But then she heard it. A buzz. Was it the wasps? No, it was just Plum landing on her head. Excuse me for a moment. Plum dropped from Cyrilla's head onto her arm, then walked to the arrow and stepped on it. I'll just get comfortable inside if you don't mind. It's a bit tight. Who doesn't love a bit of a snuggle? Plum disappeared into the thin shaft of the arrow, charging it with both a massive amount of wood magic and weight. For a moment, Cyrilla got worried that she wouldn't be able to carry the arrow, let alone fire it. But she was wrong, because soon the arrow returned to its normal weight. The wasps then showed, swarming from beneath the branches like a black cloud. Each one of them was massive, several tens of meters long, and boasted harrowing mandibles and translucent wings. Anyone would have been scared at the sight. Many humans would run away from a normal wasp, let alone hundreds of massive ones. But Cyrilla wasn't like anyone else. She started getting sharper, and her eyes were glued to the swarm, finding the center point. Time flew faster around her, and the world seemed to slow down. Her fingers slowly opened up, and the string started moving, pushing on the back of the arrow and driving it forward. The bow pulsed, and the arrow flew like a flashing meteor, leaving a green trail behind it of fairy dust. It struck one of the wasps in the middle of the swarm, right between its eyes. The wasp froze for a second, and then the arrow exploded into a storm of splinters, branches, and sharp leaves, ripping the wasp and many of its brethren beside it. As Plum flew out, she took control of the shards and splinters, spinning them around like a massive blender, ripping and tearing the wasps as she flew around. "Send me up there." Jasmine pulled a long rapier and ran forward, tapping Grace on the back. The Dracaena sighed, lifted her foot up, and stomped on the ground. In the next moment, Jasmine fell through her shadow and appeared above one of the wasps, right from the shadows formed by its brethren flying above. Jasmine stabbed the wasp in the back, ripped its head clean off, and jumped to the next wasp, dancing in the middle of the air with her blade flashing, leaving a trail of purple blood and guts everywhere. Jasmine avoided killing the wasps outright. She needed them to bleed externally. She avoided the heart and organs, going for where major veins would be to get the strongest blood splash. When the purple blood splashes away, she would step on it and run toward the other wasps, jumping with ease. The dark elves have learned the art of walking on water with magic, and that could be translated to blood with ease, allowing them better aerial mobility if they understood how to fight well enough. The previous dark elf goddess had created an art called blade dance, which could only be learned by a dark elf woman like her, and she was the only one who could truly master it, because she made that art to work with her body, and only optimized it for that. Most dark elf queens had one wish, and it was to become like their goddess and ascend to godhood, and they weren't stupid. None of them had tried to copy blade dance. That was the art of the goddess, not theirs. Jasmine, like the queens before her, had tried to create her own art, the style that suited her, and only her, the best. Those wasps were the perfect practice target. Fast, but big enough to be a valid target with plenty of blood. Chapter 1455, Ghost Ship. Jumping from one wasp to the other, Jasmine slashed her way with ruthless moves, sharp attacks, and a level of skill that could only be seen from the top fighters of the world. The dark elf queen indeed was a master of the blade. Unlike Merida, who loved to use extremely long swords, Jasmine loved to fight with her flissa, swinging its obsidian edge like the shadows of the deep sea, cutting her way across the limitless blue sky like a demon. The slightly curved and decorated blade flashed with dark magic, sparking with brown light as shards of stone rippled from the hilt, flying forward in the form of a crescent moon. As Mathilde was about to join the battle, she saw Plum retreating and leaving Jasmine to fight alone. She looked worried and yelled at her, "Cover her back." Plum looked back at the confused angel and smiled. "Jasmine is stronger than Cyrilla by a lot. Get back." Cyrilla grabbed Mathilde by the shoulder. "Unless you want to get caught in the cannon fire." Everyone else was already moving back. What cannons? The Dark Elves were known for the power of their naval fleet. The seas were their strongest hand, and they never failed to capitalize on that. Through the ages, all of the infamous pirates of the world had spawned from them. Deserted admirals, sailors with too much experience, and even legally trusted protection patrols that worked more like thugs and pirates than anything else. No one could ever dare cross the Death Sea without paying for their protection and escort, because if the sea wasn't deadly enough, the pirates were a deadlier threat than most. Many don't know, but Jasmine only took the throne recently. Her older brother was the king until he died a few years ago. His wife took charge, but sadly, she didn't live long either. Jasmine was the only one left to inherit the crown, and even though she had left the kingdom hundreds of years ago, she returned to her duties. So, where was she before taking the crown? Where, if not, in the embrace of the Death Sea? A long black cape appeared behind Jasmine as she seemed to float on her own in the sky, flying around the wasps with strange movements, and a second later, ghostly shadows started showing around her. A translucent ship, a massive mast fluttering sails, and a black flag bearing the mark of a crescent moon, a dark star, and the skulls of Titan whales of the Death Sea. At a young age, Jasmine had fled her home in the royal castle and formed her own path through the sea, which gave birth to the Dark Star Pirates. As the ghost ship took shape, countless translucent skeletal sailors started running all around, arming the cannons, pulling the sails down, and aiming at the wasps at Jasmine's order. The cannons all roared, firing countless shells of stone. The whole ship was her magic, and the cannons simply fired spells that she could cast with her hands. But the form allowed her to sail the sea, fly and fight in the sky, or even challenge massive fleets on her own. While most monsters had an expansion that was just an extension of their strongest element, Jasmine's expansion took the form of that pirate ship, allowing her many new ways of using all of her power and spells, with cannons and harpoons, with swords and hooks. "Catch and kill them all," Jasmine yelled, and the ghostly sailors cheered, all jumping to work, swinging with ropes to reach their destinations quicker. Jasmine spun the rudder as fast as she could, dodging a charging swarm of wasps, and turned the ship sideways, allowing the cannons to shoot directly. As the shells roared and tens of wasps fell down riddled with holes, one of the bugs managed to land on the ship, and its vile mind was focused straight on Jasmine. While everyone else was almost transparent, she was the only one of solid color that the bugs could see and target. "Take over." Jasmine jumped back, spawning a ghostly skeleton in her place to hold the rudder as she pulled her sword out. Jasmine took a few steps back and lifted her flissa, aiming the sharp tip at the wasp's hungry mandibles. "I'm used to massive whales, sharks, and tentacles. What's that stinger behind you for just show, or does it actually sting?" She smiled, and the hungry wasp didn't give her a second to breathe, charging at her the second she stopped talking. Jasmine jumped forward, ducked beneath the wasp's mandibles, and swung the flissa upward, trying to slash the bug's throat open. But the wasp was faster than any other wasp. It was also smarter. It didn't survive the volley of cannons by luck. This monster was on its way to evolving into a stronger creature. The wasp flapped its wings, jumped aside, and swung one of its legs at Jasmine, trying to pin her down. It didn't try to fly away. It understood that 5 cannons were pointed at its back. If it moved away from the hold, the cannons would roar once more. Jasmine deflected the wasp's sharp leg, the loud clang muffled by the deafening roar of cannons behind her and the screams of torn wasps as they fell from the sky. With one twist of her wrist, Jasmine aimed at the joint of the leg and slashed it, quickly following with another attack at the wasp's neck once more. She moved in waves, her arms and legs flowing with her sword as one, masterfully dodging the wasp's hungry maw and deadly stinger to deliver one deep slash to its abdomen. The wasp cried, staggering back as foam boiled out of its maw. The monster was pushed back with one swift combo, making it clear that this fight was already in Jasmine's hands. It can't win, so the only path forward is to escape. The wasp lowered its head and Jasmine took the chance, flying with deadly precision to cleave its head. But that was a trap. A splash of boiling acid exploded out of the wasp's maw. Jasmine was already too close. She couldn't dodge. The wasp had made a good move, but that was the best a mindless beast could achieve. Jasmine and the wasp suddenly fell through the deck without breaking it. Jasmine had made the ship, and she gets to decide who can use it as a footing and what can't. As the two fell, the acid splashed on the ghostly floor, doing no damage to it because it was made out of magic. And inside the ship's cargo hold, the wasp found itself locked with Jasmine inside, about to face the wrath of her blade. Jasmine danced forward, followed closely by a ghostly copy of herself. She slashed from one side and her ghost from the other, tearing at the wasp with enough speed and coordination that the poor thing didn't know who to attack first, and that moment of hesitation cost it its head. Jasmine popped out of the floor and grabbed the rudder, turning the ship around as she wiped the blood from her cheek. Why does Arad have to be asleep when I fight? Her eyes glanced at the remaining wasps. Ah, yes. If he were awake, those bugs wouldn't have gotten close enough for me to need to fight. Chapter 1456, A Woodhouse. Chapter 1456, A Woodhouse. As most of the wasp swarm got blasted to pieces by the unrelenting barrage of cannon shells, the remaining bugs decided to flee. There was nothing for them to gain in this fight besides death, and so they quickly fled the scene. The ghost ship approached the golden disk and disappeared, only leaving Jasmine, who fell and landed beside Cyrilla. How was that? Those bugs didn't last as long as I hoped. Who was in the back, stared at her and sighed. Didn't last long enough. You can barely keep that ship up for a few minutes at best. Jasmine frowned. I can keep it for 6, but they only lasted 3. It doesn't even serve as exercise. Ever since Jasmine took the throne, she has never had a chance to ride the deadly waves of the Death Sea. Her crew must be entangled in a storm somewhere, fighting krakens while she is here, climbing a big tree. She closed her eyes for a second and sensed her mana reserves, quickly finding out that she didn't lose that much. She could have kept fighting for much longer. You still want to fight? Cyrilla stared at her with an annoyed face. You've already obliterated most of the wasps, and those aren't monsters that the mortal world is ready to handle. Jasmine smiled. That's where you're wrong, my sister in marriage. She took a step forward, looked back at the corpses, and grinned. Those bugs are stupid. You mean? Cyrilla approached, and Dalla looked at the wasps. They don't know how to fight humanoids, as expected from an S rank. You get it. Those are stupid beasts. The monsters in the mortal world are weaker, yes, but they are smarter and more used to fighting humanoid and adventurers, which makes them more dangerous. Jasmine pointed with her flissa at one of the dead wasps. This fellow here was their smartest. He or she managed to dodge my cannonballs and attacked me on the deck. If the whole swarm was as smart and skilled as they were, I would have died without being able to put up a fight. The spider was also stupid. Merida approached. She should have run away when she felt my demonic magic. The branches of the world tree were a free wilderness without the influence of humanoids. The monsters here relied on their sheer power, numbers, or innate magic to overwhelm their prey, but that sometimes doesn't work when the prey has a brain. Mathilde looked at the carnage that Jasmine left behind, reevaluating her. The Dark Queen wasn't just a master of the blade, but a dancer of the wild seas. A pirate with a ghost ship hiding in her back pocket. Can you swim? She asked. and Jasmine looked back at her. If you're asking if I can fight underwater, yes, I can. I switched to a harpoon, and I've trained to fight at depths that would kill most people. Jasmine smiled. Guess how deep I can go? 300 meters? That's the best humans can do, Mathilde replied. And Jasmine burst laughing. That's humans, not me. I can dive as deep as 4,000 feet. That's around 100 meters or so. Cyrilla sighed. So you still hunt giant squid? Do they taste that good? Jasmine nodded. The best the sea can offer, and they taste better when you catch them yourself. One harpoon to the head and they spaz out and died, looked at them, then back at the disc and Mathilde. We shouldn't waste time here. Let's go. Mathilde nodded. Dee was right. They'd better move before another space disaster catches them. This fight ended quickly, but it was good. It allowed her to see the extent of Jasmine's power and why the Dark Elves goddess might be interested in her. Even though she refused the throne, fate itself seemed to have pushed her back to the crown and, by extension, to Arad. If anyone were as obnoxious and paranoid as Yog, it would be the triplets of fate. Everyone jumped on the radiant disc and flew away from the corpses, leaving the ghastly scene far behind them. Arad was still asleep, but most of his wounds had healed, only leaving dark scars behind, letting Arad keep sleeping as long as they weren't in danger. The girls kept flying upward with Mathilde for the next hour. Soon they reached a place that allowed them to relax, the amber graveyard. Countless branches infested with amber blobs of resin, housing many dead bugs, animals, and even angels that perished here. Mathilde stopped to pay her respect to a few of them before finding a calm spot where they could stop and camp. We should rest here and wait for Arad to wake up. After the amber graveyard, there is the amber wound. She pointed upward at a boiling part of the branches above. See that branch with the resin spilling from it? If we touch the resin, we're dead. So we have to wait for it to calm down. She set the disc down and looked around. The branch where they were was clean, flat, and had a lot of space for them to use. Plum flew around and then used size magic to grow to the size of a human. She stood and looked around with a smile, waving her hands. Let's see if I can do it. Seconds later, the wood of the floor started boiling and coming to life. She used her magic to force it to change and shift, taking the shape of planks and logs. A massive cabin akin to a wooden mansion soon appeared, and Plum nodded with a satisfied smile. Mathilde looked at the building with an impressed face. Not many can control wood magic this well. Besides Sylph. Plum looked at her with a proud smile, puffing her chest. Of course, I'm a plant spirit queen. I rule over wood and anything related to it. She waved her hand and pointed a finger downward. I had to grow from a shunned wood spirit to this. Of course, my mastery is high. Mastery? Dee looked at her. She had already gone inside to explore the mansion. There is only one massive bedroom. I know, that's Arad's room. And what about us? Well, I never thought about that. Plum scratched her chin. I'll build you a room. She flew, waved her fingers, and built a small doghouse that even a cat can't fit inside. Here you go. She waved her arm with a smile, and Dee glared at her. What do you mean by that? I mean, you're a wizard. Build something yourself. She flew at her and took a seat on her head. I can, but you could have just left some empty rooms for everyone else to use? Dee growled, and Plum looked at her. You're the only one complaining? Who wants to sleep in her own room instead of in Arad's room? Cyrilla sighed in the back. Only her. Not even Mathilde complained. Chapter 1457. Into Arad's world, Chapter 1457. Into Arad's world, Dee went around the wooden mansion to try and find a spot to build herself a room, only for her to realize a few things. This whole place was built like a wooden shack, just bigger. Plum didn't seem to have any architectural knowledge, and so she didn't bother building anything beyond a simple square house. Plum, size alone doesn't matter. You have to at least make it work. Like the door can't be opened. They are a bit too heavy, Dee called out as she found a corner for herself. Are you sure about that? Plum replied with a single sentence and flick of her wrist, making the doors lighter by hollowing them out. Just don't hit them. Dee sighed, pulled a tiny wand, and started casting a few spells. First, she wasn't that good with wood magic, so she would rather use earth. With mud, she managed to close off a small room for herself, furnished with a stone table and chair, a decent bed without a mattress, and a tiny window that looked into the mansion's insides. Of course, an exalted wizard such as herself won't sleep on the cold, hard, rough stone. She rolled her sleeves up and showed a tattoo that she had on her forearm. That was her storage magic. Unlike Merlin, who wanted to have the largest space possible and thus drew the tattoo on her chest, Dee was willing to lose space in exchange for not having to pull anything from between her breasts. From her wrist, she pulled a massive bag. Those were her camping gear: a tent, a bedroll, rations, a fire pot, an endless water urn, and a portable force shield. Most were useless for her now, except the bedroll and the endless water urn. She carefully rolled the bedroll on the stone bed, made sure it was tidy, and then shifted her attention to the endless water urn. After the long trip, the harrowing horrors she saw, and the disgusting bugs they had to fight, she deserved a bath. Walking to the corner of her new accommodation, Dee hung the endless water urn high above her head using a stone hook made with magic. She tapped on it with her wand, and water splashed out. Dee tested the water with her hand and quickly frowned. It was freezing cold, colder than how she liked her beer. She turned around, grabbed the fire pot, and hung it beside the water urn. She then drew several lines with her wand linking the two magic items. After a few minutes of grunts, curses, and several failed attempts, she finally managed to link the two old pieces of scrap. Good riddance. I might need to get new ones. She looked at the water urn. This one, gods, over 90 years old, most only last 30 years. Testing the water again, everyone could hear her scream like a goat. It was boiling hot and she burned her hand. God damn it! She pulled a healing potion from her bag and regretfully had to use it on her hand. Such a waste of a perfectly fine healing potion that could have healed her in a pinch, not looking at the bottle date that said it was at least 20 years old. Go tastes horrible. How long is this thing? Oh, 20 years. She looked at her hand, healing, and shrugged. If it works, it works. She then headed back to the water urn and the fire pot, tuning them to get the water's temperature just perfect. She nodded in satisfaction and then quickly drilled a hole to drain the water out of the wooden mansion. She then looked at her makeshift door, wondering if she should call Jasmine. The queen must want to take a bath as well, or at least shower, especially after her fight with the wasps. After thinking about it for a while, Dee decided to go call Jasmine first. She opened her door and went deeper into the mansion, looking for everyone else. She didn't find anyone. They've all disappeared without a trace. Your Majesty? She called, but no one replied. Angel? Little fairy? Strange? She waved her hand and summoned a tiny blue moth, and soon 5 more moths appeared. Go, find them. Those were her familiars, moon moths. Seconds later, the moths returned. They didn't find anyone, but they found something strange. A black hole in reality inside Arad's room. One of the moths touched the hole, and it got erased, ripped out of Dee's senses in the blink of an eye. Don't tell me. She stood and went into Arad's room, slowly pushing the massive door open. Looking inside, she could feel the tremendous pressure the tiny black hole exerted. It wasn't really a black hole, but just a dark spot that floated in the middle of the room, spinning on itself with enough magic to make Dee hesitate. Arad's magic, that monster. If any wizard saw this, they would have shat themselves. That tiny black hole pushed at least 13 times more mana than Dee's entire reserve. As she walked into the room and approached the hole, she could feel her magic shaking. All of her defensive layers were getting undone by the sheer interference. Her magic was like a tiny candle, standing in the middle of a raging forge. She could feel her wax melting and her life rapidly draining on the ground beside the hole. A few words were engraved on the wooden floor. Touch the black ball. This was Jasmine's writing. She seems to have scratched it on the ground with her Flissa. Dee gulped. Please tell me this leads to Arad's stomach or whatever that place was. Not another hellhole of this damned tree. She reached forward, and before her hand could touch the black ball, she got sucked inside and fell face first on the soft dirt. "I hate this," she growled, trying to sit up, but then she felt a harrowing gaze upon her. "Lady D, welcome." A woman's voice rang above her head, and when she looked, a vampire nun was standing there. "So this is Arad's stomach?" For a moment, Dee sensed a wave of bloodlust rushing from the nun, but that quickly faded away. "Lord Arad, yes. This is our Lord's stomach. I was asked to wait here and lead you to everyone else if you arrived. You were about to kill me just now." Dee waved her wand and formed a few barriers. "Is this really Arad's stomach?" The wave of bloodlust rushed once more. "Yes, we're in Lord Arad's stomach, and please don't just use his name. Call him Lord Arad if you know what's best for you." The nun pointed behind her, and Dee could see hundreds of vampires going about their daily lives. Each and every one of them was powerful enough to cause a disaster, and strangely enough, they all either wore nun's clothes or paladin armor. Lord Arad is our blood lord. We worship him as a god, our only god. And if you dare disrespect him here, I'll punch a new hole up your ass. The nun smiled, pointing at a garden that was a bit hidden out of view, where several bandits and demon worshippers who caused trouble in Arad's lands were impaled from the arse to the throat, still alive but bleeding to death. "I see. Can you please take me to where everyone else, including our Lord Arad, is?" Dee said with a worried face, and then the nun stared at her for a long moment. "Good enough. Follow me." She sighed and guided Dee toward the inner districts of the small world. Chapter 1458. Avoiding Awkward Situation. Chapter 1458. Avoiding Awkward Situation. The vampires and everyone else called the world inside Arad's stomach a small world because it was objectively smaller than the outside world, but Dee found that description quite misleading. This place was by no means small, and get this, it's growing. While the castle of Alina might serve as the living and breathing capital of the empire, very few knew that the actual heart, the core of the whole empire, hid safely inside the emperor's stomach. Here is the place where most of the powerful spirit queens lived, where the countless vampires trained and organized their operation. This is where the countless war mages of Ruris's empire were testing their spells. Dee had even seen several angels flying around, taking care of whatever business the Mira and Eris churches needed. Most of Arad's hoard was hidden here. The kingdom's whole wealth was also stored here in vaults and guarded by the harrowing vampire dragons that Arad had. Even the merchants held most of their deals here. In short, Arad's small world was the real capital, hidden within his soul, far away from the greedy hands of the world. From what Dee heard about Arad from Jasmine, the one thing many don't know is that Arad can feel, sense, and know of everything that happens inside his stomach, and can void step inside at his will and attack without any delay. Arad is nowhere near her, but she is certain that he can smell her breath, feel her steps on the ground, and hear her eyelashes blink. No wonder the fairies hated coming in here. Arad's magic eyes are everywhere. Dee sighed, and the vampire nun looked back at her with a smile. "That is what makes this place great. We're all under the watchful eyes of our blood lord, our god." Very few things scared Dee, and being stuck inside a dragon's dark stomach, surrounded by fanatic vampires and murderous angels, was one such thing. After a few minutes of walking, the two finally reached the center of the forming city. The vampire nun called it the capital of Ask, short for Arad's stomach city. At the city's center, a massive stone building was erected from pale white marble, dark bedrock, and roiling lava lanterns to illuminate the entrance in a share of red. It was a small keep, designed to house the ruling house of the city and provide a decent residence for Arad and his immediate family in case they needed it. Just as Dee approached the gate, the guards moved aside and greeted her. "You must be the wizard our lord waited for. Please go inside and don't start any trouble. Lady Eris and Lady Zia haven't marked you with their blood yet, so we're keeping an eye on you." Dee froze. "Marked? Just a single drop of blood to tell us vampires you aren't food. All maids and servants got it, so we won't mistake them." The guard pointed inside, and Dee finally smiled as she saw some human servants going about their business as if they weren't locked inside the stomach of a continent-blasting dragon. Dee walked inside, watching as the nun left her and headed toward the keep's massive church. Dee looked at her for a while and then turned back and walked inside, approaching the closest maid to the entrance. "Ah, human language. How again? Excuse me. I'm looking for Her Majesty, Jasmine." "I'm Dee, her court wizard." The maid, who was wiping the wall, stopped working and straightened her back, wiped the sweat from her massive forehead, and smiled. She approached Dee and bowed. "Lady Dee, welcome to the Red Manor. Lord Arad and Lady Jasmine, along with everyone else, are now in the royal bath. I can't take you there, but I'll call another maid who is on duty." The maid turned around and walked into the hallway. Soon, she called for a maid called Flea, and the woman hurriedly rushed out in a swimsuit. "What? You know I'm busy?" The maid looked at her younger colleague with a grin. "Busy? More likely to be taking a much-needed relaxing time in the bath." "Don't say that. It's stressful. Lord Arad never asks for anything. But it's our duty to stand at the ready. We can't relax, even if the water is nice and hot and the vampire ladies are good with their hands." She looked away, and the other maid laughed. "Who guessed? Vampires know how to massage people, get their muscles relaxed and their blood flowing." She pointed at Dee. "Anyway, this is Lady Dee. She is here for Lady Jasmine and Lord Arad. Please guide her to the bath." The maid looked at Dee for a long moment and frowned. "I doubt we have anything your size. If you don't have spare clothes, we should visit the tailor first. She'll take your measurements and get fresh clothes ready within an hour." Did have a few spare robes tucked into her storage, but most of them were really old or not that good-looking. "I have clothes, but can I see what this tailor can do?" "Anything that doesn't mean me shaking my naked tits in front of Arad's face is a win." The maid looked at her with a frown. "You don't like Lord Arad?" "It's not that I don't like him. It's just that I'm not that fond of social interaction, and I get really awkward, so I'd rather only have to deal with one or two people at most." Dee scratched the back of her head. At first, her biggest problem was talking to people without getting nervous. But since she was the court wizard, she eventually managed to teach and force herself to be able to deal with at least two people at once. That is most of her work, which included her assisting Jasmine in dealing with another person, so she always had to deal with at least two people. But having to deal with Arad, Jasmine, and everyone else, naked and in a bath with stranger maids and vampires, that wasn't something she was thrilled to do. "Who is the tailor?" "I know most of Ruris's famous artists." Dee walked behind the maid. "Ruris? No. This one came from the Divinia, the half-angel kingdom," Dee gasped. "She is called Isabel." Chapter 1459, Mad Witch Hat. Chapter 1459, Mad Witch Hat. Isabel, the great couturière in the flesh. Dee walked into the room and saw Isabel sitting on a chair, sewing a large white and golden dress. Isabel stopped working and looked back at Dee. "What do we have here?" "A witch, a wizard, or all of the above." She put the golden needle she held on the table, stood, pushed her hair out of the way, and smiled. "Aren't you that self-birthing witch from Dark Moon? I have to say, you're one of the weirdest witches I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot in my life." She took a step forward, her drill-like hair seeming to move on its own as the grin on her face grew wider and wider. Dee instinctively took a step back, sensing that she was in the presence of an eldritch monstrosity that deserves to be burned alive. She was somewhat right, as Isabel was indeed an abomination. A goddess shifted into a harrowing horror by her own mistakes, but luckily, Isabel was the only one who could retain her sanity. Dee's butt touched something soft, and she just then realized that Isabel had disappeared. Nothing stood where the couturière should have been, leaving Dee confused and terrified. She could feel two tiny cold hands caressing her body. One palm slipped across her stomach while the other wrapped a string around her chest. Dee tried to move, but her body refused to obey her, not due to magic, but out of sheer fear. Her powerful protective barriers came undone, stripped from her body by the touch of Isabel's sharp nails pulling on their strings like hooks. "You're shivering, cute little girl," Isabel laughed. "Don't worry, I might be a monster, but I'm not a snake. Arad would get angry at me if I hurt you." She took a step back, flicked her fingers once, and Dee could move again, her heart boosted by a strange sense of courage and determination. "What did you do to me?" Dee staggered back, weirded out by her feelings, only to feel something even creepier, a hand cradling her heart, cold and sharp fingernails wiggling inside her chest. She could see Isabel looking at her with a smile. Her hand up, she was the one doing that. "So, this is a trap." Dee growled, pulled her wand for quick spells, and conjured a spear. All of that only took her less than a fraction of a second. She'll blast Isabel's head before she can crush her heart. But at that moment, Isabel was already behind her, pushing her tiny pinky finger into the magic spear. What a mess of threads. Can't you be a bit more creative? She pulled one magic thread with her nail, ripping the whole spell apart, causing Dee to suffer from a powerful recoil of her spell failing, as Dee fell to the ground. Isabel stood at her head, looking at her with a grin. "Aren't you one energetic witch? I was just checking to see why you were so unhealthy. Why do you have to attack me?" Dee didn't understand a word of what Isabel was talking about. She grabbed her heart with whatever eldritch magic she had. That was a clear attack, and she had the right to attack back. "Fuck you, that's why." Isabel looked at her with a shy smile. "Oh no, you naughty girl. Let's try that later with Arad. But for now, you'd better take care of yourself first." She took a step aside and pointed at Dee's back. "You have a great figure, but I can't help but find you a bit too thin for what you should be. The threads of your muscles are all torn, and you barely have enough blood in your body. I bet you went through something exhausting, stressed your body with some massive spell, then went on to live in stress and anxiety for a while." She moved and sat on a chair, putting one leg on another, and smiled. Isabel was a bit right. Dee had gone to the moon, suffered at Lunara's hands, had to learn a lot about the moon in a short while, and then returned and cast her massive moon spell, only to be taken on an exhausting trip up the world tree right after. And what do you know? Dee growled, and Isabel pointed at her old wizard robe. "Your clothes told me. Clothes are the mirrors of their wearers. They tell you what kind of idiots they are." She jumped down from her chair and walked around. Are they idiots who only wear one brand because their brains are rotten? Are they idiots who wear anything they find? Are they idiots who wear the same thing for 1,000 years like you? Are they idiots who walk around naked? She stopped walking and then smiled. "Look at my clothes, simple yet elegant, made them with my own 2 hands. So, when will you start pitching your clothes to me?" "I'm not buying." Dee stood, and Isabel laughed. "Pitch my clothes to you. Are you crazy? You are. Why, I'm even asking a crazy woman if she is crazy." Isabel pointed at Dee. "Throw those old rotten rags you have. Get some new garments with enchantments that complement your lifestyle. I don't care if it's clothes that I made or a chimp made. Just wear something that has a meaning." She flicked her finger, and several rolls of silk flew out to her table. "Your clothes are tired. They are old. They want to retire. Don't cause them to suffer any longer. Find new, fresh ones with more life in them, once that can hold your back." She flicked her finger, and a wizard hat flew from the ceiling and landed in Dee's hands. Hat of Nut Witch, an old crazy hag, enchanted that thing to restrain her madness and emotional outbursts. It'll help calm you down and keep you stress-free. Dee looked at the dark gray hat with a frown. This magic, it's strange. The hat groaned in her hands. "Another crazy head, I'll be damned. I'm Nut Hat of the Mad Witch Hatter of Lorne's Bog. You're Dee's nut now? Got it?" The hat sighed, and 2 eyes opened on it. "I understand, Lady Dee. You better calm down for a bit. Put me on your head, and I'll swallow all of your stress and turn it into psionic energy. Once I'm filled, you can release that energy in a burst to cause mental damage to anyone close." Dee hesitated for a bit, but she was a witch, and she could tell that the hat in her hand was an artifact. Nut was in the same tier as weapons like the Dragon Slayer sword, the exploding nipple knife, and Cyrilla's World Tree bow. Chapter 1460. What the Maids Want. Chapter 1460. What the Maids Want. Chapter 1460. What the Maids Want. Dee finally left Isabel's office and found herself standing in front of the bath's door. It was more fitting to call the thing a gate instead, as it was a massive double door made of black steel and decorated with silver roses. She looked at the two vampire maids standing on each side. "Can you open this thing?" Dee wouldn't be surprised if they needed a pulley and chains to open this castle gate-like door. The vampire maids instead just turned around and pushed at the door, forcing it to open without making a single noise. The hinges were well oiled, which was mostly because the last thing the vampires wanted was to annoy Arad or any of his wives. As Dee walked inside, she saw 4 maids standing in the dressing room, waiting for her. "Lady Dee, you're finally here," one of the maids approached her. "We'll take your clothes here. Don't worry, you'll find them cleaned and dried when you get out." Dee gulped. Usually she would have been terrified and would be forced to put on a poker face and ask the maids to leave her alone. Just the thought of 4 women stripping her naked and taking her dirty clothes away with them was enough to make her skin crawl. But now she didn't care that much, and she knows why. The nut hat on her head. It was sucking all of her anxiety and worry away. "Fine," Dee replied and lifted her arms, standing with them apart as the maids pulled her dress over her head and stripped her down, only leaving the hat, which they couldn't take off her head. "Is that a part of your skull?" one of the maids asked, and Dee touched the hat. "Isabel gave it to me and said to keep it on." The maid nodded. "I see, but washing your hair would be a problem." Dee agreed with them, but the hat quickly replied in its usual slow voice, "That isn't a problem." A string appeared from the hat's lower part and wrapped around Dee's neck. She didn't need to wear the hat, only keep it on herself. So hanging it down her neck wasn't a problem. With the hat comfortably dangling on her back, Dee could relax a bit. As a magic item, the hat could have been made into any form. Dee would prefer a necklace or a wristband, but she couldn't complain when the thing worked so well. Right now, she has 4 maids rubbing and washing every corner of her naked body, and while she would have died of embarrassment before, she felt perfectly normal now. She looked at the maids for a long while and then back at the wall in front of her. She would have said this felt weird if the hat didn't already devour that feeling, but they had had one function that Dee didn't expect. Even though she could feel the embarrassment, she knew it existed in the back of her head. So white the hat muffled her emotional outbursts. It still kept her aware of them. "I would probably die of a heart attack if I took this hat now," she growled. "Damn it." The maids looked at her with confused faces. Is there a problem? Usually Dee would never share her insecurities and fears, but with the hat on her head she didn't mind being honest. "I'm not that good with people, and normally I would have never allowed myself to be in this situation." One of the maids stopped and pulled the sponge away. "Aren't you Jasmine's court wizard? You should be used to a noble's lifestyle, having maids help you change your clothes or wash you in the bath." "That's where you're wrong. I always took care of myself. It's not that I didn't get the chance. I never wanted to try it in the first place." She looked at the maid with a smile. "This hat is like getting drunk without the drunk part. Nut hat. How much charge did you get so far?" She looked at the hat with a smile and got a surprising answer. "Not much, not even worth mentioning. I'm more suited to absorbing madness, unadulterated rage, psychotic bursts, and carnal urges that can't be suppressed. Mere embarrassment like yours is not much." Hearing the hat's reply, Dee frowned. Should she get offended by him calling her whole life's problem? Not much, probably, but thanks to the stupid hat, she could feel anger that well. "Are you mocking me?" "No," the hat replied in a flat tone. "What I'm saying is that drowning in madness, only seeing blood and ripping people alive for fun while not knowing reality from hallucination is a bigger problem than yours." "Fair enough, at least I can tell what's real and what's fake." She stood after the maids finished washing her whole body. She looked back at them and smiled. Are you four coming in? Yes, after we wash ourselves. The clothes were already handed out to the washing team. The maids bowed to Dee, and she didn't leave, you know. How about I help you with 4 washes? You helped me, so it only makes sense that I'll help you. She bent down and picked one of the sponges and pointed at the hat on her back. If not for this thing, I wouldn't be able to do any of this. Dee helped the maids wash and then headed into the bath with them. As they walked out of the showers, they found themselves inside a massive hall with multiple pools of hot water. Countless women, humans, elves, vampires, and even demons relaxed inside, all surrounding one massive pool where Arad and the others were sitting. How many? Dee gasped, looked around, and counted everyone. Arad, 157 women. What? One of the maids looked at her. Well, this is the servants' bath. Another maid pulled a stick. You might not know, but we almost had a fight deciding who stays in the bath while Arad is here. It's not like he can give you all the money or anything of worth, Dee sighed, and the maids giggled. That's where you're wrong. None of us is looking for that. One of the maids opened her mouth and showed Dee her long fangs. We vampires worship him as our Lord and God, so getting anywhere close to him is an honor. The angels seem to be in the same boat as us, since he is the husband of their goddesses. She then looked at the maid beside her. For humans, I'll let her speak. He can sneeze and the whole continent would evaporate. I'll stay close. It's safer, simpler, and better. She approached her and whispered in her ear. We get money, food, housing, luxury in everything. We commoners never get to see a bath like this. We'd be lucky to be able to take a shower once a week. She looked around. I won't even mind getting plowed every night for this. But sadly for me, he doesn't seem interested in anything besides his wives. Another maid approached her. Who can blame him? He has goddesses as his wives. It doesn't matter how beautiful or submissive we humans try, we won't be worth the time in his eyes. That's why we decided to aim for the wives instead. If we can serve them, we'll get a chance to be beside them on the bed. You can't be serious. Dee sighed, and the maid frowned. We aren't talking about royalty or nobility here. We're talking about the divines. Tell Lady Mira, for example. Whatever heaven she is building, all of us want a spot there after we die. Just imagine eternal life in heaven. Lady Callie has her heaven, but that is a place for demons, explaining the demonic ladies you see here. She is right. And your Lady Jasmine's court wizard, her concubine, right? Don't you two need any consort, or you might want someone to test your spells on? Call me whenever you want, for any reason. She winked at her, and the other maids got between them. Seeing their glowing eyes, Dee had to back away and head toward Arad. She knows that dealing with them would only stress her out. The nut hat might be helping, but she won't subject herself to such stress anyway. As Dee reached the pool where Arad and his wives were, she looked at him, then down at her naked body. Well, I'm too far gone. She approached Jasmine and slowly lowered herself into the water by her side. Sorry for being late. Jasmine smacked her on the back. Don't mind it, just relax. Arad looked at Dee for a moment. She noticed his gaze, but didn't feel anything from it. He wasn't looking at her body or soul, but at something else. He was thinking. The maids are right. He only cares about his wives. Trina, Carol, Friss, Floyd, all 4 of you. Wait. When Arad spoke, the maids who accompanied Dee froze in place and started shaking. Arad didn't just ask them to stop, he called them by name. How did he know the names of mere maids that he didn't even anoint? None of them knew. But they know one thing. This can't be good. The last thing a humble maid wants is to be called to the master's office, and not his bedroom. They are getting fired, it must be it. You 4 learn the dark elves' language and get to work. 2 with Jasmine and 2 with Dee. Your main job is to coordinate between their personal maids and the maid from Alina. It might take you some time and effort, so all you need to focus on now is your studies. Dee froze. The maids froze, but everyone else looked back. That was a promotion. Chapter 1461, The Four-Season Problem. Chapter 1461, The Four-Season Problem. As the four maids found a place to sit beside D, Mathilde, who was relaxing on the opposite side to Arad, looked at them for a while before shifting her attention to Arad. What were we talking about? Yes, the divine portfolios. Mathilde's eyes shifted toward Cyrilla and Jasmine. I believe that the gods can't let you keep those portfolios hidden for a long time without using them, simply because that weakens the divine order. Jasmine frowned. And you want him to turn me and Cyrilla into gods? Demi-goddess, at least. The gods generate divine energy which can be used to fuel the angels at the front lines. As you might expect, only the strongest of the gods are obliged to fight, so the weaker ones just support by paying a share of their divine energy. This doesn't include the demigods who need every drop of their divine magic to ascend. She stretched her arms. That little girl, Lucy, is already paying a portion of her divine magic. We'll all die if the gods lose the war, so supporting them as much as possible helps everyone. She looked at Merida. Of course, this means the other gods won't start any problems with you. So if a lesser god pays taxes, someone like Amaterasu would have to ignore small transgressions against her domain. This is what Arad thought, but he was wrong about the details. It depends on whom you pay the taxes. If the lesser god pays Kali, then they can be sure that Amaterasu would retaliate if they offended her. They can only expect Kali to tolerate them. It depends on who pays whom. Arad looked up, and Cyrilla leaned on him. Don't worry too much about it. Most of the higher gods are reasonable. Amaterasu won't just attack anyone for a small insult or a mistake. The gods are above petty disputes. Mathilde laughed in the back. That's where you're wrong, Cyrilla. Amaterasu is petty, salty as hell. She'll go above and beyond to fuck someone's life up because he made her mad once. Mathilde sighed. The reason they mostly don't get in trouble is because Amaterasu had raised Kali for a few decades after Asura's death. She is her first adoptive mother before Caden and Lily picked her up. So it's more of Kali telling Amaterasu to leave them alone, and the reverse is also true. He looked around and smiled. So I have quite the influence, don't I? If you just knew you've got more influence than you think, just marrying Kali is enough to set you apart from the gods, not to mention that you're raising several demigods. She stood and cracked her neck as she walked toward Cyrilla and looked at her. That's why I'm saying, turn those two into demigods. You have many portfolios collecting dust, so put them to use. She then turned toward Arad. What are all the portfolios you have now? Before Cyrilla could reply, Cyrilla smacked Mathilde's butt away. Get your cheeks away from my face. Sit down or get back to your place with one swift step and a spin. Mathilde sat down. The four seasons? I can separate them into summer, autumn, winter, and spring. I also have the portfolio of tempest and the portfolio of war, violence, and fighting. Arad looked at her, and Mathilde's eyes opened wide. So you can just make 8 demigods if you want. That would make it 10 if we counted Eris and Mira. She sighed and leaned back on the pool's edge, exhausted. One mortal carrying all of that power, this is a first. To be fair, Plum owns the four seasons. Arad pointed at Plum, who was lying naked on his shoulder. Plum blinked and looked at him. Own them? Because I fought Galena and basically won? She looked around. Galena, I saw you around. Come here. Jelena, the abomination that Plum defeated in the rift, was among the maids in the bath, quietly sitting aside, away from everyone's attention. Galena gasped and looked toward Arad and Plum. Yes, did you need anything? Plum stood and flew away with a spark of magic, quickly landing on Galena's head. My winning doesn't mean I can just steal the portfolios. It's not like I killed you. What do you say? Who should keep them? Galena shook her head, almost throwing Plum down. I never owned them to begin with. If Arad wants to keep them, then he is free to do so. Mathilde looked at her with a sharp glare. So you're the abomination who backstabbed the four seasons. Galena paled, thinking that Mathilde was about to blast her back into nothing, but no attack came her way. What? Plum barely retained her balance and looked at Mathilde. "So you aren't attacking her?" "I called her here because I had a feeling you'll want to beat her up, because you flinched when hearing he 4 seasons, Lady Plum." Galena gasped, and Mathilde smiled. "Well, I would have skinned her alive and shoved both of my feet down her eye sockets if Arad didn't already get to her. The 4 seasons weren't fighters. They were keys to nature's balance, keeping the world stable. Thanks to her, Amaterasu and Yggdrasil have a lot of work to do to fill in." Mathilde stood and approached Galena with measured steps. "Amaterasu changes the seasons by carefully moving the world around her sun, and Yggdrasil fixes up any mistakes that she leaves." Before Galena and Plum could speak, Mathilde pierced them with a sharp glare. "I'm going to kick you 2 out of here if you dare ask me why Amaterasu would make a mistake." Galena crawled back under the divine glare of the Archon, but Plum waved her hand with a mocking face. "Arad!" "Ask her, I'm sure she won't mind." Plum then looked at Mathilde. "You'll reply to him without getting angry, right?" Mathilde smiled. "Well played, Spirit Queen Plum. And, abomination, I'll tell you one thing." "What?" Galena gasped. "You better worship the ground that Plum walks on. She only moved to sit on your head, so I won't just rip it off." Mathilde turned around and headed toward Arad. "Amaterasu doesn't just have one sun and world to look over, but billions. She is bound to make some mistakes, especially when she also has to fight in the war. The last thing the mighty sun goddess needs to think about is whether some random village's harvest would die because winter came a bit late." She took a seat and looked at Cyrilla. "Yggdrasil fills in for those small mistakes using her power, but all she does is effectively force spring and autumn to come earlier or later as she wishes." Cyrilla could imagine Yggdrasil ordering all of the trees of the world to endure a bit longer against the cold, or give them enough energy to bloom early, back on track. "If Sylph wants me to turn Cyrilla and Jasmine into demigoddesses, which portfolio should I give them?" "You aren't thinking of the 4 seasons, right?" Hearing Arad's question, Mathilde shook her head. "I'm but an Archon. I don't know everything that she wants or plans, so we wait for the goddess to speak." Arad sighed, leaning back. Mathilde shook her head. "No. You don't have to wait for anyone to speak. Becoming a demigod is the decision of the person involved. What matters here is what Cyrilla and Jasmine think and want, and what you're willing to do, since you're the one giving them the portfolios. Sylph and Yggdrasil are sure not making it look that way." Arad smiled, and Mathilde frowned. "Then I'll be the first to stand against them if that is the case." "No one can make you do anything that you don't want." Chapter 1462, At Each Other's Throat. Chapter 1462, At Each Other's Throat. Mathilde looked serious, but Arad wasn't a fool to take her words for granted. He knows that she fought Sylph in the past and won multiple times, but that is only while Sylph doesn't consciously pull the plug. All angels lived and thrived on the divine magic given to them by their god, and Mathilde wasn't any different. If Sylph stopped feeding her, she'll fall like a witch's broom that ran out of mana. So while Mathilde is objectively as powerful as Sylph when she goes all out, she also can't defeat her in a death battle. This means that Arad only has himself and Kali to count on. He has many powerful wives and allies, but besides his brother, most of them can't stand face to face with a higher god. Thinking about it, Arad wondered which side Caden would take if he started a battle with Sylph. If Kali sided with Arad, Caden most likely would join her, and he is known as the God Slayer. Arad sighed. "How long do we have until we reach the top of the tree?" "Not that much. We should be there in a day or 2 if we don't run into anything that stalls us." Mathilde looked around at the maids and vampires, and her eyes quickly shifted back to Cyrilla and the others. "What could stall us, them probably?" Cyrilla smiled. "You think I'll let my desires get the better of me?" "You're wrong. We'll move straight away without wasting any time. We'll have our fun after." Arad looked at them with a passive face. He would rather slow down and have more time to plan and prepare. As much as Cyrilla trusts Sylph, he doesn't share that. He might be just paranoid, but the fact that he is flying two of his wives to a place where he can't protect them is already a risk. Granted, normal people live through that daily. Danger is a part of life. But when humans talk about danger, most of it is manageable with reason and clear thinking. Dealing with a god is anything but simple. Sylph isn't just a random thug on the street that could be avoided by staying close to where people gather, and she isn't a petty thief who hides in the shadows. She is a divine being with enough power to kill, brainwash, control, and bend the world to her will. She is the goddess of the elves, meaning the elves are to her what fire is to the fire goddess, a mere extension of her divine might. This might be the calm before the storm, their last chance to relax before reaching the elvish heavens. What if Yggdrasil wanted to kill Plum? What if Sylph wanted to do something that would drain Cirilla's life like what happened to the kings before her? What if Illis, the dark elves' goddess, wanted to do something that could harm Jasmine or Grace? Can Arod deal with two goddesses and the world tree at once? The answer was simple and clear. He can't. Callie, what do you think? Aunt Sylph would cause you problems, but nothing that could cause harm or warrant a fight. You don't need to worry about her, Yggdrasil, or Elis, but I'm sure this answer won't sit with a dragon, so how about you try something? Like what? I can't fight them, and I'm sure that even with Gojo's help it'll be hard. It isn't complicated. Sylph and Yggdrasil will know if you said something to Mathilde, so do this. She giggled. Arad remained silent for a while, looking at the women walking all around the bath. He then suddenly shifted, his gaze turning toward Mathilde. She noticed him and smiled. What? Humans and vampires aren't enough for you. She shook her chest. Look, mine is nice. If Sylph causes trouble, then I'm making Cirilla the new goddess. You'll be her angel. Same with the other two. Plum takes Yggdrasil's place, and Jasmine takes Elis's throne. She froze hearing his words, but he wasn't done. And before you say anything, this takes effect from now. I'll change my mind if the meeting went well. Mathilde could feel her divine magic shifting. She could sense Sylph's grasp on the elvish portfolio growing weaker, and her divine magic allocation decreased by a bit. No, her divine magic didn't decrease. She was now receiving it through Cirilla. The divine magic is generated from the portfolio that Sylph has. It is then sent to Cirilla the Warlock, and then gets sent to Mathilde through her. Cirilla wasn't that good at controlling divine magic to sense the change, because she was a warlock and not a paladin or a cleric. Mathilde knew that this wasn't Arad's idea. Someone set him up, and she knows who, because she can already smell the stench of that woman. Mathilde, isn't it lovely to see you again? Diana was standing behind her with a large smile. Callie sent me to watch over Arad. I'm sure you won't mind. Usually Mathilde could fight Diana, and at least be confident that she could achieve a draw, but now she'll lose with Cirilla bottlenecking her divine magic. Diana looked at Mathilde, quickly confirming that her divine magic had been severely obstructed. Whatever Callie did, she did it well, as expected of the goddess of destruction. But Mathilde still had enough divine magic to cause trouble. Only the speed at which she regenerated it was affected. Mathilde still has enough power to take them to the top of the world tree, so this shouldn't affect anything important, as long as they don't get on Callie's bad side. While Diana looked down at Mathilde with a smug face, Mathilde greeted her with a vile, angry glare. Diana, how nice it is to see your ugly face again. Mathiel's eyes quickly noted that Diana had gotten stronger since they last met a few years ago. But that wasn't what worried her. What bothered her was that Diana didn't seem fully aware of the situation. For a demon goddess of destruction, Callie really knows how to be gentle with her angels. Unlike my sadistic goddess, Mathilde sighed, and Diana's eyes flashed. So it's true. You know something that I don't. And in this case, not knowing is a blessing, it seems. Diana lowered herself into the water and sat beside Mathilde. So, what is it? Is it really that bad? It's not bad. Important. I can only tell you that it doesn't concern the war efforts. Just politics among the gods. Boring? Are you saying Callie is trying to protect me from getting bored to death? Diana laughed, but she understood well that the situation couldn't be so simple. But that's all. If she doesn't want me to know, then I don't want to know. Arad looked at them. That's it. Neither of you looked to be angry, and I thought you were rivals. Rivals don't mean enemies. Mathilde sighed. I hate her, but that doesn't mean I can't see reason. Besides, my mission calls for not causing trouble. She looked at him with a smile. Like hell, I would start a fight in the middle of a bath with the over-god and his wives. I'd rather take a one-sided beating by Diana than be the one to start the fight. Diana shrugged. Me too. Callie warned me several times. She even said that I would rather suck Mathilde's toes than fight her now if I knew what she knows. She looked at her with a grin. Looking at her? I think that is true. Callie is right. Mathilde sighed. Anything but starting a fight here, Arad sighed, and Callie's voice rang in his head. See. Told you, they can get along. To me, they look more like two birds forced into the same cage. Arad could see that the two angels didn't get along that well. It was like putting two cats together, or birds or whatever. He can feel the stress rising each second, as if a bomb is about to explode between them. How does he know? Well, Mathilde's hand was slowly reaching to Diana's neck from behind, and Diana's elbow was getting ready into position to strike. They are calm, but each has their weapons pointed at the other. They are used to it. This isn't the first time they were forced to work together. As Mathilde said, they are rivals, not enemies. You two. Merida spoke. If you're about to fight, then do it somewhere else. She stood and approached them, or, her eyes shifted to Arad, have them wrestle just with their humanoid bodies, no divine magic or unhumane strength. The two angels looked at each other and frowned. You want us to wrestle like this? Forget it. Mathilde sighed, and Diana did the same, both of them finally pulling a bit apart. They weren't aiming at each other's throats anymore. Arad didn't know what Callie was planning, but he could trust she knew what she was doing. Won't you come as well? Sadly, I can't. I'm currently overseeing the deployment of a massive demonic army to war. They need to see their goddess behind them to keep their morale up. Chapter 1463, Time is a Lie. Chapter 1463, Time is a Lie. Arad stood and looked around. He'll leave the bath first, and the girls will follow him. It won't take him a long time to wear his clothes, unlike them. As the maids saw Arad stand, 9 of them did the same, and were ready to follow him. But, to their surprise, all of the water dripping across his body evaporated in a second, and his armor appeared, covering his whole body out of nowhere. Take your time. I'll be going first. Arad then disappeared, leaving everyone in the bath staring at nothing. He used the void to get rid of the water, and then directly put on his clothes from his stomach. Mathilde looked at where Arad had stood a second ago. He can freely swap clothes, armor, and weapons out of his stomach. Merida stood, shaking the water from her hair. We better get moving as well. She looked at the maids with a gentle smile. Sadly, you'll only serve us today. Arad appeared in the middle of the wooden mansion, shrouded in his void. Plum was still on his head, and she stood, shaking the water out of her body. Cold, she cried, as leaves covered her whole body as a dress, and she then flew out and looked at Arad. I built this place. Doesn't it look nice? Just one room? Opposite to Plum's expectations, Arad had the same reaction as Dee asking why she made just one massive living room instead of multiple small ones. Since that didn't matter now, Plum waved her hand and absorbed the whole mansion back into her magic, only leaving Dee's things, which she collected in a basket. We just needed a roof over our heads. The details would have been just a waste of mana. She handed the basket to Arad, and he stored it in his stomach for Dee to collect later. The branches looked different. They were a bit higher than he expected. Mathilde must have flown a huge distance with everyone. Since they didn't wake him up, they probably didn't face anything they can't handle. Arad looked up. He can already see the sky above the top branches, a golden sun shining down with pride, and countless white clouds slowly drifting toward the horizon. A day or two at most. He started floating, prompting Plum to latch onto his hair. Arad then landed back down and took a step forward. The wood of the branch cracked beneath his foot, and the bark shattered into splinters. He swung his arm forward, swiftly pulling it back and making a spin, with his void quickly surrounding him like dark mist. "Why are you dancing?" Plum asked. But Arad didn't reply. He wasn't dancing. He was checking the threads of space all around him, flicking them one by one like the strings of a guitar to see how much tension they were under. Based on the pitch of the sound they made, the way they vibrated, and how they reacted to Arad's void, he could tell which ones were more stable than the others. Green flames started burning from Arad's back, and the stars in the sky grew brighter, forcing their existence to show across the blue sky. For a moment, Plum was confused by what she saw, but quickly realized what was happening. With each thread that Arad touched, the space around him shifted, refracting the light around him as well as diluting time. The threads of time and space were intertwined, and it was almost impossible to constantly mess with one without affecting the other. This was Vorvados's space magic, and Arad was trying to take it to a whole new level. Instead of just finding which thread leads to his destination and using that to catapult himself, he now needed to test the threads and find the sturdiest one. Since Vorvados's magic wasn't equipped to do that, Arad had to use his own void as a catalyst, and nothing beats his void form when it comes to this. Void dragons were space dragons. Their main ability was bending the law of space to their will in his void form. Arad's whole body becomes akin to the threads of space. The threads were as easy to tell apart as it was confusing, since they didn't just respond to stress but to compression and expansion. The faster someone moved, the slower time flowed for them. But that was just an illusion, not a reality. Speed is just a function of space crossed in a given time. That means that the faster someone moved, the less time they needed to cross a certain space, and the reverse was also true. With the speed of light being the upper ceiling at the extreme, the time needed to cross a certain distance becomes so small that it's negligible, thus making it take zero time to cross any space at the speed of light. At first, Arad couldn't wrap his head around all of that, and he thought that he would need to reach the speed of light like Betty to understand it. But now he found his answer, and it was simple, all thanks to one mistake the triplets of fate made. They attacked Dendron in front of him. The answer was that time wasn't real, it was just the triplets' way of logging the events of the world. It wasn't that John needed Arad's help to change a timeline. He needed the power of a void dragon to do the work. That was what John meant by saying he couldn't interfere with timelines directly. It was because he was merely an observer, someone who is sitting and watching the loom of the fates spin, each thread being a whole timeline. How will that help Arad now? The answer was simple. He can just do what he did when John sent him to the future. First, force time to slow down to almost a halt. He can't jump straight into a working loom and expect not to get crushed. With the loom slowed to a safe speed, Arad used the first power he got as a void dragon, the essence of all of his might void step, and mixed it with Vorvados's magic. The space around Arad compressed, and the threads snapped as he blinked out of existence alongside poor Plum, who was on his head, 4,000 kilometers upward. A mist of blood appeared, soon followed by a thundering boom from the mist. Arad's body reformed as he barely managed to stay afloat. It seems he made a huge mistake. There was a wall in his path, the wall of the limited space in his domain. While he managed to slow time enough inside his 4,000-kilometer radius, once he hit that limit, it was like a snowball hitting a steel wall. But what did he find? At first, Void Step could only teleport him inside his domain, and do it at the maximum speed of mana, which was a third of the speed of light. But with what he achieved now, Void Step was still limited to his domain, but it allowed him to freely move as fast as he wanted within that barrier. But stopping was another matter. With no time or space to slow me down, my speed keeps accelerating, and I've got no way of changing my direction until I hit the wall. I might be a bit too young for this. He looked up to speak to Plum and paled. She was on his head. She didn't turn to dust, did she? Plum did get evaporated into atoms. Damn it. Plum appeared once again above Arad's head and swung a kick down as hard as she could. If my real body weren't far away, I would have died. She only survived because this fairy body wasn't her real one. Arad was about to apologize, but Plum interrupted him. You can make it up for me later. But for now, what will happen if you did this to some poor bastard? Besides other void dragons, John, or maybe light dragons like Betty and Luminous, everyone else should just die unless they aren't using their real body like you. Arad replied, and Plum nodded. Whatever you did, it's not something anyone can survive. So what was it? Well, imagine shoving a whale through a needle's hole. He smiled, and Plum frowned. I can't, but I can imagine something else, with me and you. Forget it, Arad growled. I removed time out of my path and moved through the fabric of space as fast as I could, which caused me to move really fast, almost instantly. Plum didn't understand a word of what he said, besides maybe removing the time that probably meant stopping it. Cool, next time warn me before putting me through a meat grinder. Chapter 1464. Kor, the First Elf. Chapter 1464. Kor, the First Elf. Mathild flew out of Arad's stomach first, and she looked around with a confused face. Wait, we're already this up? She turned toward Arad with a question in her eyes. Plum pointed at him with a grin. He's a fast one. I just used my Void Step and Vorvados's Eldritch magic to skip ahead a bit. It is a bit complicated, but it is nothing out of the ordinary. Yog didn't come and stop me after all, Arad said with a smile, floating with his fists resting on his hips. Looking around, Mathilde couldn't tell exactly what Arad had just pulled off, but she could see that the fabric of space wasn't as damaged as it was before, when Arad used Vorvados's magic to teleport. This means he had used something else, or had evolved that magic into something new. There was also the matter of Yog. She won't get in Arad's way that often as she should, for one reason. Arad is AO, and there are some outrageous things that he can do that if someone else attempted, she would kill them on the spot. The only time when Yog would try to stop Arad is when the result of his action would be so devastating that it could harm him or the world in an irreparable way. Let's move then. The others would stay inside and would come out later. We're close to the Thorns barrier. She pointed at the branches upward. There is this guardian, but he should allow us entry without a problem. What kind of guardian? Arad could sense a bit of tension in her void, and Mathilde was indeed a bit worried. Kor, the first elf, Yggdrasil's first son. Or should I say, what remains of his power, a shard of pure divinity taking over a body of thorns and roses. Up above the clouds, sitting alone in the middle of a vast open field of poisonous thorns, roses, and twisting branches, an elvish man with a body of wood and braided vines moved. Oh, dear Grandpa. It's been more than a few painful eons. He looked forward with his glowing green eyes, the flowery hair dancing behind him, sparked with pink and red light. As he tried to stand, the thorns and vines making up his body twisted and contorted, taking shape and turning into glistening alabaster skin and powerful lean muscles. Even among the elves, Kor was far different than anyone else. He was tall, standing over 9 feet in height, with ears 1 foot in length each, long silky hair that reached his ankles, and a lean build with long arms and legs. Kor Leon, what shall you do, my son? Yggdrasil's voice boomed in the air as a snow-white robe covered Kor's body. Kor took a deep breath, his first breath in several centuries. Every other elvish king that had passed here had to greet him, the founder, by bowing to all of them. He didn't bother shifting out of his thorn form and stayed motionless asleep like a wooden statue, greeted over 1,000 times. He took a step forward, shifting the garden around him into a massive open arena with a stage. But today, I shall be the one throwing a party. The young greet the old, that is the elves' tradition. He looked forward, seeing sparks of magic flowing upward. Arad was getting closer and closer each second. Kor smiled. It is time, it seems. He stepped forward, lifted his hand up, and then his right foot, and stomped down, shaking the whole arena. That happened just when Arad landed at the entrance. Arad looked through the dust and rain petals of the world tree and saw this tall, elvish man taking a stance in the middle. For a moment he didn't know what he was looking at. A beautiful man with a thin face, golden hair, and radiating green eyes. Is that him, Kor? Kor Leon, the first elf. Matilda was standing right outside the arena. I never knew he could move. Kor straightened himself and bowed. Great-grandfather, welcome to my humble abode. Arad got flashbacks to a certain rat piloting an oven. So, another one, I'm not your grandfather. Kor smiled. It seems I'm not the first. The beat me, the rat, but I shall not fall behind. He took a step forward, shaking the whole arena. Lord Kor, please wait a moment, Mathilde cried, and he looked at her with a smile. Little girl, know your place and stay out of it, unless you want to wipe you out like you did Dendron. Hearing his soothing voice uttering a threat, Mathilde took a step back. He wasn't someone she could afford to start a fight with. Arad stood between them and glared at Kor. I can't have you do that. If that's what you wish, so be it. Kor made another stomp. She stays out of my dance, and I'll pretend she never did anything wrong. Deanna emerged from Arad's stomach and glared at Kor. Aren't you one arrogant elf? How about I cut your ears and shove them up your arse? Foolish mist of chaos, don't tread a road you know nothing about. He flicked his fingers, and everyone got pushed back, only leaving him and Arad on the stage. Several angels emerged from the radiant sky holding countless instruments. Violins, drums, harps, trumpets, horns, lutes, and even strange bells of pure gold. As Arad looked up, he saw more angels showing up, singing and chanting. Kor started moving, and Arad realized he was about to face a menace. He had seen something like this before, but not to this level. Kor was mainly a bard, the subclass that dances instead of singing and playing music. Yggdrasil's voice came booming from the heavens, sending shockwaves through the whole arena. Dance and sway like the great tree, purge evil and shake my roots. For this is the day that you've awaited for far too long. Kor roared and glared at Arad with two burning green eyes. Grandfather, shall we share a dance like the old days of before the ruin? Arad sighed. I'm not your grandfather. He took a stance similar to what he saw from Izdis, but I shall teach you a lesson anyway. I'm always pleased to learn from your wisdom. Arad glared at him. First lesson, don't get in my way, and he lunged at him. Chapter 1465, A Dance of Freedom. Chapter 1465, A Dance of Freedom. First lesson, don't get in my way. Arad had said that, but now he found himself in a difficult situation. The petals of the world tree flowers and roses were kicked up into the air as Kor moved across the whole stage with frightening speed and grace. Yggdrasil. The world tree was a stationary plant. She can't move. She isn't supposed to be able to move, so her first spawn inherited all of her rights, granting him dominant control over his body and speed transcending what most beings consider freedom. Kor can move at the speed of light. He can teleport, and he can twist and contort his body in the strangest of ways, flexing his flexibility and agility. Arad had faced Betty, who could move at the speed of light, but Kor put her to shame simply because he was larger, more flexible, and had more raw skill behind his moves. Diana, who was standing just outside the stage, gasped. All of the muscles on her body tensed as she got ready to jump in. She can't move at the speed of light, but she was still much faster than Arad could ever be anytime soon. But before she could move, Kor froze in his place, bleeding from his nose. I see, I got arrogant. He looked at Arad, who was already missing an arm. Arrogant? Look at me, lost my whole damn arm. Arad smiled and lifted his hand, regenerated his other one, and unleashed his elemental expansion a second time. Earlier, when Kor started to move, Arad spent a few seconds analyzing his moves and predicting his path. He then moved as fast as he could, slowing time to almost a halt and teleporting through space using Vorvados's magic to intercept him. It was like trying to slash a bullet with a sword, impossibly hard, but still doable with enough practice and predicting the bullet's path. In short, Arad predicted Kor's path, then used all of his movement abilities to intercept him with a punch. The elemental expansion was just there to make Arad's life easier. After a second clash that was too fast for anyone to see, Arad was standing with a massive hole through his torso and missing his right arm. Kor, on the other hand, looked the same. Just his chest had a solid dent in it. Kor reached up and touched his chest, healing the dent. "You're slow. Too slow. And I dodged you. So how did you hit me? How could you react?" Arad smiled as he healed. "I'm not reacting. I can't even see you move, but I can predict how you'll act. I know you'll dodge my second interception, and I know that you'll dodge to my right because if you dodged left, you'll end up crashing into me and kill me." Arad had gotten in Kor's path and swung his right fist. If Kor dodged left, he would crash into Arad's torso and kill him, so it was obvious to Arad that he would dodge left to avoid hitting Arad completely. That's why Arad took a preemptive step to the right to get in Kor's path after he dodged. Kor was both stunned and happy to see that even while powerless and memoryless, his grandpa was still an unstoppable and defiant powerhouse who refused to fail. A true god must be both omnipotent and omniscient. Memory and power loss can't be hurdles in his path. It seems that the words of his uncle Chad were true. Ao isn't dead and has never gone away. As a divine being, he created death, so he can't possibly die. Calling him dead was just the explanation lesser beings like the gods used to describe which they didn't understand, and Kor was fully aware that only one person understood what was really happening with Ao, and that was Yog. "Grandpa, if you don't mind, I'll slow down a bit. I know it's an insult to hold back against you, but this child still wants to offer some help." He slowed down and flew at Arad with a clenched fist. Arad lifted his fist and blocked Kor's punch, feeling his forearms cracking. But all in all, he took less damage than a blow at the speed of light. Those previous attacks blew parts of his body into bloody mist. Now he can at least block and counter. Arad clenched his fist and swung back instead of a normal punch, though he teleported mid-strike to appear behind Kor and aim at the back of his head. Kor dodged Arad's strike by twisting his torso and reaching back. His arms bent backward at the elbows and grabbed Arad's wrist, winding up into a deadly backhand fist that flew straight at Arad's torso. Arad found himself unable to dodge because Kor held him tightly, which only left him with the option to block. He wasn't having any of that, so instead he pulled his arm so hard that he ripped it at the elbow, leaving his forearm in Kor's hand, and dodged the strike. The two then got locked in a storm of violence, each swinging at the other with enough force to shake the whole arena. But for some reason their moves looked strange. It took Diana a few long moments to realize it, and only when Mathilda explained it did she fully understand what was happening. Kor was a dance, and Arad was mimicking him to be able to fight back, which meant the two of them were effectively dancing around each other. "I can't believe he is fighting Kor of all people." Diana sighed, looking around for any opening to attack. "I advise you to stay put. Kor is much stronger. He can kill Arad and finish us after if he wants. He isn't serious, and we should make sure he stays like that." Mathilde clenched her fist, noticing that something was off. Diana had to ask why Kor called Arad his grandpa, but Mathilde shook her head. Of course, Mathilde couldn't tell her that Arad is Ao, and that since Yggdrasil, Adam, Lucifer, and Azorgrath saw him as their father, Kor Leon, who is Yggdrasil's firstborn, will see him as his grandfather. That is, she thought about it, just the way he speaks. You know, those ancient beings, they all have their weird side. Mathilde flicked her fingers. Yes. Didn't the Pale Knight call Arad something weird as well? I saw it in a report made by Callie to Sylph. Deanna frowned. That was. She said she can't birth a new body for him because then she won't be able to call him Daddy. That was obviously a horny joke. I can't see how Kor's words are a joke, though, and I can't even see why he would make a joke. Listen, if you tried to understand those ancient divine beings, your brain will rot away and melt from their nonsense. Just look at Yggdrasil. Why is she putting us through all of this instead of just letting us go there, meet her, and be done with this whole mess? I don't know, but she must have a reason, like test how Arad acts in specific situations that he might face later when trying to save her saplings, if the whole story she told him wasn't a lie. Diana shrugged, and Mathilde nodded. See, you answered yourself. They are old, ancient, wise, and powerful. They must have a reason, so we should let them do what they want. Watch and listen. Now don't ask too many questions and just enjoy the fight. Mathilde smiled. You're an angel of destruction. You love watching fights and destruction, right? There is plenty to see in this fight. Diana frowned. On my extensive list of 2 things I want to see destroyed are the abomination and your ugly face, so don't tempt me to want to watch something fun. Really? Mathilde smiled. Sadly, you'll never achieve one of those many things. Diana glared at her, then smiled. Considering that you and Callie are so adamant on trying to hide something about Arad from me, I'm really considering smashing your face in. I know you're lying. You know exactly why Kor would call Arad Grandpa, and you're just trying not to tell me. Diana sighed. The last thing I want is to have to deal with is heretics among the Divine Order. Last time was far too bloody. Diana was already reaching her own conclusions. Chapter 1466, The God's True Plan. Arad and Kor clashed, sending shockwaves across the whole battlefield. For now, their fight was purely physical, with magic used as support only by Arad, because Kor didn't need buffs to match his speed. Arad was already faster than most people, but he was getting faster each second. The longer he fought Kor, the more he saw of the first elf's dance and learned it from him. Arad had long realized that he couldn't match Kor in speed and strength, and that even with Dalla's slapping art, he had no chance of winning. His only hope of achieving victory was to learn Kor's dance and use it to slap him back. Right now, Arad's main strategy has shifted from trying to win to bolstering his defenses to endure as much punishment as possible while observing Kor's every move. Kor moved like a dexterous snake, as if he had no joints. His arms twisted in weird ways. His knees turned backward, and he seemed to be able to turn his head all the way back and fight Arad backward. But as Arad was fighting him, he made the unfortunate mistake of forgetting what this slender elf was made from: wood, vines, and twigs. Because the moment Arad tried to get some distance to allow his blood healing to regenerate his torn muscles, Kor's arm elongated to over 50 meters and smacked him in the face. "Your limbs can extend?" Arad gasped, and Kor landed with a large smile on his face. The drummer above them started drumming, and Kor laughed. "Of course, have you forgotten? I'm the child of Yggdrasil, the great world tree of space that extends to every world. Do you think my arms can't reach you just because you've got a few feet away?" Kor started spinning his arm with a grin and then threw his fist at Arad, causing his arm to extend like a piece of dough. Arad dodged the first, only to see Kor bolting toward him like a ball shot from a slingshot. Arad spun, engulfed his whole arm in a tough barrier that blocks almost all bludgeoning damage, and tried to cut Kor in half with an elbow slam. Kor didn't dodge the attack because he was the one flying at Arad. Instead, his body curved around Arad's arm like a U, and his 2 halves elongated like an elastic band. Kor's body then spun around Arad, trying to contort around him like a snake. Arad had to move fast and strain his joints to slip out before Kor could catch him. Hearing the man's high-pitched giggles, the weird sound his muscles and bones made while stretching that resembled tearing wood, and feeling the strange magic he inherited from his mother, Arad knew that he was in for a long fight. As Kor's body contorted on itself, failing to catch Arad, the elf looked at his empty hands with a smile. "You slipped out?" Arad clenched his fist and swung at Kor's hand with his full might, hitting him right in the temple and sending his head flying back at blinding speed. At first, Arad thought that he had beheaded Kor, but soon he saw that the man's neck was still attached to his head, just stretched over 100 meters away. In the short time it took Arad to process that an elastic band would just shoot back, Kor's head was already an inch away from his nose, and he got hit with the nastiest headbutt he had ever received in his life. The full power of Arad's punch was shot right back at his face. Unlike Kor, Arad was both heavy and resilient. He didn't get sent back, and only his head recoiled a bit. "Shat, Hirsch!" Arad growled through his caved nose and glared at Kor, only to see his head bouncing back and coming for a second hit, then a third and a fourth. By the fifth headbutt, Arad's body was on the ground, with his head drilled into the wooden floor. "Come on, I know you can do better." Kor smiled, his whole body pulsed and burned with radiant emerald divine magic, the holy power of Yggdrasil. Arad growled, and his crushed face healed. "Ah, it's not simple to understand your moveset and find counters when you're moving like a rabid snake." Arad's muscles expanded, and the veins on his legs and arms bulged. He stood, the ground beneath his feet shattering as purple flames burned from his whole torso. Kor smiled, his long golden hair dancing with the wind. "This is more like it." Arad suddenly disappeared. He used a void step to teleport behind Kor to smack him down. Kor turned around at terrifying speed and glared at Arad with a grin that extended from one ear to the other. He could see it, Arad's arm extending backward, growing to be several meters long. Gravity magic pulled Arad's fist and Kor's face closer at blinding speed, causing a shockwave powerful enough to throw Diana and Matilda back. The void was effectively shapeless. Only Arad's shapeshift into a human form gave it a semblance of order. Even Arad's void form, which took a rough humanoid shape, didn't need to look human, as Arad only needed to turn into pure void. Arad and Kor kept fighting. Now Arad was trying to mimic Kor's dance, including his stretchy body and elastic limbs. Diana could only watch the fight with a pale face. This was her first time seeing Arad's harrowing learning speed working in real time, but Mathilde wasn't that surprised. Mathilde understood exactly what Kor's goal was. He wanted to give back to Arad what he learned from him. It was Ao who taught Kor how to dance when he was young. He was the one who created the elaborate dance in the early days of the universe. Right now, Kor only wants to make his grandpa remember the dance. After seeing this, Matilda found herself guessing another thing about the gods' plan for Arad. The reason they were sending him around the whole universe wasn't to save the countless worlds. They needed to create a situation where they could teach him back his powers, just like how Kor is doing now. All of those lessons will condition Arad and get him ready to regain his full power. The only thing getting in the gods' way is that they couldn't tell Arad what they were actually doing or who he was. She only then understood that Sylph had used her to force Arad to grow by asking her to fight him earlier, and the data they got from that was most likely relayed to Kor so he could figure out if Arad is strong enough to learn his dance or not. "I'll kick her in the face," Mathilda growled, and Diana looked at her with a confused face. Who? Sylph. Who else? She is behind this whole mess. Her goddess or not, Mathilda wasn't going to remain silent. Chapter 1467, Dancing to the Beat. Chapter 1467, Dancing to the Beat. After several minutes of contentious fighting, Arad finally found himself managing to match Kor's fighting style and speed. But even with that, it was extremely hard to keep up with Kor's weird moves. While Kor seemed to be able to morph his body effortlessly, Arad, on the other hand, struggled to maintain his sense of self while constantly changing shape. You'd think that only making his limbs longer wouldn't affect his mind, but it did, and it had quite the impact. His mind was already used to piloting either a draconic body or a humanoid shape. Anything outside that range was quite hard to get used to on the fly. To add to Arad's problem, he was forced to be in his void form to be able to match Kor's moves, which only increased the stress on his mind. But even through all of the mental load, Arad had still managed to hold his own against Kor's dance and masterfully dodged most of the attacks while giving several punches of his own. Arad then realized that just making his body extremely flexible wasn't enough. He needed to extend his senses as well. Kor seemed to have a way to see through the walls and ground, which allowed him to perfectly control his hands and legs even when they were out of his field of vision. In fact, Arad sometimes found it harder to deal with Kor's punches when Kor himself wasn't looking, because he couldn't see Kor's eyes and predict his moves. To compensate for his lack of senses, Arad used his elemental expansion to engulf the area in his magic and perceive the world in that way. That seemed to work, but Arad knew it wasn't enough. Just because Kor was holding back and not move at the speed of light, which he proved that he can do, that didn't mean he wouldn't. The speed of mana was capped at 1/3 of the speed of light, which meant that perceiving something with magic was effectively 3 times slower than just seeing it. That lag is usually unnoticeable in most fights, but Arad was already feeling it here. Kor was intentionally slowing down and holding his attacks to throw Arad's parries and counters out, which only added another layer to their convoluted dance. Arad wasn't going to lose, so he started doing the same and tried to throw Kor off by changing his speed with each attack, and he even tried to mix in some void steps and time slow spell in his moves, which gave him an advantage for a while. Kor wasn't struggling that much to keep up with Arad, but he was slowly finding it harder and harder to adjust himself to Arad's rapid learning speed without releasing all of his power at once. Kor wasn't here to win or prove anything. He just needed Arad to learn his dance and understand it, and he was trying to achieve that in the fastest way possible, putting Arad in a fight that forced him to learn. Kor was quite thrilled to meet his grandfather for the first time in several thousand years. He would have loved to sit and talk with him about everything that had happened, catch up. But neither of them was that lucky to have such a luxury. Especially Kor. Kor's whole existence and body had long since degraded, and he could only wake up and be conscious for several minutes at most each century. The best use of their precious moments was to give back the skills that his grandfather had once taught him. Not once in his life had Kor expected that a day would come when he would be the one to teach his grandfather something. But here he is, clashing with him, showing him each move and skill, forcing him to come up with solutions and tricks to further enhance his powers. Kor didn't mention it, but not using his light speed wasn't just for Arad's sake, but so he could hopefully stay awake for a few seconds longer, so they could possibly have even a small conversation at the end. Sadly, there was too much for Kor to show Arad, all of the moves, their counters, uses, and effects with spells like Time Slow. Soon, Arad's move grew sharper as he decided to mix two things into Kor's dance to gain an advantage. He took the skills and fighting style of Dalla and Matilde, mixed them together with the dance, and shoved them all in Kor's face. Arad's whole body moved with Kor's flexibility, speed, and complexity, while his hands slapped with Dalla's fighting style and his legs kicked with Mathilde's martial arts, turning Arad into a walking storm of violence, deadly attacks, and unpredictable outbursts of rapid combos. With all of that power and speed, he was still lagging behind Kor. Each kick or slap that Arad tried to throw ended up with him being either countered or completely dodged. The one thing that Kor had and Arad didn't was several thousand years of combat experience. Kor seemed to know a way to counter almost all of Arad's attacks as if he had seen them before, which was quite frustrating. He wanted to use magic in an offensive way, but didn't know how Kor would react to that. With Arad knowing that Kor is holding back from using his light speed, he would be just asking for trouble if he went overboard. But there was something that Arad found to help him a lot in this fight, and it was the rhythm of the music the band of angels were playing above them. Kor was dancing to its tunes, which should have made his whole moveset predictable, but it wasn't that. Didn't have anything to do with Kor's power, but it was Arad's fault. Even though Izdis was a bard and had a lot of knowledge about music, Arad didn't. It was a language that he failed to understand. He could ask Izdis for help, but it's already too late. There is no way she can teach him anything useful in the middle of this fight. He isn't even sure that she can keep up and understand Kor's music. I should get Izdis to teach me to play some tunes later. He dodged Kor's attacks, sensing that their battle was reaching its end. The music grew louder and faster. Kor's whole dancing style had changed, and he seemed to be ready for one last move. I see we're ending this now, aren't we? Arad stopped moving and took a stance ready to strike back at anything that Kor would throw at him. Kor, on the other hand, smiled. Yes, this dance, it can't last any longer. Chapter 1468, Sylph's Heaven. Chapter 1468, Sylph's Heaven. Kor's final move wasn't anything flashy or powerful. It wasn't even complicated. A simple, straight punch that raced toward Arad's face at blinding speed and with a harrowing amount of physical might behind it. Arad had trouble understanding what part of this move made it a final move. Something to finish the fight with, especially with the musician angels going crazy above them as if Kor's punch would destroy the whole world. But that was Arad's biggest mistake. He had spent the whole fight predicting Kor's moves and actions based on the rhythm of the music they were dancing to, which worked until now. Kor was about to give Arad an important lesson. Never take anything for granted. Always expect the unexpected. Kor was a bard, and he had danced to the music this whole fight, all for the sake of this one final move. He didn't follow the music's rhythm, and that had thrown all of Arad's defenses out of order, causing him to get smacked right in the face. As Arad flew back, leaving a straight line of blood, Kor sat back in the middle of the stage and smiled. My time is over, and so I shall bid you all farewell. Remember your own words, Grandpa. Never take anything for granted. Make your own rules and break them to subvert your opponent's predictions. Arad looked forward and saw that Kor had already turned back into a wooden statue of thorns and vines. What was that? He gasped, still recoiling from the punch, but Kor couldn't reply. Matilda and Diana rushed to him. One checked on his wounds while the other held her spear forward, pointed at the motionless statue. The fight is over. I'll heal your wounds. Matilda started healing him as Diana stood guard. The angels who were playing music above looked at Arad, and the two angels bowed once and disappeared into a mist of golden light. Was this necessary? Arad sighed as he sat on the floor hurting all over. He got to learn a new fighting style that worked well with his unarmed skill set, but it wasn't something he expected to find here. I don't know, but that doesn't matter now. We've arrived at Sylph's Heaven. Matilda pointed at the massive glowing golden gate on the other side of Kor's arena. That's the divine gate. Behind it are a set of stairs that lead upward into Sylph Heaven. Arad waved his hand and led everyone else out. Cyrilla looked around with wide eyes and took a step back. Jasmine froze in place for a long moment. This was her first time sensing such a massive amount of divine energy in one spot. That Arad pointed at Kor's statue. That is Kor Leon, the first elf. And yes, he is alive. The two of them were just fighting. Matilda pointed at Arad. Your husband here held his own. They weren't trying to kill each other, but I never expected him to display such power. Jasmine looked at Matilda. Cyrilla was supposed to fight him? No, he was just in the way. All of the previous kings just gave him a bow of respect and moved on. Kor never bothered to wake up for them, but when Arad showed up, he stood to throw hands. Matilda flew past them and pointed at the gate. We should go, we've arrived. Cyrilla and Jasmine stood in front of Kor, gave him a gentle bow, and returned to Arad. Dalla and Dee did the same. It would have been disrespectful to just walk past the father of their whole race without paying him any respect, and elves valued their elders the most. After that, they headed toward the Golden Gate and disappeared, leaving Kor alone, but not for long. A tall man with oak skin, glowing honey eyes, a muscular build, and a thin beard on his chiseled jaw appeared from the entrance. Boy, you've gone back to sleep, it seems. The man sat on the floor in front of Kor's statue and pulled a barrel of wine out of nowhere. Here, I brought your favorite. He poured some for the statue. The man was Chad, the human god, also known as Adam, the father of humanity and Kor's uncle, since Adam and Yggdrasil were considered siblings. One day, we'll find a way to allow you to stay active for longer. Chad stood and turned around, disappearing into a rain of golden sparks. Arad walked up the golden stairs and emerged on the floor above, a vast land of golden trees, towering mountains, gray clouds, and everlasting divine auroras. So this is the elvish heaven. He looked back at Matilda and she nodded, yes and no. What the elves call heaven is far ahead, where the souls of the dead rest. Only the dead can go there. Mathilde pointed at one of the mountains. That's Sylph's divine peak. Her palace is there, and it is the place we're headed to. We have to walk all over there?" Jasmine gasped. The mountain was absolutely massive, and it was far away from them that they might have just walked around the whole mortal world instead. "You can walk if you want." Mathilde flapped her wings and formed another golden disc. "But it'll be faster if I give you all a ride." As everyone climbed up and the disc moved, Cyrilla approached Arad and sat beside him. "I never thought I'd make it here in one piece. But we made it. There were a few things on the way." He remembered the space shattering and the first time he was attacked by a rot chick bird. "Nothing that we can't handle." Cyrilla smiled and leaned on his side, watching as the golden land of Sylph flew by, turning into a blue as Mathilde accelerated her disc. "Nothing that you couldn't handle. I saw Merida fight one of the monsters. Those aren't things I should have been able to survive on my own or with a full army. Some kings managed to survive, and I'm sure you could have done the same." Arad patted her on the back and she giggled. "You say that, but we've just watched you solo the whole trip." Arad smiled. "I'm your husband, so what did you expect? My power is yours as well. It is my job to protect you and everyone else, so Sylph would have been stupid if she thought I wouldn't be coming up with you. What are you two talking about?" Jasmine approached them and sat on Arad's other side. Cyrilla looked at her. "About how we wouldn't have made it here without Arad. You're right, Dendron would have kicked me and Dee out ages ago. I doubt you and Dalla would have made it here without losing a few limbs at least." She leaned on Arad. "He is the only one who can punch spirit queens, archons, and even the progenitor of the elves." She reached forward and grabbed Arad's arm. "Look at this. It's thicker than my thighs by a lot. Angels are supposed to be the gods' strongest weapons, the people they send to punish whole worlds." She then turned around and called Mathilde. "Say, Sylph asks you to purge a whole world, but Arad is protecting that world. What will you do?" Mathilde looked back at her. "First, Sylph won't order the purge of a world. None of the gods would do such a thing, but let's say that was normal, and she asked me to do that. I'll be shoving my foot down her throat in the next second. For one, we angels serve the gods, but we aren't machines. Second, I'm not fighting Arad again." Mathilde then looked at Diana. "And what about you?" "Me? You must be kidding. If Kali wanted a world destroyed, she'd just snap it out of existence. Arad is most likely to be the sole survivor, and he'll come to Kali's heaven to kill everyone." She sat down and looked at Arad, considering that mortal Dracaina, Kusuth, had managed to invade Hell and kill the first Tiamat and her whole divine army there. I'm pretty sure Kali might just fall to Arad if he really wanted to cause trouble. "Kusuth?" Arad asked, and they looked at him. Kusuth, the current fire goddess, was a red Dracaina before, and she killed the first Tiamat as a mortal, burned her to ash in Hell. The current Tiamat is Kusuth's descendant. Diana looked at Arad with a smile. "You know the funny part? She was known as a coward, pacifist, and submissive housewife before. The chromatic dragon king at the time wanted to kill her husband and take her as his mate, so she just went and bloodied his face to the floor. Tiamat didn't like her rebellion against his rule, so she cursed her daughters. So the Dracaina went on and killed the goddess. The power of a great worm that surpassed twilight can surpass many beings." Arad smiled, but Diana laughed. She was just an ancient Dracaina when she killed Tiamat. Who knew? The strongest dragon was just sitting around tending to her wormlings, cooking and playing with them until the world decided to force her hand. Chapter 1469, A Threat Against a Threat. Chapter 1469, A Threat Against a Threat. Mathilde's disc finally stopped moving, and she lowered it to the ground, letting everyone down. Arad looked forward, and his eyes followed the draconian staircase that extended to the clouds, sticking closely to the mountainside. "Good, more climbing." He frowned and turned toward Mathilde. "Let me guess, she is up there?" "Yes, flight is forbidden from here. We have to walk out, for security." She looked at him with a forced smile, and he sighed. "Then we'll just teleport up. Wait, we also can't do that. The sentry archers would shoot you down. She scratched her chin. Their orders are simple. Shoot anything that flies or teleports. Arad stared at her for a long moment, and then back at the mountain. Fine. Then everyone gets inside my stomach, and I'll pull them out when I reach the top. Walking all the way up would take weeks, so I'll run and get it done in an hour. Deanna looked at Matilde and pointed at Arad. Do you want to tell him that what he said is also a problem? Or should I say it for you? He never gets angry. But you know, Matilda shook her head. Well, first, you can put everyone inside your stomach now. But when you pull them up, that would trigger the archers. They are blind, only sensing movement and spatial magic. They don't care if it's an intruder or Sylph herself. They shoot anything. She then pointed at the stairs. There's also a speed limit, and that is just above how a man can run. So you're saying we can't fly, we can't move too fast, we can't teleport, and I can put everyone inside my stomach to save them from a several-week-long stair climb. He glared at the stairs. You want me to walk? Fine, I'll walk. Arad's magic went out of control as his whole body grew larger, turning into his full draconic form. Enough magic seeped out of his body to even make Cyrilla feel a bit sick. This was Arad's aura when he isn't consciously trying to tune it down. Get inside my stomach. I'll bring my wives to see Sylph if she wants, but I won't let anyone put an arrow to my head while doing that. His voice was loud, deep, and already infused with enough magic that it was enough to make Mathilda's ears hurt. This was the dragon that Arad's enemies saw coming. A wild ball of uncontrolled magic destruction and harrowing magical pressure. You aren't going to fight your way in? That's stupid. Those archers aren't as strong as I, but there are hundreds of them. Mathilde gasped while Diana patted her shoulder. Now this is what I like. We're kicking the door in. Arad glared at them. Everyone get inside my stomach. If the Sylph is going to have her men point their arrows at us, I'm pointing mine at her. We came here as guests, not hostages. He sucked everyone into his stomach and glared at the stairs. The archers have already sensed his magic and were aiming their bows at him. He could feel their gazes on him. Gazes might be the wrong word, since Mathilde said they were blind. But if they saw him, they might have never dared to aim their arrows. Arad turned toward the mountain and set his front talon on the stairs, cracking them. At that moment, hundreds, if not thousands, of golden divine bolts flew out of the mountain like an artillery rain, all exploding on his head and back in a blinding storm of fire and lightning. From the infernal hell, Arad's second talon flew forward, and he took another step, walking out of the fire unscathed. The artillery barrage only grew stronger, pelting him with enough sundering firepower to turn gods into dust, but he wasn't even flinching, clawing his way like a tank pelted by gunfire. One of the angel archers pointed his massive bow forward, sweat dripping across his forehead. This had never happened before. Usually one arrow is enough to cripple even lesser gods. What kind of horror had walked into the mountain? The only people who could do this are Cain, Caden, Yog, and maybe Nayar, but that abomination won't dare get this close to the domain of the gods. But this magic didn't resemble any of them. Besides that, the sound their arrows made when hitting resembled the sound they'll make when hitting Caden's barriers. The whole mountain shook from the barrage, and soon a dark wave of magic washed forward, storming out of Arad. The first archer to get hit felt it the strongest, a void roaring inside his head, Keneal, before a deadly wave of gravity hit him like a sledgehammer, dropping him to his knees. The angel wasn't alone. Everyone else who got in Arad's range was hit at the same time, crushed to the ground and forced to stop shooting. But even though Arad had immobilized hundreds of angels at once, the barrage on him only grew stronger as the remaining angels outside his range increased their firing rate. And then it came, a deafening roar so powerful that the angels who heard it felt their bones almost cracking. Their eyes and ears bled as their thoughts got washed away by the harrowing boom. Whoever was climbing the stairs, they were massive, immense, harrowing, and utterly powerful to the point it was a threat the mountain had never faced before. The mountain started shaking under the immense pressure of the barrage, and soon Arad flapped his wings to start flying, which sent a massive wave of fire and brimstone flying everywhere, setting everything around him ablaze and incinerating it more than the barrage alone could have done. As Arad flew up the mountain following the stairs, the bolts trying to hit him started to miss, curved away by his gravity magic, and those that hit exploded on his scales without leaving a single dent. The angels pulled all of the stops away and called everyone else on the mountain to join them, firing all of their divine bolts, trying to drop Arad down, and their barrage finally started to scratch and dent Arad's obsidian scales. But they had one problem. Mathilde was their strongest, and she didn't fare as well as she should have. They who were weaker than her, their attacks didn't pose enough raw power to pierce his barriers, and those that did were left with so little energy that the damage they did got instantly healed by Arad's blood magic. The angels watched in horror as what little scratches they managed to get on Arad's scales disappeared in the blink of an eye, and he was getting closer. His roars louder, and the pressure of his gravity magic was enough to flatten the trees and force the mightiest of them to kneel down. Some of the angels were alive for tens of thousands of years, and this only brought back memories of the disasters of the past, mainly Kusuth's crash-out, when she stormed Tiamat's divine lair in hell. One dragon alone, an angle, cried a second before his face hit the floor, and his whole body bent like a snake. "No, not again!" one of the older angels cried and flew toward Sylph's throne. "Your divinity, run! It's happening again!" The angels who stood at the top of the stairs were firing their bolts down at terrifying speed, but all of their attacks were for naught. Arad flew straight through their death rain like a blunderer through rain, not even slowing down. At the end, Arad shifted back into his humanoid form and landed right at the end of the stairs, sending a massive shockwave and kicking a dust storm that reached the clouds. The angels looked at the dust in terror, only seeing the two glowing purple eyes approaching while engulfed by a dark shadow. The magic rushing out of the intruder was absolutely sickening, as dense as a wall, and would have been utterly alien if they didn't recognize a whiff of destruction. One of the angels, their strongest in Mathilde's absence, rushed forward, holding a massive javelin of divine light. If anyone had to take the charge against this intruder, it had to be him, and angels were fearless fighters. He moved at blinding speed and swung the javelin at the dark shadow with enough power to rip a continent in half. He wasn't holding back, and he knew that even that might not be enough. A hand flew out of the dark shadow and caught the javelin by its sharp tip. The angel froze. It should be possible to stop the javelin, let alone catch it. But what happened next was utterly terrifying, causing even the angels to take a step back. Arad clenched his fist, and the javelin shattered between his fingers. That was the result of both his harrowing power and Kali's divine destruction. Nothing is undestructible when she is involved. The last thing the charging angel saw was Arad's burning purple eyes glaring down at him before getting flung away with a burst of gravity. "Back away. You aren't his match?" A woman's voice boomed from behind the angels. Sylph, the elvish goddess, finally decided to show her beautiful face. "Did no one teach you that you're supposed to knock on doors, not kick them down?" she said with a smile, and Arad stared at her with a passive face. "I was taught to blow the entire house if I saw someone point an arrow at my head from the inside, because that means it's a trap." He waved his hand, and his shadow grew into a massive dark cloud. Soon thousands of blinding stars emerged behind his back. As Arad's countless Ho-White novas burned in the sky, it was finally a threat against a threat. Chapter 1470, They Needed an Alcott. Chapter 1470, They Needed an Alcott. Sylph waved her hand, pointing at the countless Ho-White novas. "Kusuth's fire. Those things are dangerous." She looked around. "But I'm sure there is a misunderstanding here. I informed the archer not to fire when you come." She looked at Arad, who started the attack. Arad looked back. "That was me. When Mathilde told me about the rules, I couldn't just wait until I got hit, so I decided to walk up the stairs fully ready to tank any attack. And as expected, they fired at me, so I started flying and knocking them down with gravity magic. Sylph's smile flinched a bit, but she kept her calm demeanor. Where is Mathilde? I'm sure you didn't eat her, did you? Arad lifted his hand, but then his finger froze. Yes, I ate her, that would be accurate. I'll spit her back up. Sylph understood what he was talking about, but her angels didn't. For all they know, Mathilde and Sylph usually achieved a draw when fighting, and Arad ate the archon whole. This isn't just a dragon, this is a god-devouring tyrant. As Arad waved his hand down, Mathilde showed up and immediately looked back. This bastard of an overgod, he really did force his way through and burned half of the mountain down. Sylph's archers couldn't stop him. At least you're alive. How many angels died? She glared at him, and Arad smiled. None, and technically I didn't damage the mountain. Countless angels were dragged out of the fire, forced into small bubbles made from barrier magic and gravity. It was their arrows that burned the mountain. All I did was fly up and try to stop them from burning their own mountain down. Sylph laughed. Well, you aren't putting those angels down, Arad smiled. Of course, I need them alive and well to be usable hostages. Was Arad's rampage mindless? No. He intentionally didn't attack first, walked up the stairs with his full power and weight unleashed to intimidate the archers to fire first, and then clawed his way out without harming anyone, capturing them all one by one. No one can blame him for coming in unrestrained. This was the domain of a god, after all. Why would they be scared by a mere mortal? No one can blame him for the damage because it was the archers who blew their mountain to pieces, trying to kill their harmless guest who just walked through the front door. Mathilde looked at Sylph and then at the angels. Technically, Arad did nothing wrong, but he did it on purpose. Wait, she scratched the back of her head. You could know. She turned toward the angels. Why would you couldn't you wait a second and see here you're blind? Diana walked out of Arad's back laughing. You all need some Alcott to help you. Sylph rubbed her temples and then looked around. Diana of Destruction, forget it. I'll deal with this mess later. The problem is that no one sent Mathilde a message telling her that the archer won't shoot Arad. If that message was sent, he wouldn't have pulled this out. She looked behind her. I can already see the reason why it didn't get delivered. Mathilde looked at her for a second. She was surprised that Sylph, for once, was wearing a decent dress. She usually only wore thin garments of gold that could barely cover her private parts. But when guests showed up, she seemed to cover herself well with a white robe. Seconds later, an angel came rushing in toward Sylph. I confirmed it. The message was supposed to reach Sylph this evening. They climbed the tree a bit too fast, and Kor had woken up, so his magic interfered with the signal, causing an even bigger delay. It seems that there's a multitude of reasons why this ended up happening. She smiled. You can hide those mini-suns away. No one is going to hurt anyone here. If we two were to fight, I'm sure this mountain won't end up disappearing, even with how big it is. Arad looked around for a long moment and then stored the white novas away. Sylph's angels also went away to fix the damage and put the fire out, followed by the hostages as Arad released them. Sylph looked at Arad with her glowing ruby eyes. Did you eat my sweet little warlock as well? I'm sure she is tasty, but probably isn't food. Arad sighed and let everyone out when all of the angels headed back. The first thing Cirilla did was look back at the chaos Arad left behind him. She didn't even notice Sylph, who was standing just a few meters away from them. The divine mountain, it's burned, Cirilla cried, and Jasmine laughed, more like plowed and turned over while getting roasted. Was this a wizard firing range or something? While Cirilla was horrified, Jasmine found it funny that Arad did manage to do all of this. They were coming to visit a goddess, and he was still able to cause havoc. Most people would avoid any kind of trouble here. Dee looked at the still-smoking mountain slope, horrified at the amount of divine magic lingering there. She could even begin to imagine what this place looked like while getting blasted. The only two noticed Sylph immediately were Dalla and Plum, and the two of them had a reaction that Arad didn't expect. Dalla stood between Cirilla's back and Sylph, staring at the goddess with an emotionless, empty face. She was Cirilla's bodyguard and personal maid, and she didn't care if she had to protect her from humans or gods. The one who almost gave Arad a heart attack was Plum, since she didn't appear close to him, but she appeared straight out of Sylph's cleavage. Now, I didn't expect them to be this big. She flew around and glared at Sylph's glowing ruby eyes. Good for you. I see. No wonder Yggdrasil wanted you here. Sylph smiled and turned around. Follow me. We'll talk inside I call it a garden, but you'll call it a royal quarter. When Plum backed to Arad, he glared at her. What are you doing? Me? I checked to see what she wanted. Plum made herself small and snuck into Arad's ear, then disappeared into his stomach so they could speak in private. Sylph is the world tree herald, and she had already lived like that for a few thousand years. Her body is breaking down. Soon she'll turn into a statue of wood like Kor. It's the time for her to retire, and I believe she wants to give that mantle to Cirilla. Plum flew around and stopped to think. Yggdrasil is the true elvish deity. The elvish goddess is just a vessel for that power. Chapter 1471, Sylph's Garden. Chapter 1471, Sylph's Garden. Walking into the grand and golden garden of Sylph, the first thing Arad noticed was that it wasn't a castle or a mansion, not even a city. It was just a regular garden of ancient golden trees, vibrant emerald grass, megafauna, and a sea of flowers and roses growing everywhere. Sylph lived in this garden. The trees formed rooms, and the grass was the carpet. Just reaching up, the branches themselves bent down with a fresh batch of fruits. Looking into the distance, Arad could see one massive wooden throne that was almost as big as a castle. Beside it was a branch with so much power that Arad couldn't even be wrong about its identity. That was the highest tip of the world tree. As they got inside, they heard the sound of something crunching with vibrant red liquid splashing all over the place. Some thought it was blood, but Arad couldn't be fooled. He was a vampire and knew blood too well. A dark elf was sitting inside one of the rooms, munching on a whole melon, skin and flesh included. Sylph glared at the dark elf with a disappointed face. I told you guests are coming, Elis, isn't it, Arad? How are you, little dragon? She waved her hand with a large smile on her melon-drenched face. Forget about that. Sylph rubbed her face. You didn't answer me. Why are you still eating like that? What's your problem, silly? You told me guests are coming, so I put some clothes on, good ones at that. She looked down, and her whole dress was already covered in melon juices from her neck down. Okay, this looks a bit bad. I should have put on a bib. Arad looked at the two goddesses and then looked back at Mathilde. She only wears thin underwear made of gold, barely hiding her private part. I see. Elis turned toward him with a frown. You must be crazy if you think I wear something like that. I'm not like those weird elves. She put the melon on the table. I stay naked all the time, only wear clothes when other people are around. Sylph walked toward Elis with heavy steps, grabbed her by the left ear and dragged her away. Minutes later, she brought her back. This time, the dark elf goddess wore a clean red dress decorated with golden roses. Sylph pointed at the chairs. Take a seat. If there is anything you want to eat, just say it. She pointed at the trees. I can either allow the garden to read your mind so you won't need to speak or describe what you want, or you can do that verbally. She lifted her hand up, and the trees moved, their branches growing down toward her palm. Soon those branches flowered and bore fruit, a large, plump red apple. Everyone sat down except Plum, who flew around, and she wasn't just exploring a second later, and before anyone could order anything, she was already looking directly into Elis's purple eyes. Are you okay? Plum asked, and the goddess's eyes sparkled and her lips turned into a smile. Aye, you're worried about me? How many years has it been? I'm fine, you don't need to worry. What's her problem? Merida asked, and Arad pointed at the half-eaten melon. Dark elves only eat meat. Elis smiled. It's one of the perks of being a god. We don't really need to eat, so eating is just for pleasure, since I could only eat meat when I was a mortal. Now I'm making up for that time. Arad looked around and his eyes stopped at one massive tree. He lifted his hand and closed his eyes. He could let the trees read his mind directly. The three moved, then froze. Their branches turned toward Sylph. The goddess lifted an eyebrow. What did he order? If it were a beautiful and virgin maiden, I'm sure you'll find many nuns in my church. Just pick one for him to eat. Arad sighed and the tree shook. What? You want more divine energy? What did I don't care? Just make it for him. A second later, a massive barrel almost 10 times the size of the room they were in emerged outside, and the tree looked withered and weak. The strong smell permeated the whole garden, and Arad walked out with a smile. Arad touched the titanic barrel, and it shrank to the size of a mug that fit in his hand. He smelled the fresh, strong coffee the tree made for him, and it was just perfect. He was a massive dragon, 1 kilometer long. This massive barrel was just a mug for him. That much coffee would kill you. Elis looked at him with a smile and he shrugged. It won't. She turned around and her eyes landed on Grace. So first, let's get going with you first. She flicked her fingers and Grace felt a bit dizzy. What did you do? Grace growled as the world around her flickered. Arad, it's not working that well. Elis frowned. Whatever did this to her, it's both related to dark elves and shadows. I can't dispel it with my power alone. We need the help of Gracie, the mother of all life. She is the master of shadows. I thought a divine goddess, especially someone like you, would be all-powerful. Elis let Grace go and shrugged. Well, I'm all-powerful when it comes to dark elves, not dragons. She is a half-breed, and that should give you the answer you need. We might even need to find Tiamat. She looked at her hand. That's right. I fixed the dark elf part, Tiamat fixes the half-dragon part, and Gracie tames the shadows and banishes them away. Grace recoiled a bit, held her face, and groaned. She didn't feel dizzy in decades, but here she was, wanting to throw up. Merida pulled a large plate full of roasted meat. Cyrilla pulled a salad bowl, and Dalla found herself with a platter full of fruits. Jasmine pulled a large kefir mug. I hope it's good. Did just got some water, and standing before 2 goddesses was enough to stress her out. Even though the hat muffled all of her emotions and sucked them away, Dee couldn't just start eating with 2 goddesses so close. She needed to remain vigilant. Plum got a plum to eat. Sylph stared at her with a smile. What? I'm delicious. Just ask Arad. Sylph looked at Arad and he nodded. Whatever she wants. But can we talk about why we're here? Chapter 1472. Sylph's Request. Sylph smiled. I guess she told you already, didn't she? She pointed at Plum and then glanced at Arad. The reason for calling you all here is twofold. 3 if you count another matter. She looked at Elis and then sighed. As Plum told you, I'm reaching the end of my time as a goddess. If I keep holding this place for a few more centuries, I would turn into a plant statue just like Kor, the one you met right before getting here. What? Cyrilla gasped with a pale face and everyone froze except Arad and Plum, who already knew. So I was right, Plum sighed. You are a goddess, but not a natural one. You're the goddess of the elves, granted power by Yggdrasil, so the world tree is the real divine being and deity. You're just a vessel for its power, like Aella is a vessel for Zephyr's power. Sylph nodded. Well, elves usually only live for 600 to 900 years, with some reaching 1,000, but that's rare. Me, I lived for over 5,000 years, and I'll be kicking the 6,000 mark soon. My body is already immortal, so I'll live for the rest of time. She looked out at the massive branch of the world tree in the distance. But if I keep using the world tree power, you know how I'll end up. She looked at Cyrilla. That's why I want to give her the mantle. She is already a vessel for my power as a warlock, but now she'll become a demi-goddess. And after a few decades or even a century, when her body is saturated with divine energy, she'll become the goddess of the elves, and I'll retire. Sylph leaned back. After a few thousand years, she'll have to find a vessel, make them into a demigod, then surrender the power so she won't become a statue. Of course, just like me, she'll live for the rest of time as an immortal being. Sylph looked at Arad. Unless someone killed me in the meantime, I should be there to help her. Arad turned toward Illis and you. Illis looked back at him with a confused face. What? Me? No, Yggdrasil is the deity of all elves. The elvish goddess is her vessel that rules over all of the elves, since Yggdrasil would rather spend her time keeping the universe stable than answering prayers about some random guy wanting to woe a random lady. She pointed at Sylph. This lady here is the goddess of all elves, dark elves and wood elves included. She is my goddess as well, even though I'm a goddess. We dark elf goddesses aren't created in the same way. We ascend through martial arts and dances. She looked at Jasmine. Take your sword and dance beneath the silver moon. Mow hordes of abominations or monsters on your own. Fight until your flesh disintegrates and your bones crumble into dust. But even then, your ashes must keep slashing and reaping lives. The way of the first goddess. That is the only proper way for a dark elf to become a god. So you called Cyrilla here to tell her about this? Arad looked around, stopping at Cyrilla, who was deep in thought. What about Yggdrasil? What did she want with Plum? Arad asked, and the two goddesses shook their heads. We don't know much. She talked a lot, but didn't say much about that, besides the fact that she didn't like Plum spreading inside her world. Elis nodded. Said something about Plum ripping the space, holding the worlds apart by being like a piece of meat stuck between teeth, which is uncomfortable and might lead to permanent damage. Plum flew up and landed on Arad with a happy face. I see, that's the way I felt the space crack my tree is in getting tighter. She tried to squeeze me out, but since the stick up her ass isn't getting any shorter. She pointed at herself with a smile, yours truly, and nodded with a proud face. She called me here to ask me to get out. That's right. A small bonsai tree, a tiny replica of the world tree, appeared out of the ground. I called you here to tell you that you must stop before you break something. Plum smiled. Is your ass that tight? No, but you're like a parasite, a cancer eating at me, and when I get damaged like that, the worlds linked to me would crumble. Yog's world is going to be the first to perish. Yggdrasil growled. And believe me, that little monster isn't going to let you live if that happened. Plum smiled with a smug face. Our goddess, my former goddess, what can she do here? This isn't her world. Well, well, well. A voice spoke from behind, and Yog was already standing on Arad's shoulder, right above Plum, who sat on his head. I could shove my fist up your urethra and rip the kidneys like fruits. But that's just a theory. Not like I've ever done that before. Hearing her speak, Arad was certain that she had done it to someone before. Calling her a demon is an insult to demons. This tiny goddess is a wild, nightmarish monster. You can't do that. Arad sighed and looked up, seeing nothing but darkness. Good try, smart boy. But you'll never be able to see beneath my robe. I have dark magic covering my bits. She jumped down and landed on the table. Simple problem, simple solution. Plum can't keep growing in the universe up Yggdrasil's ass, as she explained. She has to grow up someone else's ass, yours. She pointed at Arad. You'll start eating dead worlds, let Plum grow in them, and birth a new life into them. Fixing two problems with one action. Help Yggdrasil and terraform the dead worlds so you can use them later. Terraform the dead worlds. Didn't Yggdrasil say that activating her trees would bring those worlds back to life? Arad stared at Sylph, and Yog sat down with a smug face. That would only work for the worlds where her sapling tree is still alive. If that branch dies, she can't plant another one. A world can only have one world tree. If it loses it, then it is the end. We can take the whole world, crush and recycle it to build a new one. But why waste all of that energy and effort when we can just shove it into the large stomach of a void dragon and have his little fairy plant her own tree there? Yog's words hung in the air for a while before Sylph broke the silence. The long-term plan is to have you, one of the strongest void dragon relative to age, build a whole small universe inside your stomach to act as a recon unit outside the bounds of the universe. Elis finished after him. You're doing what A.O. did, but unlike him, you're far weaker. But you've also got a whole universe and its god backing you up. If the abominations invade and win, everyone dies, so we have to bend the rules a bit and try something new. Chapter 1473, For the Emperor. Chapter 1473, For the Emperor, Bending the Rules. It seems that before Arad could even fit a single world inside his stomach, he now has to start planning to swallow an entire universe, meaning multiple worlds and their gods. It slowly started to dawn on him. The reason they spared him from enlisting and allowed him to carry many portfolios without the gods ever trying to retrieve them. The void dragons in the war are already carrying worlds inside them to act as mobile war bases, allowing the gods' troops to rest, recover, rearm, and prepare in relative safety. And now Arad seems to be the newest module, a void dragon that carries a whole universe that would allow multiple gods to move, carrying their whole portfolios and fight at full power as long as he was close. Arad knew that it was better for him and his wives to stay out of the war, but for a moment he did feel it was an insult to reject him before he could even try. It was not even a call for duty or the glory. He just had many reasons to want to kill the abominations. If I'm to build a universe inside my stomach, a small one with a few worlds but enough to sustain the people, won't that mean we could retreat there and abandon the universe? Arad stared at Sylph, and she burst into laughter. Elis also laughed, even Yggdrasil. That was a stupid thing to think about, but Yog wasn't laughing. And since the clown herself wasn't laughing, Arad understood that this wasn't the first time such an idea was thrown around. He could bet it was brought at least once to the current over-god, to use Arad as a backup universe if they lost the war. If we lost the war, Yog spoke, anyone who isn't already hiding inside your universe would be pretty much fucked. So yes, you're right. But I speculate that only a small amount of the universe population would survive, like 5 to 10%. Yggdrasil stopped laughing. I mean, it will be funny if the universe just lost, but that's one reason it's better to have Plum grow inside your stomach. That way, she won't die with me when the universe gets invaded and eaten from the inside out by the abominations. Plum looked at the tiny replica of the world tree. So, you can't move to another place? Finding another universe is near impossible. And even if I did, I'm already rooted to this one. I live and die with it. As long as the universe exists, I'll exist and I'll die when it dies. The leaves moved. I know that is a problem. Won't Cyrilla lose her power in the future if I die? No, because Plum would be growing as a world tree in Arad's universe, so she can just start getting power from her. Plum looked at Cyrilla. You want her to take me as a divine tree? Let's keep the future in the future. She sighed. I don't want to think about it. So the reason for us coming here is to first tell Cyrilla that she must become a demi-goddess of the elves and that Plum must be replanted inside my small universe, her true body, not a sapling tree as it is now. Sylph nodded. Exactly. I believe Jasmine came here wanting to ask something, but since she didn't ask already, I believe either Dendron or Mathild already solved that problem. I wanted to move the dark elves back to the roots of the world tree. Jasmine looked at her, and Sylph nodded. You don't need to ask me or Yggdrasil about that. Just move and don't set anything on fire. Elis smiled. Did you know of all the elvish kings of the past who tried to make this pilgrimage? 90% of them failed because they brought a dark elf with them. She leaned forward with a grin. And don't get me wrong, we've let them through. It's just that every one of them tried to set the world tree ablaze the moment they camped inside the trunk. Cyrilla glared at her. I'm not trying to discredit your words, but the previous kings only took high elves with them. They were disguised as high elves and snuck into the ranks of the massive army. Remember, dark elves are just tanned high elves. They only needed to take a year to get rid of that tan, and they would just blend in. Elis looked at Jasmine with a smile. I'm sure you've heard of them once before, the fire cult, which was eradicated a few centuries ago. Well, they weren't eradicated, and they are coming back. Wait. Jasmine rubbed her eyes. Those the people wanting to get revenge on the world tree that cast them away for setting her ablaze? She looked at Dee. They are still around? We didn't get any report about them, and Dee thought about it for a few seconds, trying to remember when she heard about them last. You were still. Yeah, you weren't even born yet, around like 600-700 and something years ago. They are good at blending among the common folk, and they have something that shields them from my eyes. That's why you coming here might be a stroke of luck. Elis smiled and Yog laughed. Suck my toes. Luck doesn't exist. Ask the fates. Those sisters are the sneaky hand behind everything. She closed her eyes for a second. Oh, ah. She frowned and scratched the back of her head. Fuck it. Luck indeed doesn't exist. A rebellion is starting in the Dark Moon capital, and the cult is probably behind it. They claim the High Elves killed the Queen. Jasmine stood, what? This is bad. Arad lifted his hand. Don't worry. The situation should be under control. What is this is in Ruris. It'll take her weeks to arrive there. Betty can help, but quelling a civil war won't be easy. I know, but you sent some servants and maids back to Ruris, and I was present on the Dark Moon. Do you remember anything? He smiled, and her eyes opened wide. Wait, Lightkeeper, Frella. The guards saw us bring her in. She is in the castle. Far away in the royal castle of Dark Moon City, a platoon of armed soldiers rushed in, kicking the throne room door open. The Queen isn't here. The High Elves took her away, and we must fight back. A noble who took the lead pointed at the throne with his sword. We'll take the throne and control over the Dark Moon Bay high magic, and with it we'll crush those pale bastards. But he suddenly fell silent, seeing someone kneeling before the throne where a tiny black dot burned with magic. She was a woman, clad in heavy black armor from head to toes, leaning on her greatsword. So you've come, as His Majesty said. She moved, standing up. Who are you? The noble gasped, and the woman pointed her sword forward. For the Emperor. She was fast, too fast. The noble's body was cleaved in half before his soldiers could even react. They are here. She shouted, and several more soldiers jumped from behind the curtains, all ready to assist her in battle against the rebels. Chapter 1474, A Divine Order. Chapter 1474, A Divine Order. The throne room rumbled as blood splashed everywhere, and the pavement shattered beneath the soldiers' heavy steel boots. The windows rattled and cracked, bathed in sparks under the assault of the countless shockwaves born from the endless clash of steel. Frella and her soldiers were fewer in numbers, but that still didn't prevent them from holding the rebels back. The noble dying at the start helped crush the attackers' morale. But as it seems, morale and loyalty weren't the only things making those soldiers fight. The noble was just their spokesperson, their front cover, and something else pushed them forward. Dancing between the countless blades trying to cleave her head, Frella's eyes burned as she cleaved one of the rebels in half with her greatsword, washing the others in his blood and guts. The Emperor had expected something like this. With the war between the Dark Elves and the High Elves, it was almost obvious that getting the two queens to marry was going to lead to something like this. People weren't just going to forget the war, even if their queen said it was over. Fire fades, but the embers still burn hot. You fools. War only leads to death and loss for both sides. The Emperor says it's over. So it's over. That's better for everyone. Why can't you see that? You say war is over? Yet here we are spilling each other's blood. Your Emperor just exchanged the High Elves with our own, throwing us into this civil war. One of the soldiers yelled back, lunging at her with a heavy swing. Frella deflected his sword. War is bad, so those who try to start it are the ones in the wrong. The Emperor had ended the war, and people could finally live in peace and rebuild their lives. Children don't have to die in foreign lands. Families don't need to be broken, and our economy can finally recover, make life easier and better for everyone. She spun around and push-kicked the soldier on his stomach so hard that he shat himself, flying backward. He rolled on the ground, puking rivers of blood as his vision slowly faded to black. Those who want the war to start are the bad ones. She thrust her sword on the ground and glared at them. The black dot above the throne pulsed and vibrated, and a woman in silver armor walked out of it, glaring at the massacre with glowing green eyes. Meshara unsheathed her sword. The Emperor's orders: kill them all and let Elis sort them out. As the soldiers froze for a second, a blinding lightning bolt exploded out of Meshara's sword and burned one of them to ash, followed by her cleaving the head of another with a swift strike. Frella followed her, the two of them cutting and dicing like machines. Frella saw Meshara dancing with lightning, so she pulled her fire, setting her greatsword ablaze and trying to match her, turning the whole fight into a flash of lightning, engulfing half of the throne room in fire, lightning, and steel. Seconds later, the black dot rumbled and full platoons of soldiers rushed out, spreading across the whole royal castle to quell the rebellion. Those were the forces Arad sent to assist the Dark Elf Kingdom in establishing order. While the rebels chose to attack before Arad, aka the Emperor, could send any support, they were caught by surprise to find out that he could send them at a moment's notice, just spawn them in the middle of the throne room. That black dot was what was left when Arad fully hid inside his stomach, a beacon of his magic. It usually fades away in hours without any of his incarnations tending to it, but he could send one every few hours to check on the dot and then suck them back to his stomach. Arad couldn't maintain that many of them at once, and that's why he was pestering Luminous to make more teleportation mirrors. Meshara and Frella ripped and tore the rebels in the throne room to pieces and then sent orders to all of the soldiers, each one of them taking command of her own men. The orders were simple: kill anyone who fights back, imprison those who drop their weapons and surrender, and don't harm anyone who isn't a part of this mess. At the lower parts of the castle, where Elis's church was, the Pope there flinched a woman who was sitting beneath Elis's statue, holding a sword in her hand. Intruder, only dark elves are allowed here. She looked back, spotting Mary. I understand that. But I'm here on order from the Emperor, he said, to consult Elis about the rebellion and take a stance, said with a smile, looking at the Pope, sighed, You wear holy clothes. What god do you serve? I used to serve the goddess of magic, still do, but I mainly worship the Emperor now. He is my god, albeit he isn't a god. The Pope sighed, hearing Mary's reply. How did such a mad heretic make it all the way here? What are the other paladins outside doing? This is Elis's divine sanctum. You can't hurt me here, for I'm protected by her divine light. The Pope closed her eyes. Let's do what you said, and ask her about how to deal with you. The Pope's sword rattled as the statue above her burned with silver divine magic. All the Pope needed to do now was read the waves of magic, try to understand what the goddess's will is. But instead of just signs, she heard a voice rumble in her head. The Emperor Arad Orion, yeah, that one. He is sitting here beside me. Go out and have the paladins kill all of the rebels. Some of them might be plotting to burn the world tree again, and I want to find out who is behind that. So, kill them all, send them to me, and I'll sort them out. The Pope remained frozen for a second, and then stood, looked back at Mary with a shocked face, and then back at the statue. All paladins, assist the royal palace and the Emperor's soldiers. It's Elis's will to hunt those traitors down. As the paladins rushed out, the Pope approached Mary. Now you tell me, how in the 9 hells did the Emperor reach Elis? You know the climbing rites of the High Elves? He carried Cyrilla and Jasmine all the way to Sylph's Heaven and met Elis there. Mary smiled. The goddess of magic that I once worshipped was the one to ask me to worship him as my god. She knows more than anyone else, and her knowledge shows. The Pope frowned. At first, I thought he was just a powerful dragon that forced 2 kingdoms to accept peace through his sheer power. But now, even the gods are in on it. She looked at Elis's statue. If her divinity, Elis, supports him, then the church does as well. Mary smiled. Would you be interested in worshipping him as well? The Pope stared at her. Fuck off. I have my goddess. Chapter 1475. War is ugly. Chapsman sighed, sitting on a wooden chair as she took a sip from her large mug of black blood wine that Arid had stored from the days of the Beastlands. A civil war, right when I'm away. She sighed, and Elis, who was close, shrugged. Of course they'll wait until you're gone to start troubles, like children only jumping on beds and causing chaos when their parents are away. Elis walked closer, and the ground shifted, forming a chair for her, and I'm sure the cult is behind the attack. They're trying to burn Yggdrasil all of those times. They can't be just a bunch of ignorant fools. Jasmine took a deep breath and sighed, looked at Ellis and then at the wine. What do you mean? Look at Yggdrasil. This massive, magnificent, all-powerful tree transcends space and the gods and dominates almost all of the worlds of the universe. Do you really think that the fools behind the cult don't know that it is useless to burn it? Ellis waved her hand around the table and formed a cloud of silver sparks. Elves don't just live in the mortal world. There are billions of worlds out there, all with their elves, dark elves, high elves, wood elves, deep elves, snow elves, shadow elves, fire elves, and far more kinds that you might never meet in your lives. Elis leaned back. Elves are like plants. They adapt and change over time to suit their environment. So, burning the world tree in the mortal world would do nothing. It won't harm Yggdrasil, it won't harm Sylph, and it won't harm me. So, you're saying that burning the tree isn't their goal, Elis nodded. They can hide from my eyes, and I can see through the eyes of any dark elf. They are protected by something, and that something has to be as strong as me to protect them from my power. So, another god is involved. Someone who wants to break the elves apart, separate them, and then pick them off one by one when they are weak. Elis nodded. It could be a god or an abomination. You'd be surprised to find out how much those bastards interfere with the universe. And since Yggdrasil is the pillar of the universe, I suspect that their goal is to destabilize everything so Nayar's troops can invade. Jasmine stood, finished her wine in a single gulp, and looked at Arad, who was sitting on the other side of the room with his eyes closed. He was probably watching the chaos at her royal capital. How is it going? She asked with a worried face, and he stirred. 167-12's deaths in our favor. The rebels aren't a match for Frella, Mishara, and Mary. Especially Mishara, it is her job to catch and detain criminals after all. She isn't called an inquisitor for no reason. Arad opened his eyes. They'll be done in several minutes. The rebels weren't ready to face any resistance. Cyrilla approached and patted her on the shoulder. Don't worry, the dark elves are pretty religious. With Elis's church on your side, the people would just turn on those rebels no matter what stories they try to spin around. She looked at Arad. And besides, do you really think a mother would care what those bastards say when the alternative to their stupid story is her children being safe? Elis approached. Cyrilla is right. That woman, Frella, the lightkeeper, had seen her husband die in war and was left alone to tend to their child. She knows that one day she would have been forced to leave him alone and head to the front lines, possibly dying and leaving her kid with nothing. What's worse, I bet she hated the fact that one day she might have to watch him go to war and die just as her husband died. Sylph had lived far longer than anyone here, and she looked at them with a smile. That's true. Most rulers only see their soldiers as statistics, numbers on a sheet, going up and down. They get happy when the numbers don't go down, but none of them care that hundreds are dying each hour and are replaced with fresh meat, which is what makes the numbers stable. The people, on the other hand, see each soldier as their family, lovers and friends. Their deaths aren't just numbers, they change lives for the worse. She stood and approached. War is ugly, and it is bad for everyone involved. No matter how grand the reason behind it or how noble, it would only benefit the nobles and kings who never stepped a foot into the battlefield. Elis sighed. You know, it's fucked up when the only people who had a valid reason to start a war are the orcs. Sylph froze for a second. The orcs' hordes, the green flood, the poor bastards only wanted food. The orcs, Arad looked at them. There are several tribes here and there, but I never heard of them starting an actual war. Not those orcs, the first orcs that the first dark elf goddess killed when she first mastered her blade dance and ascended. They ate their whole world dry and started flooding into other worlds to eat them. Untold trillions over trillions of them, enough to cover the whole surface of the mortal world in hours. Sylph smiled. And get this. They grow to adulthood and reproduce within a month, so their numbers keep growing at blinding speed. They only live for 20 to 30 years unless killed and eaten, Arad sighed. And what happened to them? The overgod Cain built a system of worlds for them to migrate through, with a harsh enough environment to keep their numbers in check. So they are traveling in a circle between 12 worlds, which gives those worlds just enough time to recover before the horde comes back. Let's hope they stay there. Arad sighed and closed his eyes, looking back at the throne room. The battle has moved outside, and he could only hear the screams and shouts of the soldiers, so he needs a pair of eyes outside. "You're out," he said, and a drop of blood fell on the throne. From it, a tall woman emerged and quickly disappeared before anyone could notice her. "Don't interfere. Let them solve the issue on their own with the help of the soldier they got. Having vampires involved would give them an easy reason to justify what they did, so stay out of sight." "As you wish, my lord." She slipped past all of the soldiers unseen and unheard, quickly finding herself hidden behind a large wall, looking out of the window with one eye at the battles raging beneath. "You can see them. Our side is winning. None of the rebels is a match for Mishara. There are some who can give Frella a fight, but that's the extent of their power." It was the reality that even though most elves live far longer than humans and are, by extent, much stronger, very few could reach the level of talent of some of the world's strongest people. Mishara was nowhere near the top in this world, but in Yog's world, she was a literal monster who controlled the weather. She flew across the battlefield, carried by torrents of wind, and whenever her sword clashed with anyone, their body would just burn by lightning and then be flung away by a burst of air. They tried to evade letting her attack them directly, so she just made it rain and started shooting lightning bolts at them from afar. To keep the common people safe, Mishara had drowned the whole capital in a storm of heavy downpour and hail, making it impossible for normal people to even stand on the streets. This had made everyone who wasn't out to fight for their lives run away and hide, which lowered the chances of her burning someone innocent by mistake. Albeit, from what Arad knows, Mishara might not care if an innocent person or two got killed by mistake. Mishara's soldiers, on the other hand, were split into two teams, one that fought the rebels and one that tried to push the civilians away, like the maids and servants who had nothing to do with this mess. Frella was fighting out there as well, doing a bit worse than Mishara, but she was far stronger than most royal knights, because she actually went to war and returned. No matter how chaotic this battle got, it wasn't anywhere near the chaos when two armies clash and hundreds of deadly soldiers start throwing their all at everything that moves. The royal knights were careful not to hit each other, but Frella moved with ease, swinging between them as if she didn't care, but still she didn't hit anyone. She knew how to control her blade as if it were a part of her body. As the fight burned, soon, the paladins of Elis joined the battle, fighting against the rebels to bring back peace. Their goddess has spoken, the silence was broken, and it was time for their power to be proven. Chapter 1476, An Offer from the World Tree. With everyone's combined efforts, the rebels faced a force they never expected. The rebellion was forced to a halt and fully crushed before it could bloom into something else, all being spearheaded by Arad's quick planning and Ellis's cooperation. Back in Sylph's heaven, Illis had to leave quickly because she had just gotten a call from her heaven. All of the rebels' souls have arrived there as she ordered. Death dropped them right at her door. She didn't send anyone to hell or the underworld, just threw them back to their goddess to deal with them. "In my place, I've got many ways to find out who is behind them." She looked at Arad with a smile, "And when I find out, I'll be asking for your help again. You know, go there and turn the bastard inside out." Yog, who was still there sipping on some tea, looked at Arad and Elis and smiled. Since they are protected, she might not find any clue using normal methods. Elis glared at her. You don't need to mention that, besides you know who is behind this. Can't you just tell us and save us the trouble? Yog shrugged. If I told you who it is, his Tina will die. Simple. Whoever is behind this needs to remain hidden for a while longer. Arad stared at her. His eyes burning purple, and the ground beneath him started cracking. Are you saying they'll kill her? She'll die as collateral damage. It all depends on when the one behind it is brought to light. They can sense it. Now, stop asking questions, because I'm not going to tell you anything that you shouldn't know. Yog stood. Just keep going the way you are. I'm watching, and making sure nothing derails the whole. Forget it. Just live your lives. Leave the forbidden knowledge to me. She was about to leave, but then stopped, turned toward Arad, and pointed at him with a sharp finger. Take Yggdrasil's offer seriously, and leave an incarnation with Tina to protect her. She took a step and fell through the floor, disappearing into a dark puddle. Just then, Cyrilla approached. Arad, Yggdrasil had been looking for you. Said it is about Tina. Arad frowned, not knowing who even brought the situation to the World Tree. Was it Cyrilla, through Sylph, or was it Yog herself? With what that goddess said, she had to be the one. Arad sighed. I'm going to see her. He then turned toward Elis. Tell me when you find something. As you saw, Yog is the talkative kind when it suits her. Elis giggled. Believe me, I know, and she knows a lot more than any of us. She looked at Jasmine. I want to bring you to my heaven for a while, but sadly, you lack any divine origin. You'll get torn to pieces just by getting close. You might not die instantly, but you'll only have a few years left to live. Jasmine froze. Wait, does that happen when visiting Sylph's heaven? Is that why the previous kings all never lived for long? Elis nodded. Yes, but on this trip you were protected by Arad. She pointed at Arad. You might not have known, but just being near him is enough to shield you from the destructive nature of divine magic on mortal bodies. Elis disappeared, leaving Jasmine with more questions than answers, so she turned around, looked at Arad, and then took a deep breath. I'll find Cyrilla and get Sylph to explain this to us. You go meet Yggdrasil. She looked around. Plum is stuffing herself with food. Plum was sitting around a table with Dalla and Dee, all three of them enjoying a lavish meal. Here they can eat anything that they want. Arad jumped into the air and flew straight toward the highest branch of the World Tree, landing beside Sylph's titanic throne. He looked around and stood there for a moment. So, what is it that you wanted to talk about, Tina? The human you keep around as a maid. Her soul is shattered, and I know a world where people grow stronger by empowering their souls. The branch danced and twitched, showing Arad an image of a vast, vibrant, emerald world. But in her condition, she'll be far worse than any human there. Her talent isn't just below average, but it's buried 1,000 feet under the dirt. Arad frowned. If all people start with their soul whole, and that is the basis of power that everyone has, then Tina would fall short, since her very soul is shattered into over 1,000 shards. The branch shook as if nodding. Exactly. The concept is simple. They absorb power from the world, power that leaks from me and integrates into their souls to make them bigger and stronger. Tina will have to do the same. Start with one shard and use my energy to fuse that shard with another. Slowly glue her soul back up and then push a bit further to completely heal it. And let me guess, if she fails. Arad frowned, and Yggdrasil didn't waste time. She'll die, or at best get crippled, because a damaged soul can never fully control a body. It is a miracle she can still move like that, and I don't know how this will affect her condition. Arad scratched the back of his head. Yog said that I should take your offer seriously, and that I should go there with Tina to guard her. What should we expect to face there? The strongest being should be at the level of a worm. It isn't that powerful of a world, but it is massive, 50 times larger than the mortal world and with many layers. And I doubt the people there can sense your power. Arad blinked. What? Your soul is massive, too massive. You're a dragon that could invade a god's heaven and cause enough destruction to rip worlds apart. Your soul, they just can't fathom its power, not with their normal means and methods at least. So they'll think you're just a large, buff, massive, beefy, and chunky meat slab of a man, and Tina, talentless commoner, and with her condition, they might not even see her as any better than a walking corpse. Imagine if the whole world were about running, and you didn't have legs. Some might try to make fun of her. Some might even try to harm her. But if she succeeds or fails, it'll all depend on her. Arad sighed. I'll talk with her about this, and if she wants to go, I'll be going as well. Good. I'll prepare a humble cottage for you two to stay in, and I'll even try to make a backstory so no one suspects anything. The branch stopped moving as Arad left. In another world, she was yelling at an old woman to find a secluded cottage in the forest and make some document about a man and a woman that never existed. Arad Orion, the humble lumberjack, and his wife, Tina, Chapter 1477, The Emerald World. Chapter 1477, The Emerald World. Arad looked out of the small wooden window, surprised that he didn't need to hunch his back. His surprise didn't last long as he noticed marks of the wood stretching, too faint for normal eyes to see, but he wasn't a normal man. Yggdrasil had modified this tiny cottage to fit him. He looked back, and the place was indeed small. One large hut with 3 rooms. You walk through the main door into the middle room, the living room, where there is a small table, a few boxes, and wooden shelves to store things. The room to the right was the bedroom, simple with 1 large bed, a box, and nothing else. To his left was the kitchen, where a simple stone stove was built. There wasn't even a toilet or a garderobe anywhere to be seen, so he had to build one first. What do you think? Arad asked, and Tina, who was behind him, approached the table. It is smaller than our house in Alina. I can take care of it alone. She picked up the 2 wooden cards on the table. She even left us with identifications. She gave Arad his, and he looked at it. The 2 of them were husband and wife, the Orion family. He was a lumberjack, making a living by cutting trees and selling them. She, on the other hand, is his sickly wife, Tina Orion. In terms of this world, they were mere commoners of no renown. The Orion family wasn't well known. Just Arad seemed to have made a name for himself as a good lumberjack who specializes in dealing with massive trees. He even got his family name Orion from a noble old lady after he cut ancient trees that plagued her back garden, so she named him Orion after the stars of the night, when he finished that work. Arad knew that this whole back story was made by Yggdrasil, so that old lady probably doesn't exist, or she might be real. He didn't know how the world tree operated, but he was sure she could manage such a thing with ease. We should head to the school. Arad looked at Tina and she lifted an eyebrow. She called it a sect. In this world, everyone worships the world tree, but many groups do it differently than others. That's why they are called sects. That doesn't matter, does it? If they teach, they are a school. Arad looked at Tina as she approached. I believe it matters here, since this is supposed to be the oldest sect, the one closest to what the original religion was. They worship a branch of the world tree and listen to her commands through it. That's why she sent us here. She can control the sect to a degree. Tina approached one of the boxes and pulled several robes from inside it. But before we go, we should change into some local clothes. You'll stand out as you are, so it is best if we at least try to look normal. Arad looked at himself. He probably won't find any 3-meter giant like him anywhere in this world. He is literally twice as tall as Tina, and she was just an average person. Most people in this world won't be taller than his belt, which is a bit concerning. He looked at his hand and clenched a fist. As Yggdrasil said, he still has all of his power, but the people of this world won't be able to tell unless he shows them. After both of them changed into their flowing robes, Arad found himself feeling a bit strange. He never wore something like this. It looked more like something that Amaterasu would wear, but it was too different. Long sleeves, too much decoration for his taste, and even a belt that wasn't a belt, just a piece of cloth wrapped around his waist to keep everything together. This is probably just a cheap robe. Don't worry about it. Tina looked at him after she put on her. Arad looked out. I'm not worried that it's cheap. Price doesn't matter. I'm just not used to such clothes. He opened the door, and the two of them headed out, walking up the dirt road, and heading toward the main city nearby. Their house was barely on the edge of the forest, close enough to allow Arad to work comfortably. He could see his tools outside the small cottage as they left. Soon they got close to the city and could hear the people singing and cheering. Today was a festival, the Anointment Festival. From what Arad understood, this was just the school sect entrance ceremony, which Tina needed to go through to enter the sect. It wasn't even an exam or a test, just a simple show of talent, and those who show potential get picked up. The sect has 100 masters, and each master shall pick 1,000 students and is tasked to make sure at least 100 of those 1,000 succeed in their path and graduate. The city was massive, as the sect alone supported 100,000 new students each 4 years. As Arad approached the gate, the guards looked at him with a shocked expression. Not once in their lives have they seen such a huge man. He could even fit through the gate without ducking. His head would have smacked right into the armored barrier. Please, wait a moment. One of the guards approached them with weary steps, looked at Arad and Tina for a second, and decided to move away from Tina for the time being. Sir, your identification, if you don't mind. Arad pulled his card, and so did Tina as they handed them to the guard. His eyes opened wide. The lumberjack. I've never seen you before. You're huge. The guard smiled and handed the two their cards. I totally thought you were some powerful master cutting trees in the forest for the city. I didn't expect you to be so massive, Arad replied. It is rare, but it runs in the family. My late, grandpa should have had it, if I'm not wrong. The guard smiled, with such good he then froze. Ah, sorry to keep you held up. You can go ahead. Arad gave the man a smile and headed inside the city with Tina. The guard sighed with sweat dripping across his face. I almost messed up. He looked back at Arad and Tina. I almost told him that the noble houses might be interested in picking him up due to his blood. But that woman had Orion as her last name. She is his wife. The poor guard was but a mundane man. He didn't count his chances of getting punched by someone as huge as Arad. Punching a guard was stupid, but what if Arad did? It doesn't matter what punishment he'll get if the guard's neck is already broken. Better avoid trouble. Chapter 1478. Failure. Arad and Tina finally reached the sect's entrance. A massive wooden gate decorated with golden lanterns, floating orbs of light, and ever-growing green vines. This looks like where druids would live. No, it doesn't. Tina stared at him. It looks a bit better. Druid homes are more scuffed than this. This looks like something between what the elves and halflings would build. Arad looked around. There are many humans here, but there are a lot of elves as well. The two walked inside and found themselves in the middle of a massive plaza with thousands of people waiting in lines. The selection process can take days, if not weeks, for their turn to arrive. But to his surprise, they didn't wait for long. Seconds later, a woman's voice boomed across the plaza. You there, the tall one, come to the front. Everyone glared back with enraged faces. Even here, cutting the line was hugely frowned upon. But the moment they saw Arad's size, they all sighed and looked down as if they got their explanation there. The whole festival point is that the masters could test people and find out if they are suitable for cultivation. Arad was massive, and no one in their right mind needed to guess whether his soul was powerful enough to cultivate or not. He passed for sure, so get him out first and let the other ones keep getting tested. The woman who called looked at Arad as he approached. Everyone else was shorter than even his belt, and he wore 2 of them. She must snatch him up before any of the other masters get their hands on him. Even if he wasn't blessed for cultivation with such a massive and powerful body, he would be sought by most noble families to strengthen their bloodline. When Arad reached the woman's desk, she noticed that he wasn't alone, but had a sickly-looking woman at his side. She frowned. Lady, you have to wait in line. Arad glared at the woman, who was in fact a master collecting students for her class, and put his hand on Tina's shoulder. "You called us, didn't you?" The woman looked between Arad and Tina in confusion. "Wait, I called you, not her? Why would I call her?" "I don't know. You tell me." Arad shrugged and handed the woman Tina's card. The woman looked at the card for a second and frowned. "Fine, since you're here." She passed Tina's card over a glass table, and while waiting for the information to return, she pulled a glass orb and put it in front of Arad and Tina. "Put your hand on this. It'll read your talent. Average is 100, anything lower and you're rejected, anything above and you're in. If you're a solid 100, then you'll wait until everyone gets tested, and I'll fill the empty places with those who are 100. Based on other traits, of course." Tina looked at the orb with a worried face. "Arad, are you sure?" "Yeah. It won't explode. Put your hand on it." Tina lifted her shaking hand and gently placed it on the orb, feeling the cold glass beneath her palm. The orb stirred and showed a number 2. The biggest shard in Tina's shattered soul only held about 2% of the power of an average person. The master frowned, her eyes glaring at the orb. "Hold up. This thing must be broken. A fly has more soul energy than that." She pulled another orb and had Tina test again. A second test would be lower than the first one, since the orb needs a bit of soul energy to work. "Just one is enough, so I'll add that to your score." The master froze, rubbed her face, and then looked at Tina and Arad sadly. "I have never seen someone with such a low soul energy. The lowest I saw was 87, and that was a tired and beaten-up commoner." She looked around. "Don't tell anyone about this. Take her home and pretend she never came here." She then took a deep breath. "But you might have a better chance. Care to test as well?" She presented the orb to Arad. At that moment, the crystal table flashed with light, and an urgent message came from the inner circle of the sect. "Excuse me for a second." The master turned around and checked the letter. She paled the moment she saw it. "Tina, was that your name? Here's your card. I'll get you signed up for my class." The master looked terrified. Her face rapidly shifted the moment she read the letter. It had come from the highest branches of the Second Anonymous, but there were only a few elders who could hijack the system like this. "Was there a problem?" Arad asked, and the master shook her head. "No, nothing. Just orders to pick extra people, especially from the talentless side. We've got some new training methods that might help them, so I'll be testing that starting from this year." She noticed Arad slowly frowning, and she quickly waved her hands in panic. "It's nothing strange, just diluted forms of the same lessons and exercises, far less efficient for regular people, but for someone like Tina, that slow growth might just help her advance at a much slower rate, but advance nonetheless." Arad nodded as he headed deeper into the sect with Tina, leaving the master alone. The woman fell on her chair, panting. The letter said nothing about such new methods. It just stated that she needed to let Tina in. She couldn't think of any valid reason why the sect would let a woman with such a low talent in, but they are probably after Arad, not her. Tina is just a bait they want to use to get him. She looked at Arad's back as he headed deeper into the sect. Even from such a distance, he was too massive. "I bet his talent is over 1,000, a sure way to become a disciple right off the bat." She sighed and went back to her work. She would probably spend several days at this desk apprising people. She had better get to work. Most people scored between 100 and 110, and even those who didn't score well were at least above 90, which made Tina's glorious 2 stuck in the master's mind, making her consider several times that her tools might be broken in some way, as such a result was impossible. Of course, there were a few talents that scored extremely high. Some even broke 500, which made almost all the masters rush in to fight for them. Chapter 1479, How Many Sticks Can a Man Carry? Chapter 1479, How Many Sticks Can a Man Carry? Arad looked at his tools behind the cottage, his smile quickly turning into a frown. He only has axes, saws, and a few hatchets. That isn't enough to build anything. After he and Tina explored the sect's outer garden, They found out that no one can enter the sect until all of the selections are over. So, with nothing else to do for 6 days, the two of them returned to the cottage. Arid had wanted to build a decent toilet, and Tina wanted to clean the place, so they had plenty to do. "Tina, did you find the money?" he called, and Tina took a few seconds to reply, "No, there isn't even a single copper around here. I don't even know what currency they even use. I guess it is up to me." Arad looked at a few massive old trees. "I'll cut a few trees and go sell them. I'm sure I saw a mill somewhere at the outskirts of the city. Make sure they won't scam you." She looked at him out of the window, and he smiled. "I can read thoughts, remember?" Tina smiled. "What am I thinking now?" Arad looked at her with a smile. "I usually don't read the minds of those I know, but if you want." He looked at her eyes for a second. A chicken, potatoes, carrots, whatever that black egg thing is, and some spices. "You can even see what I'm thinking about. That is convenient. Just make sure you come at least a few hours before sunset so I can have enough time to cook." Arad looked at the tree. "Aren't you asking a bit much? I have to cut the tree, clean it, drag it all the way to the city, sell it, and hopefully get enough money to buy all of those things, then make it home before dusk." Tina smiled. "My job as a maid is to clean, cook, and take care of the house. Your job is to provide everything I need to do that. You can't blame the poor maid when the master doesn't keep the supply room stocked." Arad lifted his axe and looked at it with a smile. In Merlin's world, he did end up as a lumberjack as well, but at least now he has all of his power back. You can pull those things from your stomach if you want. Tina was right. Arad had all of his power, access to everything in his stomach, and quickly ticked out of this place. It is better to play our roles well. The people would get suspicious if I weren't selling logs, so let's play by the rules. He winked. If we lack anything, I'll just pull it out. Arad approached one of the trees near the cottage, a massive old one with a meter-thick trunk. He lifted his axe and looked at the base, covering the blade with a barrier that makes the axe head stronger. Arad then made the whole axe a bit stronger by making the shaft stronger as well. He could just chop the trees with his bare hands, but that would leave a weird mark, something that you don't see on a tree that is cut with an axe. When the axe was strong enough that Arad could reasonably abuse it a bit without it shattering, he started swinging, throwing 5 to 10 chops a second even though he was using an axe. The thing sounded like a chainsaw, revving rapidly as Arad swung faster and faster. In half a second, the tree was cut, and Arad held it in place with his gravity magic, forcing it to drop away from the cottage. When the tree fell, Arad went around it and chopped all of the extra branches. He was going to use those later, and leave some for himself and Tina to use as firewood. Firewood usually needs time to dry, but since it is Arad, he'll find a way to dry it quickly. After cleaning the log, Arad went on and cut a few more trees, opening a space to build a small garden right behind the cottage. When his 6 massive tree trunks were all down and ready, he looked at them, then at the cottage. "Tina, how many sticks can a man carry?" She didn't look out as she was busy cleaning, but she replied, shouting from inside the house. "Depends on how big they are, 3 or 4 in one hand." Arad looked at the 6 logs, each being at least a meter thick. He had a feeling in the back of his head that what Tina said wouldn't work here, so he decided to only carry 1 long above each shoulder. Arad picked 2 trunks, each of which was about 50 meters long and a meter thick, meaning they weighed around 30,000 kilograms each. Tina luckily looked out as she heard the wood creak and saw Arad hoisting the 2 gigantic trunks on his shoulders. "What are you doing? Put them down." Arad looked back at her with a confused face. "Taking the wood to sell it. Take half, quarter, even less, and drag it with a rope or use a cart or something. A normal man can't even carry 1/10 of one of those logs." Arad looked at the logs with a sad face. How many trips would he have to make? Arad looked at his axe and then at the logs as he slowly put them down. He had thought that making 3 trips back and forth would take a long time, but now he might need to make more than 20. "I'll just take one and drag it on the ground behind me so it looks easier." Arad lifted 1 long from its tip, rested it on his shoulder, and dragged its other side behind him. This looks better. I'm huge, so this has to make some sense, right? I don't know. Tina rubbed her eyes and took a deep breath. Just pretend it is exhausting. Got it. Arad waved his hand to her and dragged the massive log away, passing through the last stretch of the forest and then through the open fields. The mill was located outside the city just beside the river, where a tall and muscular old man was cutting logs. He had just started taking a short rest, drinking a cup of tea brought to him by his beautiful daughter. As he looked up, he spat his drink all over her as he saw Ered dragging the massive log like it were nothing. "Father," she cried, and looked back, freezing as she saw the giant Ered dragging an even bigger tree on one shoulder. She rubbed her eyes. "Father, how much does that weigh? That massive piece of wood, wet, about 50 horses?" He stood and rushed down from the mill. Maybe he was seeing it wrong, but he wasn't. When Arad arrived, the miller's jaw dropped to the floor, finding himself half as tall as Arad was. "Where do I put this?" Arad asked with a smile, and the miller remained silent for a few seconds before pointing at the stack of wood. "Over there, chapter 1480, a good deal." Chapter 1480, a good deal. Arad dropped the massive log, and the miller approached with his mouth still open. "How heavy is that thing?" "You can carry that?" "I'm decently strong and a bit big." Arad tapped the log. "It is hard, but nothing I can't handle." The miller scratched the back of his head. He had never seen a man as large as Arad was, but he was standing in front of him now. "Usually, I would weigh the log right away and pay you, but I can't move that. Even with 2 bulls, it won't move a finger." He looked at the mill. "This is my sawmill. We call it the West Mill. As you can see, it's covered up, and I can't push this whole thing inside from the wide side as I usually do with logs." He walked with Arad around the mill and pointed at the back. "We can either chop it into small pieces and get those inside from the side where we were before, but that would hurt the price." He smiled. "But if I can get in from the back, like threading a thread through a needle, I can saw it into long and thick planks. Those would sell really well, since they are hard to make." "Hard to make?" "Someone can make them here so they can move the large logs." Arad lifted an eyebrow, but the miller shook his head. "We import them all. We don't have a sawmill that is big enough or a feeding system powerful enough to move those massive logs." He then looked at Arad. "But can you thread it through the back?" "If you could, I'll only need to change the saw blades and get to work." Arad nodded. "That won't be a problem." He went around the mill, picked the log from the center, took it to the back, and pushed it inside with one move. By the tree. The miller couldn't stop smiling. He had never seen someone so strong and had never gotten the chance to play around with such massive logs. "And you don't tip over or anything?" "As long as I carry it from the middle balance, isn't a problem." "Well, since you're done so quickly, let's go up and see how much this beautiful one weighs." He smiled and looked back. "Bring us 2 mugs." The miller's daughter waved her hand and rushed back to their house as the 2 walked up and checked how much the log was. The miller looked down and frowned. The log was on his massive scale, but the thing was pushed all the way down like it wasn't set to handle tens of thousands of pounds. "Give me a second." He kept adjusting the scale, adding more weights to the other side, trying to balance the scales, and soon managed to do that by almost using all of his counterweights. "Now that is a fat one, 68,881 pounds. Heavy, hopefully some of that extra weight bless our purses later." The miller looked at the log and thought about how to cut for a while, and then went back to his ledger. "I can pay you in 3 ways a full amount now, and I'll deal with finding a buyer later, a base price now. And when I find a buyer later, I give you more money based on how good that deal went. Or you can leave it with me and wait until we find a suitable buyer and get paid there." Arad smiled. "I have 5 more of those back in the forest. Would having more help find a buyer?" "Of course it would, with 6 whole logs like this. Oh, the nobles wanting to build some fancy houses are going to be thrilled. You know, when it comes to big stuff like this, it is hard to find one that just needs one. Most need a few." The miller smiled. In fact, I can think of a noble house that has been looking for something like this. Get 4 more, a total of 10, and we'll be both swimming in money. Got it, but Arad looked at the city. Wife gotta eat, they always do. The miller said with a large smile, "Let's go with the middle deal. I give you the base price now, and I'll give you the rest based on how the deal with the red foxes goes." The red foxes? Arad lifted an eyebrow, and the miller smiled. "I used to mill flour for them, and since this is a sawmill, I'm still called a miller instead of a sawyer." "I see. I'll get the logs ready as quickly as I can." Arad stood, and the miller reached into his box and pulled an empty pouch. "Give me a second. The log is in perfect condition, almost perfectly round, and is quite massive and long. I'll give you 4 shards a pound." He looked at Arad with a smile. "How much would that be for the whole log? Can you count?" Arad took a second. "Around 275,000 shards." The miller smiled, counted it the easy way. "A silver shard is 12 shards, and a gold shard is 12 silver shards. They all go up by 12. He pulled several glowing red coins, shards, silver, gold, royal, and divine amber. "You're around 159 royal shards, more money than anyone could dream to see." He started counting. "Sadly, I've never seen a divine amber before, so we have to do the boring part and count all of those shards. But I wouldn't say counting royal shards is boring. 160 coins for you." He handed Arad the bag. "I rounded it up, and I expect to get at least 200 for long after it's processed. So expect a share of that." He smiled. "In fact, I'll give you 40 shards and take whatever is extra for myself." Looking at the miller's thoughts, Arad knew he was getting a good deal, and an amazing one at that. The miller didn't want to lose the tree because having such massive ones in one piece is extremely rare. And since Arad showed that he can carry and handle them, to him this was the chance to start providing service that no other sawyer in the city could. Arad took the money and left for the city first to buy everything that Tina asked for before delivering the rest of the trees. And with that, Tina's time in the Emerald World with Arad started rolling. Back in Sylph's heaven, Cyrilla had just gotten a divine seed from Sylph, a bright yellow lemon. "Eat it, and you'll slowly become a demigoddess through the coming days. It won't take years as it did with me, since I made sure you're used to my divine magic by making you a warlock." Cyrilla looked at the lemon with a frown. "This will be sour. That is the worst thing I've ever tasted. It is so sour that it'll cause all of your bones to scream. But you have to eat whole, munch on it, like an apple." Cyrilla looked at the lemon for a long while and smiled. "Can I cook it?" "No, eat it as it is." Chapter 1481, An Archon and Her Goddess. Chapter 1481, An Archon and Her Goddess. That was the worst thing Cyrilla had ever eaten in her whole life. It tasted sour, rancid, and utterly appalling to the point she felt her teeth cracking and skull almost imploding. After swallowing the whole lemon, she fell to her knees and started shaking, feeling a painful surge of heat overwhelm her chest. The heat quickly turned into a burning sensation, then shifted into an itch that engulfed her body for a second. Before she could even take a single breath, the sour taste returned, this time boiling behind her eyes, nose, and deep within her stomach. This. But the moment she spoke, all of that weird sensation faded away and calmed down. She could feel it, but it was so faint that she could forget about it existing at any second. Sylph smiled. "It took root. Now, the process will be slow. It won't bother you anymore. Just get a few people to start worshipping you as a goddess." Sylph looked around. "You've got Dalla, and I bet you've also got a squad of personal servants. Get those on board as well." She walked around, looking at the angels around, and smiled. You. She picked 50 women and pointed at Cyrilla. "You're transferred to her? What?" Cyrilla gasped, and Sylph shrugged. "Those angels are supposed to be the personal servants of the elvish goddess. There are 1,000 of them, but I'm only giving you 50 now. Once you grow stronger, I'll slowly give you more until you are given to you once you take my place." Cyrilla looked around for a second, seeing all of the angels kneeling. Those were nowhere near Mathilde, but each one of them was a monster that could level kingdoms in seconds. Divine beings able to brawl with lesser gods and kill powerful abominations with ease. Cyrilla could remember reading stories about one celestial angel being sent down from the heavens to assist the elves in a war. That one angel was the weakest one in heaven, but she still wiped the floor with a whole army without breaking a sweat. Now 50 of the much stronger angels were serving her. Feel free to use them as you wish. They can cook, clean, fight, build, sing, dance, do math, cast spells, keep Arad busy in bed, or even play a board game against you. Sylph approached one of the angels, patted her on the back, and smiled. "I'm good at tending to plants," the angel said with a passive, emotionless face. Cyrilla rubbed her temples. "Those are angels. It'll be a waste to have them cook. Wait, what do you need to cook here? Those trees bear cooked food." She reached up, and one of the trees out the window shifted, its branch turning into a roasted chicken on a silver plate. "It's not a waste. Those are the personal servants. The trees here make everything. But sometimes I'm on the front lines and I need to eat. Besides, the fighting angels are a different kind of angels." The door behind them opened, and Sylph smiled, speaking of the different breed. Mathilde walked inside, stared at Sylph, and then at Cyrilla for a second and sighed. "Little Mathilde, guess what?" Sylph said with a smile, and Mathilde glared at her. "You want me to serve her from now on?" "I can already guess." Sylph blinked. "You don't look that happy." "I thought you'd be thrilled about it, with Arad and all." "Wait, what?" Cyrilla stared between them, and they ignored her for the time being. "I'm not complaining about serving Arad. I mean, Cyrilla, what I'm mad at is that you're sending me now, of all times. You know how it ended last time." Hearing Mathilde growl, Sylph's face brightened as she figured out why her angel was angry. "Yeah, you lost our fight last time, so you want to leave while I'm ahead." She jumped aside and pointed at a chair. "Go ahead, take a seat." "It is my loss. I'll kiss your feet once, and you can leave with her." Mathilde grabbed Sylph by the hair. "I don't care, we'll fight." She looked at Cyrilla. "Sorry, but I'll take her to the inner arena. You can come and watch the fight with everyone else." Cyrilla looked at the arena from her seat beside Arad. "Who do you think will win?" she asked, and looked at him. "I know that Sylph is a goddess, but Mathilde is strong as well." Arad leaned back. "Depends. If they are to fight going all out, then Sylph can just take all of her power back from Mathilde and win by default. But if she doesn't do that, the fight can happen." He then looked at the two. "If we assume Sylph doesn't just shut the fight down, then I'd say Mathilde has an advantage because she is an angel made to fight, and Sylph is a goddess who watches over the elves." Cyrilla stared at him for a long moment. "What do you know about Sylph?" "She is the elvish goddess, controls plants, gets her power from Yggdrasil, and is powerful." Cyrilla looked at the fight. "Then you don't know much about her." She remained silent for a few seconds. "She is a torturer, a slaver, a violent murderer, and a draconian dictator from the dark age of the elves before the current overgod took the throne." Arad's eyes opened wide as Cyrilla leaned back. "I'd say the current overgod is the only thing keeping her from going berserk again." She smiled. "The dark age of the elves, for several hundred years, they were hunted and enslaved like animals. It was a fate worse than death for an elf to find himself outside the elvish land. It was in those dark times that Sylph killed her father, stole the throne, and flipped the table on everyone else. She turned the elves from slaves to slavers to spite everyone else." Arad frowned. "So what? Mathilde had fought her before and won. Do you really think Sylph would let herself loose on her angel? I bet she never even tried in those fights." Cyrilla stared at the two women in the arena, a goddess and her archon. "But today Mathilde isn't Sylph's angel anymore." Mathilde lifted her right foot up, her whole body burning with divine magic. The moment she stomped down, a shockwave washed over the whole arena, shaking the seats and almost blowing everyone watching away if Arad didn't protect them with a barrier. "The ground survived that?" Merida gasped as she looked at the arena. This was the place where Sylph fought and trained, so it made sense that the arena was highly durable. Wait, that was just a stomp, a physical one, with no magic? Dalla mumbled, looking at Merida's frowning face. Clang. Sylph took a single step forward, her heels leaving a dent in the solid floor as her whole body flashed with divine light as several halos and sparks of pure radiance burned around her. She moved her hand, and a long vine whip emerged in her palm. Dalla blinked from Sylph's intense light, and the next thing she saw made her freeze in place. Mathilde was smashed into the wall of the arena with her whole body riddled with whip marks and gaping wounds. Sylph, on the other hand, stood alone in the middle of a crater, her body bruised and dented, her lower jaw nowhere to be seen. What? Dalla gasped and quickly noticed that there wasn't a single crater in the arena now, but there were hundreds of them. "The fight is over," Arad said, and everyone else looked at the arena, baffled. I only saw a blur. Merida growled, and Arad shrugged. I saw the fight whole. I'd say it's a draw. Neither of them can keep fighting. Chapter 1482. Tina's Advice on Dragons. Sylph slowly moved, glancing at Arad with one eye. Her wounds started healing. The ruptured muscles grew back as wood fibers and vines, coiling and contorting to reform her shattered jaw and fix the holes covering her body. "This is a draw," Sylph said with a smile as she took a step toward Mathilde. "I don't think so. I'm even giving more divine magic than before, but look, she can't heal quickly enough." Mathilde fell from the wall, her wounds smoking as they slowly healed. "This is what happens?" Mathilde growled. "When a person abandons their mortality, their humanity, their elvish pride, honor, and creed, becoming a monster." Sylph smiled. "You're calling me a monster?" She giggled, her eyes burning with a disturbing red flame. "Come on, they aren't as bad as I." While everyone saw Sylph and Mathilde standing face to face, what Arad saw made more sense. A massive bushy tree with endless thorns and vines whipping around a mass of writhing feet. Mathilde's true form was harrowing, but Sylph was even more scary, massive and eldritch. She drew power straight from Yggdrasil, unfiltered, primal divine magic. "You two can stop fighting. It is Mathilde's loss." Arad stood and jumped into the arena. Sylph filters Yggdrasil's divine magic before sharing it with the angels. He stood between them. "The more of that power you use, the faster you'll turn into whatever Kor had turned into, right?" Sylph smiled, shutting down all of her divine magic. "Well, as long as I keep to a normal level around what she can do," she pointed at Mathilde, "I'm fine, but going further slowly accelerates my transformation, or you can say that I'm like a filter that is slowly getting clogged." He looked at Sylph, back at Mathilde, then threw a glance at Cyrilla. "I see. So there is a golden time when you can stop. Get all the benefits of Yggdrasil's power without turning into a monster." Sylph shrugged. "That's why I must retire. Cyrilla would have to retire as well when the time comes." She looked at Mathilde. "Sorry, but as Arad said, the more we fight, the less time I can give to Cyrilla to get used to the divine power. That explains why you didn't fight on the front lines in the past century." Mathilde stood and cracked her neck, trying to set some of her bones straight. "I mainly torture abominations for information lately. I've taught Elis how to do it, but she is quite sloppy, which strangely enough makes her better." Sylph started floating. "And sorry for this, but I have to leave if we don't need to fight. I need time to stabilize and rest, and Elis has some humans who need help talking. I'll see you later." As Sylph disappeared, Mathilde sighed. "Damn it, so I've lost." She looked at Arad for a second. I already knew she was holding back, but not why. I expected the effect to be just tied to time, not how much power she uses. Arad looked back at Cyrilla. "That's one answer for you and many questions for me." The two of them flew back to the seats, and Arad landed beside Cyrilla. "It seems that our job here is done, mostly." "You're talking about Plum?" Dalla asked, and Arad shrugged. "She is slowly moving her real body to my small world." "I'm talking about you, Cyrilla." He looked at her, and Cyrilla flinched. "Me? I'm fine, I think. The itch from eating that lemon didn't fade fully, but it should do with time." "I'm not talking about that." Talk with the angels that Sylph gave you. Make sure that you also talk with Jasmine and find a way to locate the cult. We can't count on Elise and Sylph to solve that, because it is our problem as well." Cyrilla nodded. "Yeah, we can't just pray and wait. We must take action." She smiled. "And I've already got a plan to bait them out for extracting information. I'll count on you." They had finished everything here, and Sylph made Cyrilla her replacement. Yggdrasil got Plum to live inside Arad, and Jasmine had gotten what she wanted. He even managed to get Yggdrasil to help Tina by sending her and him into a world where she can be helped. Now Arad knew that the next place he had to go to should be either the Star Mountain or the Flying Fortress, the Chromatic Dragons or the Metallic Ones. That was the question, and knowing how those two see each other, it doesn't matter which side he picks. The other would get mad, and he only got 3 incarnations left to use. Should he send one to each kind at the same time, or should he just pick one? Dealing with humans, elves, or anyone else is far less complicated than dealing with dragons, even though sending 1 incarnation to each dragon kind seemed like the clear option. Arad knows very well it could end badly. He can't spread himself too thin, not when dealing with dragons, and not when dealing with the queens. Mary, the metallic dragon queen, is casually lifting a steel continent, flying it across the sky while camouflaging it so that not even he could tell until crashing into it. The other one is Lola, the chromatic dragon queen, also known as the rainbow dragon of the world's end, because the last time she fought, people thought the world was about to end. Arad had even heard rumors that Lola had enough raw power to fight all of the spirit queens at once, which was terrifying since he had met the queen before at Alina, but he didn't sense any power from her. "What are you thinking about?" Arad blinked and looked at Cyrilla, who wasn't the one who spoke. He closed his eyes and opened them again, finding himself looking at Tina across the dinner table. "The draconic queens. It is time I went to them." Tina frowned. "Dragons aren't easy to deal with." Arad smiled. "I know. I'm one after all." Tina looked at the bowl in front of her, running her spoon across the edge. "You're a different kind of dragon, a cunning one, but a one that cares. Something about you doesn't make sense. It is as if you're not a dragon, but a human wearing a dragon's skin." She stared at Arad's burning purple eyes. "You're different from someone like Clog or Gammond. Even Iris feels more like a dragon than you." She blinked. "They see us humans as lesser creatures, even though they are consciously aware and actively fight against that." "How would you know that?" Arad looked back at her and she smiled. "They act normal around us humans, but they raise their guard when with other dragons." She pointed at him. "You used to glare at everything. You don't care if it is a human, a cat, or a dragon. You look at them all the same. Even now you're glaring at me with your eyes glowing purple." Arad tried to relax his face. "I can see that I'm the problem, not the other dragons. Should have told me before that I glare at things too much. No, when dealing with a dragon, that is a good thing. It means you're taking us weak mortals seriously. You won't drop your guard even against me." She smiled. "It means you're noticing me, you're noticing us. You won't forget about us when you fight." Arad froze and Tina kept talking. "If Clog was forced to fight near Alina, she'll kill a lot of citizens as collateral damage without even knowing. It is easy to say that ants have rights and avoid stepping on them when they are obvious, but when in a fight, no one will check the ground beneath their feet. I'm sure Gammond could." Arad was about to say something, but remembered that Gammond had killed her entire world with all of its people. Clog was known as the Plague Dracaina for a reason, and even Eris is a vampire and a demigoddess of murder. The queens will see you as an equal, but never trust them with anyone else. If not from malice, then from ignorance, they are dangerous. Chapter 1483. Arad's Growing Empire. Chapter 1483, Arad's Growing Empire. 6 days later, Arad was back at Alina, sitting with Alcott in a local bar. While most kings shy away from visiting common places because of the possibility of assassination, Arad was the last emperor that any sane assassin would take a contract for. Alcott smiled. Told you the beer here is good. Arad finished his mug in a single gulp. It is, sadly, it's mixed with honey. Alcott frowned. That is what makes it good. You don't like that? Arad shook his head and the bartender rushed to fill his mug. Only then did it become apparent that Arad wasn't using a mug, but a modified bucket. The high elves won't be able to drink it, Arad explained, and Alcott shrugged. They can take a stomach ache or two. The reason the two met here wasn't to just have a drink, but it was because Arad needed Alcott's advice on something important, chromatic or metallic. Alcott remained silent for a while, then asked for a bottle of whiskey. Listen, both of them are the wrong and right answer. It doesn't matter who you go to first, the other would get a bit mad. Alcott smiled as the bartender brought him his bottle. But I can help you solve that. He poured himself a large shot and took a sip. We're not dealing with the queens. Those two are as understanding as the nicest of dragons are. What we're dealing with is the equivalent of nobility in dragons. The queens are nice. Arad lifted an eyebrow, and Alcott laughed. As dragons go, don't mistake it with the human's benevolence. Alcott sighed and looked at his glass. We'll go to the chromatic first and blame the decision on the fortress being a bit far away. Wait a day or two at this time of the year. The fortress should be on the opposite side of the world from the Star Mountain, so you'll be just going to the closest queen first. He smiled. The metallic nobles would only blame their luck for being a bit far away. And to make sure that is the case, you've got Kin and Jin working for Baltos, right? Those two answer straight to Kinryu and the metallic queen, so use them for information. Arad looked at Alcott for a while, thinking about what he had just heard. The best way to deal with dragons is to make them deal with themselves. Never make a dragon think that you wronged them. Make them believe that they wronged themselves. I got it. Arad stood and finished his drink, looked back at all the people in the bar, and then walked out. Alcott looked at the bartender and smiled. They grow fast, don't they? The bartender was silent for a few seconds, and then sighed. He is the emperor. It baffles me to see him sitting here in such a dusty old barn of a bar. Unlike all kings, he can't be taken down. His life is never in danger around here, and besides, you and I grew together. You're a friend of his father. Alcott smiled, and the bartender. That explains why it was easy to open a bar here. Even my supplies fly in too fast. He looked back. Did you pull some strings, or did he pull some? The bartender snatched the bottle of whiskey from Alcott's hand and poured some for himself. You won't ever guess. It wasn't me or him. Alcott looked back at a woman who was cleaning the floor. See her, Galena? She has been working here for 30 years. There was a young girl living with her mother across the street. They were poor. If they ate lunch, they wouldn't eat dinner. Galena over there used to help them, give them food, and help however she could. Alcott smiled. Now that little girl was picked recently by one of the queens. Clog, the plague Dracaina of the Crypt Forest, that 3-meter-tall woman. Of course, the girl and her mother are now living in the castle with Clog. But the girl didn't forget about Galena over there, so she asked Clog for help. Alcott took a sip of the bartender's glass. Clog went to the east and killed all of the bandits that got in your supply routes. That's why you've been getting a steady supply of goods, and why no one bothered you setting shop this close to the castle. I see. The queens can't keep playing favorites with the people. It has to end somewhere, and for her, it ended with the girl and her mother. If she wanted to help anyone else, she would do it from the shadows. The bartender rubbed his eyes. Alcott leaned forward. Of course, if Galena got hurt, you'll have a pissed-off ancient Dracaina knocking at your door. The bartender laughed. I've got the best dragon repellent here. They can smell from the other side of the world and run away. To be honest, Clog probably won't come if I were here. She doesn't like me that much. Alcott shrugged and the bartender sighed. All dragons are like that. But what you said earlier explains something. He looked at the people sitting in the bar and then at the door. All across the kingdom, many noble houses have been rapidly growing in power. I bet the same is happening across the whole world. He looked at the glass cups. Those, for example, there was a noble family to the north that made them, but what held them back was the price of sand in getting it to their land. But lately their prices have dropped a lot, and they are starting to create beautiful pieces of art. Even a commoner can afford glassware now. Alcott looked at the bartender for a while. You mean Linton? I believe that is because of their daughter. She is a personal maid working under Mira. Alcott then smiled. Queen Mira? The bartender looked around and then asked in a whisper, How many of them are there? Alcott thought about it for a second. I'm sure Queen Isdis added more since the last time I saw the list. But at that time, between all of the maids and servants, there were over 400 in the private royal quarter. Most of them came from noble backgrounds or from rich merchant families. The bartender sighed with a smile. So we should expect a golden age to start, right? Arad nodded. Prices would drop, living conditions would improve, even the price of land would become accessible for most people, thanks to Arad integrating many kingdoms into one empire. We're in the period of change, so some things are still hard, but it'll get better in a few years. The bartender nodded. Things are getting cheaper, people are spending more, and they are getting paid even more. He looked at his ledger. I was about to double Galina's pay in the last month. I made more money even though most drinks are now cheaper, simply because people can afford to buy more. He looked at the bottle of whiskey. Even this, the quality has gotten a bit better, and it is also a bit cheaper. He looked at Alcott. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I'm sure one of their family members is working for one of the queens. That would allow them faster access to resources and land, making their work easier. I thought having multiple queens would lead to trouble, having them fight among each other. The bartender looked at Alcott. Not when Arad is the emperor, it seems. Alcott laughed. They fight a lot, but not in the petty way you'd expect. Alcott didn't want to start talking about how some of Arad's wives are divine beings, how there are angels, demons, devils, and even vampires among them, so he had to stop there. Alcott stood, finished his glass, and stretched. I have to leave as well. Got work to do. Chapter 1484, Aella and Lexi. Aella opened her eyes and yawned. She was in her room, waking up right after dawn as the maids in her room were changing shifts. As she sat up, she looked beside her and saw Zephyr curled into a ball on the pillow, sucking on her finger like a baby. Usually Arad would have been by her side, but he wasn't around in the past days. He was taking Cyrilla and the others to the summit of the World Tree. That was a good thing, since her hip still hurt a bit from their night a few days ago, and even her stomach still churned a bit. She stood, and the new maids walking in approached her. Your Majesty, the water is ready. Aella yawned and rubbed her eyes. Call me Majesty again, and I'll tie to the pole in the hall. She patted the maid on the back. Aella is enough. As you wish, your lady Aella. Aella headed with the maids to the small room linked to her, which was a small shower room. She washed her face and looked in the mirror. She would usually take a shower, eat breakfast, and then head down to help Isdis, but today was different. Aella had more important things to deal with than herself. One of her maids, a former wizard, had some horrible news to share. She had a protective spell cast on her home village north, and that barrier had shattered earlier, which is what woke Aella up. That barrier was strong enough to hold most monsters for a while, but it shattered in an instant. The maid panicked enough that she almost ran out to fly back home. Aella looked back. How is she? Another maid replied. Calmed down a bit, but she is still worried. She isn't a powerful wizard, but a talented and excellent one. Lady Merlin confirmed her skill. So we're facing something powerful. What did Arad say? The maid looked aside. His Majesty said that we need to deal with it, but right now, he is busy trying to find information about the flying fortress from Kin and Jin. He can go, but that would slow his plans. Aella nodded. So it is up to me. She is my maid after all. Zephyr flew in and landed beside the bowl of water. She yawned and splashed some water on her face. You've got me here. Arad has other important things to take care of. We'll catch that monster. The maid looked at them, a spirit queen and her herald. The poor monster won't live long. The maid was right, but even she didn't fully understand the kind of monster Zephyr was. No one did, except Aela. The fact that this tiny, clumsy, goofy, and harmless-looking fairy was as powerful and violent as she is was appalling. Aela could see Zephyr's soul because the two of them are linked, and Zephyr's soul was nothing short of terrifying. A roaring tornado born from a howling storm, instead of being born from hot and cold air clashing, her soul was born from divine wind and cursed wind splashing, and then eldritch magic took root as well. Zephyrus, Anemois, and Lil of May. She has the blood of the spirit goddess May in her veins. And her father was Focalor, the evil djinn of destructive wind, and on top of all of that, her mother was an abomination. But until now, she has rarely ever used those powers, only using her wind magic as a wind spirit queen. The only time Aela knew of when Zephyr used some of her bloodline powers was when she destroyed a layer of hell. "Let's move. Lexi is waiting." Aela walked out, quickly changed her clothes, and rushed out of her room. It took her less than 5 minutes to wake up and get ready. But to poor Lexi, that felt like ages. Let's go. Aela saw Lexi sitting on a chair in the hallway with 5 other maids, trying to talk to her. Lexi lifted her face and looked at Aela with red eyes and a pale face. What now? Zephyr flew out of Aela's hair and grabbed Lexi by her maid outfit. Do you think this would take weeks or months like it used to? We're flying right there now. She lifted her up with ease and encased her in a cocoon of pure wind magic. Before Lexi could figure out what happened, she was carried away with Aela and Zephyr as they flew out of the window, blasting their way through the blue sky going north. It has been less than half an hour since Lexi's barrier shattered, and a spirit queen was already on the move, flying to the scene. Lexi blinked, and in the next second she found herself in the air, flying at blinding speed. She looked up and saw Aela flying with her, both of them engulfed in a bright gust of green wind. As she was a wizard, she could tell at a glance that this wasn't normal flying magic. Aela was using wind to carry herself up and through the sky. In the same way, people can fly with fire using jets. Wind magic can do something similar. A response to an attack like this usually takes weeks, if not months. Whoever or whatever attacked your village probably isn't expecting a response in the same hour, so we might be able to catch them. Aela looked at the maid. So, stop crying and get yourself together. You're a capable wizard, so get ready to cast some spells and fight. Lexi wiped her tears and waved her hand, summoning a staff. In a second, her maid's outfit was exchanged for a long, flowing wizard robe. I'm fine, but the barrier was powerful enough that it should have been able to keep an adult dragon at bay for at least a day. I've spent 2 years reinforcing it. She looked forward. I'm slowly getting information about how the barrier fell. It seems to have been crushed by 3 different types of magic. She formed a magic circle in front of her, necrotic magic with a hint of draconic magic in it, probably a dracolich, witchcraft. So we have a witch involved and a devil's curse. Zephyr looked at her. Seems like a classic case of needed sacrifices. It is either the witch or the dracolich in command. They needed a bunch of souls to create another dracolich, so they employed a devil. Aela gasped. So, everyone might be dead already? I doubt it. It will take time to perform the ritual, and they only need the sacrifices at the end. I bet they are keeping everyone locked up until they need them. Zephyr frowned. The problem is that we need to catch them before they run away. Run from what? Lexi gasped, and Zephyr looked at her with a passive face. From me. The witch might be young, but the other 2 have to be old. The older they are, the more likely they are to know me. If they do, they'll run away. Zephyr was sitting on Aela's head with a casual look on her face. I don't mean to brag, but many are terrified of me more than they are of the gods. We're getting far north, and it's starting to get cold. Aela was flying high up in the sky, so the cold hit them faster than it would if they walked on land. If I'm correct, my village is close to the middle, between us and the frozen north where the Emperor's brother should be living, Lexi said, and Aela nodded. I know. But we're still on Arad's land. We should deal with this on our own. Zephyr scratched her chin. A Dracolich. There aren't many of them in the world, and this one just happened to start trouble close to Gojo's land. This might not be an attack against Arad's empire, but against Gojo's kingdom. Ayla frowned. Do some ancient magic. Hide right outside the border and then attack. Zephyr flicked her fingers so hard that she caused a tiny spark. Don't worry, I've got someone sitting aside and ready to help us. She smiled, and Ayla sighed. Don't you insult Nar too much? She is the fire spirit queen. Zephyr laughed. I've known Nar far longer than you'd expect. She likes being treated like that, by me at least, and Arad, but we might need her help, so I've sent her a call. All we need is to ignite a fire, and she'll appear. Chapter 1485, Gentle Until She Wasn't. Chapter 1485, Gentle Until She Wasn't. Get those animals inside. The witch growled, kicking a man on the back so hard that she almost broke his back and sent him rolling down a set of old stairs in the middle of the village. Come on, you'll make that ugly face of yours even uglier. Stop yelling. A blue-haired red devil walked in and grabbed the man by the hair and threw him into a portal. He then looked at the witch, her short curly hair and plum-round face contorted into a frown. Shut up, fiend, do your job and keep your ass shut up. The devil sighed, shaking his head. What do you say? She's a whiny one, isn't she? The large skeletal dragon sitting on the crushed houses moved. Both of you, I'm not raising wormlings here. Work together, or I'll make you regret it. His hollow eyes burned with dark magic, and his head shifted, glaring at the witch. Don't damage the souls? No, you already did cut a finger. The witch paled and took a step back. The devil burst laughing beneath the stairs. What? She cried, and the dragon moved, pointing at her with a claw. You've been messing up a lot, so I won't be letting you off the hook anymore. Cut a finger and I won't skin you alive and find another witch. The witch looked at her hands and then reached to her hips, pulling a knife with a shaking hand. Are you sure? I won't damage anything anymore. She looked at him and he grunted. It is about what you've already done. Cut it. I won't repeat myself. The witch took a deep breath, pressed the knife on her pinky and slashed it off. With a cry, she hunched forward, panting. Here, are you happy? Happy. I don't feel anything. The dragon moved and glared at her closely. What I want is for you to understand that you can't just mess up the plan. Next time, you'll cut 2 fingers. But then he went silent. The light in his eyes shifted a bit and his head rose up like a cat. The sound of rattling bones filled the village and his magic flow shifted a lot. What's the matter? The devil realized that something must be off. Even the witch was confused at how the dragon changed. They had never seen a Dracolich act like this, lose focus for a second. Fuck, run, jump into the portal now. The Dracolich growled, waving his claws and coating the whole village in a barrier. The witch was still reeling back from cutting her finger, and the devil had just sensed what the dragon sensed. His face paled and he flew up the stairs like a bolt and pushed the witch aside. Fucking move, bitch! He came at the last second and saved the witch's life. But, as a price, he lost his whole left arm. The tiny horror already pierced the Dracolich's barrier and was standing sideways on the wall behind them. Zephyr looked up, her eyes glowing green, her green nails long and sharp, dripping with devilish blood. It all happened in a fraction of a second, but the devil still managed to make a spin, grabbed the witch by the hair and threw her so hard toward the portal that he almost tore her scalp out. They needed her to stay alive. Damage can be healed. What matters most is getting away from this fairy. Zephyr, of course, noticed the dragon and devil protecting the witch, so she aimed to kill her first, only for the devil to throw himself in the way and the dragon to smack the poor witch mid-flight to accelerate her further toward the portal. Zephyr dodged the devil and flew away, dragging the Dracolich away. A Dracolich, do you mind me killing you again? The devil turned around, lifted his one functional arm to cast a spell. He has to assist the dragon against Zephyr. No one can stall her alone. But at that moment an arrow pierced his palm. Ayala was already there with her bow up. Lexi support. A barrier surrounded the devil as a barrage of arrows rained down on his head. The devil's eyes flashed red, and he growled, healing all of his wounds before the arrows could hit him. As the bones grew out of his shoulder and flesh covered them, turning into a muscular arm, that arm was already flying toward the first arrow, punching it out of the air. Then it was a storm of fists, knocking all of the arrows down at blinding speed. He was faster than Ayala's arrows, which made them almost useless. He then took a step, flapped his wings, and flew right out of Lexi's barrier, shattering it with ease. In the blink of an eye, he was standing behind Ayala, glaring her down with a dark face, painted black with rage. Anyone would have died and had their soul crushed from just being stared at by such a harrowing devil. But Ayala wasn't just anyone. She didn't move and kept looking forward with a passive face, the green fire in her eyes sparking with a disturbing light of twisted malice. The devil swung his arm down with all of his strength, but Ayala spun around faster, lifted her wrist and blocked his attack, retaliating with a punch to his guts. And then it was just violence. The devil swung and threw attacks, punches, kicks, tail swipes, only for Ayala to deflect and parry them all with her small hands and cut him with bursts of compressed air. As she learned that keeping up with a devil in a brawl might be hard, she flicked her fingers at his chest and sent him flying back with countless cuts and slashes on his body, painting the whole village with his blood, compressed air that takes the shape of crushing bursts, slashing blades, and piercing arrows. She might be fighting barehanded, but she doesn't lack weapons. The devil crashed onto a nearby hill and immediately jumped back at her. "So you're the Herald of Zephyr, a monster like that tiny fairy. I thought S ranks were a pain, but then you showed up." Lexi tried to help by casting some spells to slow the devil down, but all of her attempts failed. She was at best a lower A rank. A wizard like her had no business fighting a devil that could toy with S ranks. The devil reached Ayala, and she swung her plam, cutting him clean across the torso with a wind blade, but his upper half still had its momentum, and he managed to deliver a devastating punch, which Ayala still managed to block, but still got sent flying back at blinding speed. Ayala hit a building with her back, shattered it, and came out of the other end with the devil already healed up and flying at her with a clenched fist. Elves are still fragile little worms like humans. Ayala deflected his fist, flew with a spin in the air from the impact, and landed on the streets. The moment the devil got close, she swung her fist, blasting him away with a powerful shockwave. Lexi rushed in to help once more, but she froze in place. This was her first time seeing Queen Ayala fight, and the way she moved and fought was horrifying. Lexi had always thought that Queen Ayala was a graceful archer who snipes people from afar, not someone who grabs a devil by the arm and rips off his elbow like a banana. Of course, while Ayala couldn't lift heavy things, jump high, or run fast, she could fly with wind magic, and her arms were used to pulling bows with enough draw weight to make the strongest fighters sweat, so if she grabbed something and wanted to rip it off, she would. Lexi knew that Arad was powerful enough to blow the castle apart by mistake, but he was huge and intimidating, so that didn't feel strange, but seeing the gentle, soft, and caring Ayala ragdolling a devil that would make most A-rankers shit themselves was terrifying. Speed, power, martial prowess, intellect, magic, and luck, Ayala surpassed any adventurer that Lexi had seen in her life. But at that moment, Lexi was about to see another terrifying side of Ayala. The side where she stops looking like a mortal elemental. Expansion. A tornado emerged out of nowhere and consumed the whole village. Clouds plunged the world into darkness, and a rain of arrows, blades, and impacts spun alongside the violent wind, hitting the devil like a hail of death. Like a blender, Ayala's tornado ripped everything to dust, cutting, piercing, and crushing it into a fine powder bloody mush, and the devil wasn't spared. As his body was ground into a paste, the devil's soul smiled as his hellish regeneration outpaced the damage, and he was certain that Ayala would get weaker after her expansion ends. She didn't have enough magic to cast this tornado, so she must have pulled mana from Zephyr, meaning she would burn out afterward and get weaker, allowing him to kill her. All he needed to do was wait for her to fall. He was flung into the nearby mountain range, and Ella's expansion disappeared seconds after it started. Chapter 1486, Cast to Hell and Back. Chapter 1486, Cast to Hell and Back. The devil lifted his head, his body still regenerating from the devastating damage he sustained from Ayla's expansion. He had to move fast because he knew she was weak now. He had to kill her before she recovered. But what he saw was a red spark. Ayla stood atop a ruined building, a massive wind bow in her hand as she aimed a fire arrow at him, Nar sitting on her head with a harrowing, evil smile on her face. Motherf! The devil's eyes widened as he braced himself. He didn't know why in the bloody nine hells Nar is here. How come this elf brought 2 spirit queens with her? All he had to do now was survive. To his luck, Nar is the fire spirit queen, and he came from the 9 hells. His resistance to fire and heat was far above anything else, almost matching Red Dragon's. He has a good chance of surviving, so he would rather not turn his back and run away, but block the fire and endure it. The elf has to fall after using the power of 2 spirit queens in a row. Ayla released the arrow, and it flew engulfed with a storm of compressed green wind. What the devil didn't know is that this arrow wasn't one of Nar's powers, but Ayla's magic. She uses Zephyr's wind magic to compress an ungodly amount of oxygen in one spot and ignite it with a spark of fire magic to cause a massive explosion. Nar was there just to bless the fire and make it deal more damage. The arrow reached the devil in the blink of an eye, and the blinding flash engulfed the mountain in a bright orange burst of fire. Since Ayla wasn't using Nar's power directly, her body wasn't under any extra stress. Ayla knew the devil would be resistant to fire, so she wasn't counting on her flames killing him, but was hoping that it would consume all of the oxygen around and choke him to death, or char him like how charcoal is made. The arrow hit, and the whole mountain turned into a furnace, but Ayla wasn't done. She knocked another arrow into her bow, and this was far more destructive, as it bore the mark of destruction. The oxygen destroyer, it'll rip any oxygen the devil would try to hold and kill him from the inside out. Kill him so hard that he won't even be able to regenerate. If it bleeds, it needs to breathe. The devil was no exception. As the flames waned and the devil's charred body moved, looking up, he saw the oxygen destroyer arrow an inch away from his skull, and it was boiling with Kali's divine magic. He knew this was the end. He would have survived and resurrected in hell if Kali's divine magic hadn't been involved, but this was his death. So he left Ayla a nasty surprise. The arrow hit, and what remained of the mountain was crushed down, crumbled into dust, and the very earth was robbed of life and turned into a wasteland. Seconds after the arrow landed and erased all life from the mountain, including the devil's life, Ayla landed there to check if the fiend was dead. And the moment she took a step close to where his charred corpse should be, she felt weak and suddenly found herself in a foreign land fire. Brimstone, acid, black clouds, roaring lightning, the moans and groans of the sinners, and a rancid, appalling stench. The devil was dead. But he wasn't going to die alone. That's why he set a trap to send her to his estate in the 9 hells. After all of that fighting, Ayla was bound to be weaker, and even if she wasn't, no one could survive hell. She was now stuck in hell with no way out. If she dies, she'll be bound by chains and imprisoned here for the rest of time. Unless Arad comes and rips those chains apart. Hundreds of flying imps were already surrounding her, hungry titans of flesh, blood devils, and some spiked horrors, all drooling hungry at the sight of mortal flesh and mad at the death of their master. The first of the imps reached Ayla and thrust his spear forward, aiming at her eye. She didn't move for a moment, but then tilted her head at the last second and made the attack miss. At the same time, she threw her palm forward and grabbed the imp by the skull, crushing it between her fingers. She is an archer, and her grip was nothing short of monstrous. With how powerful most of her bows were, her grip was just as important as her back muscles. And it was then that the devils of hell sensed something that they didn't sense in a while. Fear, for this woman smelled of Zephyr's magic, and that dragon who destroyed a whole lair just months ago. The devils threw themselves at her in hordes, all charging blindly to try and overwhelm her, but it was futile. Compared to the devils she just slayed, those were weak, pitiful, and sad. One after another, Aella tore the devils with her bare hands, allowing her magic to recover for a while, and when she found herself about to get overwhelmed, she would jump and fly away with wind magic to get some distance. The small devils were torn apart. The ones that tried to run were nailed to the ground with arrows, and the titanic ones got inflated with her wind magic until they exploded like balloons of blood and guts. Merida had taught Aella an important lesson. If you have stamina, then aggression is the best defense and offense. Attack, be violent, make sure that whoever falls never stands back up. If a devil got wounded and knocked to the ground, stomp its head, to be sure. Efficient moves matter, but they don't matter as much as gore and violence when facing large hordes. The latter ones would see the first ones getting killed, torn from the inside out, and fed their organs. Fear would grow, and those who are alive would fear the inevitable fate. It didn't take long for the devils to start running away from Aella instead of swarming her, but she kept following them, one by one. Their screams filled the devil's estate. She was the monster that killed their master, and she had come for them. None of the devil thought for a second that their master sent her here to die, but now they think she came of her own free will to make them suffer, and they weren't having any of it. As Ella followed the devils into the devil's mansion, she killed most of them and soon found herself in the inner sections where she found a portal back to the mortal world, the one the devil used to get out in the first place. Before leaving, she sent an oxygen destroyer into the sky so it would fall back down and erase the whole estate. She left, and soon the arrow fell back down, exploding into a flash of light. The estate was no more. All of the devils died a gruesome death, and Aella walked out of a hell portal covered in blood. "I smell rancid," she growled. "Lexi, can you cast some water magic? Pour a bucket or two on me. You were cast to hell and came back?" Lexi gasped, and Aella glared at her. "Yes, and now if you don't hurry, I'll give you a hug." Chapter 1487. The Maids Finding Out. Chapter 1487. The Maids Finding Out. While Aella and Lexi found a house that wasn't demolished to use as a temporary shower, Zephyr in the sky just finished dealing with the undying Dracolich and flew down with a bothered face. Zephyr landed at the window and looked inside, then flew to Aella, who was just drying her hair. Those three are alive. The Dracolich's core is outside my domain, so it isn't in this world. The devil will eventually resurrect in hell no matter what, and the witch should be alive as well. The devil saved her at the start. What matters is that they won't return anytime soon. What happened to everyone in the village? No one is around. Aella approached, and Zephyr pointed back. They were taken to hell, at least from what I can tell. It is not exactly hell, but a pocket dimension in it. Zephyr drew two massive circles on the dusty window glass. Wizards can make small demiplanes here, just like how Merlin makes the inside of carriages larger. You can do the same anywhere. Hell isn't that different. Everyone is in a demiplane in hell. Zephyr waved her finger, and a small red spark of magic floated above her, engulfed in radiant wind. This is a trace of the gate they were using. We can give this Merlin, and she should be able to open a gate to pull the people out. Lexi looked around. The house they were in was mostly demolished, and this was the best one in the village. Everything else had been turned to dust from Aella and the devil's fight. They are safe, right? Zephyr shook her head. That I don't know. We need to get back to the castle and find Merlin. We can also go to Gojo, but the only one I'm sure can open the gate is Merlin. Then let's move. Aella lifted herself and Lexi with wind magic. Zephyr sat on Aella's head, and they were already on their way back. "Shouldn't we inform Gojo?" Aella asked, and Zephyr shrugged. "I doubt he knows not about this attack, but that something is happening. We'll inform him after we make sure that the people—" Lexi looked back with a sad face. "The village is destroyed, though. It'll take a lot to rebuild it." Aella looked at her and then looked forward. The area around the main castle city is already being turned into fields, so we can't build a village close by, but we can build one right after the fields a bit further than Alina. That would make moving resources easy. Lexi blinked. Wait, they can't afford land there. Aella nodded. And we can't afford to transport building material through long trips, she sighed. It is not in my hand, it is in Izdis's hand. But I'll talk to her and see if we can find a piece of land they can settle in close by. When they arrived in the castle, Zephyr flew to Merlin right away. It didn't take more than half an hour for Merlin to open the gate and start pulling the trapped villagers out one by one. Luckily, those 3 fools needed them alive and well, so most of them weren't harmed, except for a few dead guards and men with a bit of injured civilians. But that didn't mean they were fine. The Demoplane they were thrown in protected them from Hell's deadly energy, but not in full. It still felt like being trapped in the sewers with acid in the air, burning their eyes and lungs. Fear, pain, inflamed eyes and skin, disgust, horror, agony. Most of the people could barely breathe, let alone speak after getting released, so sending them out wasn't an option. Izdis ordered for them to be housed in the castle's emergency shelter and be treated by the healers available to accelerate their recovery. Physical wounds are easy enough to treat, but mental ones are far harder. Some of the soldiers were already getting back on their feet, but the humble villagers were already half broken by the horrors they saw. Aella couldn't do anything but give Lexi a vacation to stay with her parents for a while. To Ella's surprise, Lexi still showed up on her shift. Shouldn't you be with your parents? Aella gasped and Lexi smiled. They are doing fine. I can come to work. They don't need me by their side all of the time, she smiled. And besides, they wouldn't be here alive and well if not for you, so I'm not going to abandon my duty here. Fine, do what you want. But keep an eye on them. Hell isn't gentle. She patted her on the shoulder and walked out, heading to work with Izdis. After a moment of silence, the other maids rushed at Lexi. What did happen there? One asked. I heard everyone got cast to hell. How did you get them back? I thought no one could return from there. Another almost crashed into her. I heard some people mention a bone dragon and a devil. How did you even survive those? The Emperor didn't help, did he? Lexi pushed them away to get some air and then sighed. Calm down. It was crazy, yes. But she looked at the door. Aella had long since left. Remember how jacked Queen Aella's back was? That wasn't for show. She wiped the floor with that archdevil. The maids froze for a second and then cried, Wait, an archdevil? Wasn't just a devil, are you sure? Is that archdevil stupid? Did he stand still for her to pelt him with arrows? Another cried, and Lexi laughed. It was an archdevil. I'm a wizard, and I know a hell spawn when I see one. And Queen Aella just wiped the whole region with his face. She summoned this massive tornado that turned everything it touched into dust and scorched the side of a whole mountain range to the ground. When that bastard didn't want to die, she evaporated him with an attack that I couldn't even understand how its magic worked. It was an arrow that just destroyed everything. Queen Aella, no way, the one who cries for half an hour after stabbing her toe on the side of the dinner table. A maid couldn't believe what she was hearing. She looks harmless and gentle, but she is just as big a monster as the Emperor is, and that wasn't the end. The devil cast her to hell when he died, so she just killed all of the devils there and found a way out, emerging just minutes later, engulfed with devil's blood and guts. She looked at the other maid. See those powerful guards and knights, how horrified they were, just by being sent to a cozy, safe space in hell. The queen ripped her way through hordes of devils and came back like it was nothing. I heard the Emperor can survive hell, but I thought that was just a rumor, one maid said, and another shrugged. You've seen how massive he is. He is also a powerful dragon, so I can understand if he somehow managed to come back. His forearm is wider than my hips, but Queen Aella, I can't see her coming back. Lexi sighed, shook her head with a wistful smile. I could blow a few buildings with fireballs, so I thought I would be strong enough to impress the Emperor and might get a chance at his side. If not as a queen, then as a concubine at least. She looked at Aella's bed. But now that I've seen what one of his wives could do, being a mere maid here is probably too much even for me. Come on. Not all the queens are that strong. One maid looked at Lexi and just got a smile in return. Think of Mira. She can't fight. Did you see the heavy sledgehammer she swings around? She makes weapons for the Emperor, even if she can't fight. I doubt anyone else could make anything better for him. Lexi stood. So this explains why none of us got any action recently. We're just too weak, so we'd better do our job well and work on getting stronger. She looked at them. I'm asking Queen Merlin to teach me magic. Chapter 1488. Death Isn't an Option. Chapter 1488. Death Isn't an Option. Arad stood above the castle's highest tower, looking down at the growing city. It was time for him to leave for the chromatic dragons, and he wasn't going alone. He had some people with him. So we're finally going back home. A tall woman approached Arad from behind. She leaned on his back and tried to push him, but failed. Let's move. Arad looked back at the pink-haired Dracaina, who was wearing some colorful and strange clothes. Tight golden pants with several red roses attached to them. A massive pink and white feather and fur coat with nothing beneath it besides a tight black bra, showing the Dracaina's ripped abdomen, which spared no time to make her look human. She had 12 packs and no belly button, just pure muscles rolling beneath her rough skin. Gammond approached from behind and grabbed the Dracaina by the head. Try to push him again, and I'll shove my fist down your throat. Belina, one of the Chromatic Queen's many daughters. She had arrived here before looking to claim Arad as her mate, but instead got beaten so badly by Gammond that she was knocked out cold for weeks. Let her be. She can't move me anyway. Arad looked at them. Then at everyone else. The ones he is taking with him were all chromatic Dracainas. Iris, Gammond, Cori, Clog, Zool, and Belina. But Arad wasn't stupid, and even if he was a dragon, taking many Dracainas with him, he was still going to deal with dragons, so Alcott was joining as well. Look at what you got here. All of them. Alcott smiled and punched Arad's shoulder. Are we going to overthrow the queen? Arad smiled. I'll only take you with me if I want to overthrow the queen. Alcott laughed. Come on, I'm not that strong. They can beat me. No Gammond alone can put me in my grave. We never fought. I want to see why all dragons in this world are afraid of you. Gammond smiled. She had never expected that a human would get so powerful that dragons would fear him. But here is Alcott standing in front of her. Clog grabbed her by the shoulder. Don't. She glared at her. Don't believe what he is saying. There is a reason why whole draconic armies would stop if he was in the way. Clog looked at the smiling Alcott with a serious face. One Titan can kill him. 2 dragons can kill a Titan with ease, but Alcott himself can kill tens, if not hundreds, of dragons in a row. A single man can't do that. Gammond sighed, and Clog pulled her away from him. When he was young and unknown, the chromatic and metallic dragons were about to face each other in a way. The 2 armies stood facing each other, and he showed up. No one at the time knew what kind of monster walked between 2 armies of thousands of dragons. She looked at Alcott, and he sighed. The old days, I was young then. I'm old now. Belina smiled, pointing at Alcott. The 2 armies ignored him and started the war, so he started fighting as well. In minutes, the 10,000 dragons present there, both metallic and chromatic, were forced to join forces to face him, and they still lost. My older brother was there, and he got used as a mop by him. Alcott smiled. That pink worm? His breath was amazing. It cleaned the acid and poison of the green dragons at once, and he would cast another breath each time I made him get hit with a blue dragon's lightning breath. Belina looked at Gammond. If we all combined our powers to fight him, we would still lose. Gammond shook her head. It doesn't make sense. One man can't beat 2 dragons, let alone an army. Clog pointed at Alcott and Arad. Look at them. They're a father and son. Where do you think Arad got his fighting skills? Where did he get that aggression? Arad might still not have the years of experience and knowledge that Alcott got, but he got the extra power of being a dragon. Alcott looked at Arad and then smiled, pulling a small bottle from his pocket. "I'll show you a trick then." He opened the bottle and poured some of the liquid into his hands. "This one has a strong scent, but it is one that the dragon's nose can't pick up. This allows it to mask my smell from them." He looked at Eris. "You're half-dragon, so please stay out of it. This only works on true dragons." With a smile, Alcott threw the empty bottle in the air, and at that moment the Dracaenas lost track of him. For that split second, their eyes followed the shiny bottle, and he had moved. They all looked around, but none of them could find him. Arad and Eris could see him, as he wasn't trying to hide from them. Alcott was walking around the Dracaenas, tiptoeing around in silence, staying right out of their field of vision. Alcott pulled a blunt sword and poured some ink on it as he walked around. Where did he go? Gammon glared around and then looked at Arad and Eris's eyes to find him. She could see Alcott's reflection as he walked behind them and turned around only to find nothing. She really thought that Alcott didn't account for that, but he did. After a few tries, she started to feel as if she was going crazy. He was standing right behind her, but when she turned, he was already gone. She turns and sees him in the same place in the reflection. Then Alcott moved before any of them could find him. He flashed past them, leaving a red mark on their necks. See? All dead, most likely, since some of you would survive for a second, and I'll have to. Forget it. It would take too long to explain variation based on their draconic form, how long it'll take them to transform, and how much their power scales. Alcott smiled. I bet even they don't know it. So I'll share a secret. When dragons shift from their humanoid form to their draconic form, their power doesn't scale immediately. It takes a bit of time based on how damaged their humanoid body is. So if you force a dragon to do a big move right after transforming, they might fumble it up. Predicting how they'll fumble is how I usually finish off dragons who shift out of their humanoid form. How would you even figure such a thing? Arad asked, and Alcott shrugged. Survival. I fought many dragons and survived to learn and grow at some point. Killing adult dragons became easy enough that I could take my time and experiment mid-fight. He smiled. Then add about 30 years of experience, and it won't be that hard. The key is to never fight a dragon that can kill you until you've got enough preparation to gain an advantage and ensure victory, because this is life. When you die, it is mostly over. Alcott pointed at the growing city. It is over, not for you or me, but for the people we protect. If I died 40 years ago due to ego, the many people I saved from draconic tyrants would have been dead now. If you fight to protect, then death isn't an option. Chapter 1489, Star Mountain Border. Chapter 1489, Star Mountain Border. Thanks to Alcott's advice, Kin and Jin's cooperation, and Arad's planning, the trip was taken at the right time for the Flying Fortress to be on the other side of the world, giving them an excuse to visit the chromatic dragons first. Because they were closer than the metallic dragons who went far away, of course, it won't be that easy or safe. And that is why Alcott was here. Even with all of Arad's preparations, he still could only keep 2 incarnations active for this trip. One had stayed with Tina, and the other would remain here in the castle because the 2 elvish queens need some care when Jasmine finishes dealing with the aftermath of the rebellion. So, for the time being, Arad was going to start moving. He jumped into the sky and transformed, waiting for Alcott to jump on his back and for everyone else to transform, but to his surprise, they all jumped on his back. That works as well. He doubts there is a dragon capable of harming someone like Gammond in this world, but the others might be harmed, so keeping them close is important. Arad knew that worrying about his wives wasn't necessary. Clog was nicknamed the Plague for a reason. All of them were powerful enough that humans couldn't deal with them, but now they were going to the land of the dragons, a place where worms walk the streets. Gammon sat on Arad's back and looked at her arms, flexing them a bit. If she knows chromatic dragons well, proving their strength when they arrive there is inevitable. She should be fine because she already surpassed her twilight and should be able to juggle several great worms like kids. But the others aren't the same. Corey and Zool are the youngest, and they'll have a hard time, especially Zool, who just recovered from her sickness. Corey can at least deal a surprise attack when her fireside shows up. Clog is powerful enough that Gammond won't worry about her. She is old, smart, cunning, devious, and ruthless. Belina is the queen's daughter, so no dragon would dare lay a hand on her. Gammond smiled, remembering herself smacking Belina to the ground. No one would dare except Gammond herself, and maybe Arad. That only leaves Eris, who was now sitting on Arad's head, looking forward with a smile on her face. She was the biggest problem, not because she was weak, nor because she was half-dragon, because she is strong and doesn't look like it. Dragons would underestimate her a lot, seeing that she isn't a true dragon, but they'll be far too wrong. If anyone here can be called an apex predator besides Arad, it would be her. A vampire half-dracina of plasma, a demigoddess of murder, and a paladin of Amaterasu above all of that. All of that without counting the two monsters protecting them, Alcott, the bane of dragons, and Arad, the nuclear chaos. If any dragon dared get close, those two would turn them into mush. Let's hope this trip doesn't end as a disaster. She sighed and started. Alcott looked back at her with a smile. Oh, it would turn into a disaster for sure. If for nothing, then for your daughter Corey. Gammond froze. Corey dragons with multiple heads are considered divine avatars of Tiamat. The chromatic dragons that hate Tiamat would try to kill her, and those who worship her would try to get Corey to become a part of the royal family. Alcott approached Corey, patted her on the head, and then looked in the direction of the Star Mountain. She is my daughter now, so I'm ready for a fight. If it's on, it's on. He walked forward and looked at Arad. He is ready as well. Hours later, they finally arrived at the border of the Star Mountain, which was the Death Sea. Arad landed on a rocky beach and looked at the raging waves, the thundering clouds, and the violent wind roaring across the sky. It was as bad as the Storm Titan Mountain, Eternal Storm, but it was still pretty bad. The chromatic dragons maintained the storm as a defensive mechanism against the metallic dragons. Its main purpose is to stop the flying fortress from getting close. Arad wasn't that confident to fly straight through something that was supposed to be able to knock that fortress out of the sky. Could he make it? Maybe if he were alone, but not with everyone else on his back. Gammond smiled. Such a cute spell. Let me blast it away. She stood, ice forming beneath her feet as she got ready to unleash her breath, but Alcott smacked her on the head with a chop. Calm down. We don't need to. No, we shouldn't destroy it. Gammond looked back at him. Arad, get your father off me. Listen to him. Arad sighed. If we destroy the storm, we'll be taking the metallic dragon's side in the war, which will turn us into the chromatic's enemies. Alcott nodded. That is true. So we should get there the normal way, how anyone would travel to the Star Mountain if they were crazy enough. He turned and pointed back. In that forest, beside the mountain, there is a medium-sized human village. We'll find the dragon's border general there. They'll open a path for us. Arad turned, and he could already see the village, but he couldn't sense any dragon there. What do you know about them? Not much. They change each decade, and it's been a while since I went to the Star Mountain. Alcott scratched his chin. Last time I went in hiding inside a dragon's stomach. Another void dragon? Arad lifted an eyebrow, and Alcott laughed. It wasn't that luxurious. It was a black dragon, and I had to deal with its deadly stomach acid. He smiled. I hid myself in his food. They never expect me to sneak in like that. I remember it. Clog sighed. The dragon landed inside, then started screaming for no reason, only for this monster to burst out of his stomach with a nasty smile. He was there tracking a dragon that stole from the dwarves, if I'm correct. Can you blame me? I asked the chromatic dragons to hand me the bastard, and they started delaying with some political bullshit. So I took the matter into my own hands. Alcott shrugged. He stole their artifact, Mora's hammer. That's a divine relic of their god, not something to be moved around. So once its location was found, the dragon not giving it back to its rightful owners was a problem. So the black dragon was just unlucky? Arad sighed, and Alcott shook his head. Of course not, he wasn't an accomplishment, but he was already on my list because of burning a city to the ground with acid. Arad turned and shifted into his human form, letting everyone down, but still kept them protected from the rain with a barrier. Let's hurry and find that border general, he threw a glance at Belina. Can't you get us inside, or at least point where the general is? I rarely went back home. I spent most of my time making and selling soap. I don't know who the general is, but they should recognize me. She walked to his side. So let's move. Chapter 1490, The Village of Rain. Chapter 1490, The Village of Rain. Everyone reached the village right when the rain was picking up and growing stronger. They had to hurry and rush to the nearest inn. It was an old building at the edge of the village with a larger stable attached to it. All the people were either inside their homes or in the tavern drinking. No one could work in such bad weather, so Arad didn't even see any guards around, ending with him and everyone jumping over the inn's locked fence gate, as it was only a meter tall. As they rushed toward the inn's door, Arad finally noticed the first soul in this ruined village, a woman, a beggar, rolled up in rags and took cover from the rain beneath the stable's wall. He stopped walking, and so did everyone behind him. "Why are you staying outside?" he asked, and the woman slowly moved, her eyes finally spotting him in the middle of the heavy rain. It was pouring like a shower, and there wasn't a single soul in the street who could give her money, so she had no reason to stay outside. It didn't make sense, and what worried Arad more was that she didn't look all that healthy, just bones in rags and as yellow as a rotten lemon. Gods, he had seen many rotten lemons now that he found out they aren't the same thing as lime. The people inside would rather not see me, and I would rather keep my money. Just from her voice, he could confirm she wasn't well. From his pocket, he pulled a few silver coins. He wanted to give her gold, but that would be marking her with a red dot for all of the thieves of the city. The coins he gave here were dirty and covered with rust dust, making them look more like copper coins than anything else. For a moment, the woman looked at the few coins with a passive face, and then her eyes sparked when she noticed they were silver and not copper. "A few coppers, all I can spare." Arad growled and kept moving. It was only then that she noticed how massive he was as she saw him approach the comically tiny door of the inn. Everyone walked past the woman, but two stopped, Alcott and Clog. Both of them looked at the poor woman with not-so-friendly glares, and since those two stopped, Arad froze in his path and slowly turned back, his eyes burning purple. Silence fell for a few seconds, and the poor woman started shaking. "Why did you stop?" Alcott asked, looking at Clog. Clog smiled and pointed at the woman. "She smells bad, like horse shit that rotted in mud and puke for a few days. Sour and rancid, quite appalling." She suddenly disappeared. In the next second, Clog was already sitting behind the poor woman with her sharp and long nails pointed at the woman's neck. "It smells fake to my nose. No human can smell like that unless they are bathing in piss and manure every day." Alcott already guessed what Clog was talking about. She thinks this beggar is the draconic general they are looking for. It would make sense. Dragons were known to disguise themselves as beggars. But it is the metallic dragons who do that, not the chromatic ones. Leave her alone. Alcott scratched the back of his head. "I can't argue your logic, but we have no proof. So putting a human through that is unfair. She could be who we're looking for." Clog moved away with a single step, leaving the poor woman terrified. "I know. What I'm saying is that any method we have to prove that would leave her traumatized if she wasn't who we're looking for." He shrugged and looked at Arad with a smile. "Don't know for sure, so we won't act just yet. They'll show up, don't you worry." They left the woman and walked into the inn. Arad barely managed to squeeze through the door, causing everyone inside to cry and take a step back. "Fucking freak." An old man grunted, looking at the mug of beer he spilled while getting distracted by Arad. Arad ignored him and walked toward the inn owner, who stood behind his desk, acting as a bartender. rooms for the night. The owner looked at Arad, scanning him. First, how much do you weigh? A lot, Arad replied with a smile as he sat down, but heavier than a grown bull. The bartender smiled. I see you're a good one. I've got rooms above and on this floor. You'll take one of the rooms here, the others behind you. He looked past Arad's wall-like shoulders. Gods, you aren't alone. The owner's eyes stopped on Gammond, Clog, and Belina, who were all almost 3 meters tall. Dragons with extreme physical strength were known to have huge humanoid forms because it was simply impossible to pack more muscles and bones into a smaller frame. He pulled Arad aside and whispered, So, which one is your mother and which one is not taken? The one with green hair can step on my face if she wants. Arad sighed and grabbed him by the head. Are you a bit drunk? They are my wives, all of them. The owner was indeed a bit drunk, as he had been drinking with the villagers earlier. That is all they could do on this lightless, rainy night. Even the bearded one. That's my father. Arad let the owner go and leaned on the counter. The rooms, the owner smiled and pulled some keys. Take a joke, here are the rooms. If you want any drink or food, I've got plenty. As they went into their rooms, Arad lay on his bed and split one incarnation out to go and explore the village. Alcott took a whole room for himself, and Arad took the large one with his wives. What are you doing? Clog asked, sitting on Arad's stomach in her underwear. Walking around right now, I'm watching the owner sell some food to that woman from earlier. He replied, quickly falling silent as Gammon sat on his right, and Corey was with her as well. You two are? Both of them were in their underwear like Clog. Belina looked at them with a grin and then started taking off her clothes. Eris, I'm in as well, right? Eris looked at her and nodded. You're the chromatic princess, so Isdis didn't have a problem. Hearing her, Belina smiled and rushed to Arad, leaving only Zul and Eris standing back. Zul looked at them with a worried face and then at Eris. Should we really? Here. Eris shrugged. We aren't in the inn. Arad already covered the whole room with void. Anyone who tries to get inside would be faced with a black wall. She smiled. And I know why you're nervous. Out of everyone here, you're the only normal Dracaina. Eris was right. Gammond is extremely powerful and has surpassed her twilight. Corey is a rare temperature dragon with 2 heads. Nothing is like her in the whole world. Clog is an infamous Dracaina, a master of poisons and extremely strong physically. Belina is stupidly powerful, extremely rich thanks to all of her soap, and the princess of the chromatic dragons. Iris isn't a true Dracaina, but she is stupidly powerful and a demigoddess on top of that. That only left Zul, a black Dracaina that is powerful. But her power isn't anything special when compared to other Dracainas her age. She was a perfectly mundane Dracaina, which only left her feeling like she didn't belong here. And since the Dracainas ranked themselves with power, she was the last. Eris smacked her on the back. Don't stress over it. With Arad around, we're all equal here. She smiled. Because it doesn't matter who one of us fights him, we'll get beaten equally. Arad blinked. I see that woman is heading up the hill. Look at that. 4, 5, 6 children, orphans, probably. Shifting focus back to his incarnation, Arad was hiding behind the old shack, looking through a crack at the woman as she split the food between the kids, leaving almost nothing for herself. He looked at her a bit too much, and now there were only 5 children. The 6th one vanished.
A dragon?
The little girl was already latched to Arad's back, pointing her long nails at his neck as she glared at him with red eyes. You smell weird. With one move, she licked his face and froze, terrified to the bones. Almost crying, she jumped to the ground and fell, trying to speak with a shaking voice. Please, please forgive me, God of destruction. I didn't know it was you. I wouldn't have dared to, sadly. She wasn't the dragon he was looking for, but a harrowing demon masquerading as a harmless girl. Her job was to protect the orphans. Calm down, you'll be fine. I'm looking for a dragon that is hiding here, the one who can take people through the storm to the Star Mountain. I suspected that woman. But she isn't the dragon, right? It took the demoness a while to catch her breath and manage to get a few words out, but she almost shat herself trying to speak. I don't know. That line itself sounded like a lie, even if she was telling the truth. Arad would never believe that a powerful demoness like her couldn't tell a dragon from a human. Chapter 1491, Aku, the Bankin. Arad kept staring at the demoness's glowing red eyes. She was powerful, far too powerful for what an orphanage guardian demon would be, probably because this place was so close to the Star Mountain. She isn't as powerful as a demon lord, but still enough to chase dragons away. Even if a great worm came here to cause harm, she would be a big enough threat to make whatever goal the dragon has not worth the time or effort. Go back inside before that woman realizes you've disappeared. Later, when you can leave, come find me in the inn's largest room. I need you to tell me about the village's history, anything that happened in the past few decades. The demoness took a step back, looked at the shack, then at Arad. I can't leave this place. I have to guard it. Arad waved his hand and a vampire paladin emerged. She can stand guard when you're out. How is that? The demoness nodded. As you wish, she should be able to buy me enough time to return in case something happened. Arad nodded and disappeared into the darkness, leaving the demoness alone. She fell to her knees, panting. The last thing she expected after a few hundred years in this place was that the actual god of destruction, Callie's husband, would show up at her door. She slipped back into the shed and got ready, running through her memories of what had happened in the past. Demons didn't have as perfect a memory as devils and dragons, but they were still far better than humans and elves. She could even count the number of days it rained. Soon she'll have to visit Arad in the inn, and the last thing she wants is to walk there and find Callie waiting. A demoness like her had never met the goddess, and if what she heard is true, then Callie is both gentle and cruel, malevolent and benevolent, and what more, powerful beyond reason. She sat in the cold corner, leaving the warmer parts of the shed to the other kids. Eating the stale bread the woman brought earlier, she kept thinking, trying to remember anything that would be of meaning to Arad. Outside, Arad walked around the whole village, looked into every house and the people living inside, yet found nothing. The only thing that drew his attention was the marks of a landslide at the edges of the village, due to all of the rain, perhaps. No dragon in sight. Either they are extremely good at hiding, or they aren't here. He looked around. Is there any reason for a dragon to leave? The question wasn't asked outside in the rain, but inside the room where his wives were all over him. Clog looked at him for a second. There are a few things: hunting for food or laying eggs. Even dragons who don't form stable families usually stay together, at least until the eggs are laid. Arad couldn't do anything about the second reason, but he can solve the first. I'll take a look around. His incarnation outside flew into the sky and went to explore the nearby forests and mountains, trying to find the dragon if it was out hunting. About 2 hours later, Arad was in the room resting on the bed when he felt something creeping toward the window. A cold sensation, sharp claws, burning bloodlust, and a near infinite malice. This was the kind of feeling to drive people mad, thinking a monster was stalking them. He looked at the window, and his wives sat up, most of them ready for a fight, albeit they all knew nothing would happen. Arad would have warned them if whatever came was a danger. Arad relaxed his barriers and let the horror outside enter, a little girl in rags, dripping wet from the cold rain and covered in mud. Don't mistake, she is no child. That's a demoness, ancient, powerful, evil, and merciless. She could probably fight off Corey and Zool combined and overpower Cloggig if she tried really hard. The little Grin knelt down and her body burst into crimson flames of pure demonic magic. Her body grew larger, her muscles bulged, and she grew taller in seconds. Her skin stretched and tore into scars as her long black hair was painted with strands of crimson. Tall, muscular, vaguely humanoid with brownish-gray skin as rough as leather, eyes burning red, hair engulfed in demonic fire, and enough bloodlust to make Zool take a step back. I specialize in physical confrontations, demonic fire, and terror. I'm what mortals call an infernal man-eating demon." She looked at Arad with a passive face. Now that she knows who he was, she can try to be more formal. "I'm called Aku, and my job here is to protect the children of the rundown orphanage up the hill." Arad smiled. "So, what do you know about this village? You asked about the dragon? There was one here about 20 years ago, a great worm red dragon. Right now, there is no dragon here that I know of." Arad frowned. "How did he die?" Aku looked up with a passive. "I killed and ate him. He came for the kids, so it was my job." She looked at the window. "By Kali's decree, none may harm them, not even the gods. So there is no way through the storm now?" Gammond looked at her with a frown. "I'm sure the dragons sent a replacement." Aku nodded. "I'm sure of that as well, but they informed their replacement to stay away from me and the orphanage. That's why they are hiding from my gaze, and I don't know who the current dragon is." She looked at Arad. "They don't want me to kill and eat the current one as well, but they seem to misunderstand my purpose. I do not harm or attack on my own. I only kill those who bring harm to the kids in the orphanage. I'm sure the Queen knows, but whoever is in charge of this village doesn't, so I'll try and find them." Arad stood by the way. "There was a landslide at the edge of the village. What is that about?" "Heavy rain caused it last year, and the villagers had to move the village a bit. The old houses and farms were all flooded and burned beneath meters of dirt. The orphanage survived because I was there." Arad blinked. "Hold up. The actual village got buried by the landslide?" He approached the window and looked out. "Dragons don't really need to interact with people that much, and we love caves and lairs a lot. Do you think the dragon might be living underground there?" "I don't know. I never venture far from the orphan. Kids need someone to watch over them." She looked at the window. "You've been here for a long while, and this is all that you know about the village?" Clog stared at her, and Aku nodded. "I'm a bankin, a guard dog. I only care that the kids are safe and that they don't starve or freeze to death. It isn't my job to know about the village or care about what its people think or do." She looked at Clog with burning eyes. "That is how Kali made me, and that is my duty." It is like this with Kali. She is the patron goddess of orphans. She protects them with her demonic armies. People might not realize it, but there are hundreds, if not thousands, of near-demon lord level roaming the world, all sitting in orphans and following helpless children around to protect them from the wild nature. I'll go explore the ground beneath the landslide. Aku, you can return to the orphan if you want. I'll leave that paladin with you until we brave the storm, so come tell me if you think anything might be a lead." She nodded. "As you wish." With those words, she vanished as if she didn't exist. Chapter 1492. What hides underground. Arad walked out of the village, hidden by the thick veil of rain. He stood beneath a tree, looking at the sea of mud with burning eyes. As he expected, many houses had basements, and there was even an underground sewer system. All of those were open and protected from the endless mud. But what drew his attention was something that he found similar to Alina. An underground settlement? A den of thieves? He couldn't see the whole thing from the surface. Something or someone was interfering with his senses, meaning that this was more than just a den. A lair. The dragon should be there. Arad walked into the mud, pushing it away with barriers and earth magic, until he reached the entrance of the lair, a well buried in the middle of the abandoned village. As he cleaned it, he jumped down and landed at the bottom, knee-deep in cold, muddy water. The rain was already coming down after him, filling the well at an alarming speed. Arad could see a small crack in the stone in front of him, which led deeper into the lair, but he was too huge. That wasn't a problem he couldn't solve, and in the blink of an eye, he was already the size of a fairy, flying right through the crack as the stone twisted shut behind him. The cave wasn't too massive, as it was meant for human use. Arad soon reached the end, a massive stadium-like underground arena with thousands of devils, dragons, humans, and even strange other races that Arad had never seen before. In the middle of the arena, beneath the raging flames of hell used as torches, a tall man stood beside the corpse of a dead dragon, glaring at it with a passive face, a demiplane linked straight into the world. Like passing through a mundane door, it didn't have any flashy gates or entrances. Just taking a step into this lair sends anyone here. Arod looked at the devils, then at where he was standing. This was an underground fighting arena, or at least it should be. This isn't under the village, it is somewhere else. He took a step forward, walking out of the left gate. The seats burst into cheers as the spectators stood up and started shouting, "Yea, yea, blood, blood, glory, glory!" Drums, shouts, cheers, the rumble of magic. Everything followed Arad as he walked into the arena, looking as massive as ever. The man standing beside the dragon's corpse moved and looked back at Arad, a frown appearing on his face. A new challenger. "No, you're the one I was waiting for." He turned around, ripped his shirt off, revealing his massive chest and muscles, and kicked the dragon's corpse all the way to the other side of the arena. "Is that the dragon I was looking for?" Arad asked, standing just a few meters away from that man. His eyes burned purple, and the ground around him shook. "Probably not. I brought that one here to kill." The man lifted a fist and pointed it at Arad. "But you're here. That's what I wanted." Arad looked at the man for a while, feeling that he resembled someone he knew. "You're a dragon, aren't you?" Arad cracked his neck, and the man froze. "You talk a lot? That's a bad habit." Arad smiled. "That is my problem, not yours." The man sighed. "Sena, that is my older sister. Mother sent me here to test you before you reach the chromatic dragons." He pointed at the VIP room, where a stunningly beautiful woman with long, silky black hair, glowing green eyes, and smooth, pale skin sat, looking down at the arena with a passive face. Arad couldn't mistake her, not even for a second. That heavy magic, divine power, hellish scent, oppressive aura, massive soul, and never-ending stream of draconic magic and thundering souls. She is Tiamat, the goddess of the chromatic dragons, so the goddess herself came to watch. Arad smiled and then glared at the man. "Still, I'm here for my ticket to the Star Mountain, not to fight. Isn't her and you coming all the way here a bit too much? I'm a Zorn, the Hellborn. If you want to head to the Star Mountain, you have to defeat me first." He glared at Arad for a second, then growled, shook his head, and screamed, "I can't play this anymore." He glared back at Tiamat, his mother. "Is this really the fool you want to marry, Sena? Couldn't you find someone better for her?" Tiamat didn't reply, so he growled and glared back at Arad with rage burning in his eyes. "Forget it. You're not going anywhere. You're dying here. Sister doesn't need someone like you." But then the seats all burst into cheers and screams as a new challenger walked out of the gates, tall, muscular, handsome, and with a thin beard. The dragons who knew him trembled and backed away, but he still kept a smile, flexing his arms and waving for the crowds, thumping his chest as he urged them to cheer higher. Alcott walked in. The gentle smile never left his face as he looked at Azorn and then shifted toward the crowds. "I'm always up for some cockfighting. Where is the betting desk?" He then walked past Arad and Azorn, his eyes locked onto the VIP room where Tiamat sat. "So? You're letting your kid come here and start a fight with mine. Didn't think I'd complain, did you?" His honey eyes flashed golden. Tiamat moved, looked down at him, and then spoke. "You were supposed to be asleep." Alcott laughed. "Suppose that's the point. I'm famous for reading dragons and knowing them as well as the back of my hand. But do you know who I know better?" Tiamat stood and approached the balcony. "Humans. I bet you didn't expect me to come all the way here, but aren't you taking me a bit too lightly?" "Lightly? No way." Alcott smiled, looked at his fists and clenched them. The muscles of his forearms grew larger and started smoking with golden mist. "Do you know that your weakness?" Alcott looked at Tiamat with a smile. "It is the dragons themselves. Arad dies here, and I'll hunt every one of them until none are left." Azorn growled in the back. "He doesn't need to die. Just leave my sister alone." Alcott's smile grew wider. "Sena, she is already my daughter. And if she wants to remain with Arad, your and your mother's opinion doesn't matter to me." Azorn lunged at Alcott without warning, swinging his burning fist with enough power to shake the hells. He was a Hellborn, a red dragon born in the 9th layer of Hell, fed and raised there. His powers far surpassed regular dragons, as he took more from his mother than he did from his father. Some even called him the Prince of Hell. Alcott dodged Azorn's fist with a simple step. "A common dragon punch, hastened by your wing muscles. But what's that? You almost hit me." It was slowly angled sideways. Where did I see that? Alcott smiled. "Maharaja's fighting style, you were trained by her." Azorn's face contorted into a raging frown as he flew at Alcott. But before he could reach him, Arad grabbed him from the shoulder. "I'm here." Alcott waved his hand to Arad. "Kids play with kids. I'm going up the stairs." He jumped, landed between the seats, and then started walking up toward the VIP room where Tiamat was. Chapter 1493, Overprotective Little Brother. Azorn growled, his fist burst into flames as he was about to fly and swing at Alcott. "Stay away from Mother." But before he could swing, he felt a massive shadow falling upon his back. Arad stood behind him with glowing purple eyes, swinging his fist down like a hammer. Azorn quickly shifted his stance and blocked Arad's strike with the arm he was about to swing at Alcott. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and all of his muscles tensed, dispersing the harrowing force of Arad's strike. Azorn's red eyes shifted, glaring back with burning red malice. "You dare get in my way?" His draconic magic grew stronger with those words. Rage built up in his blood, and his whole body was engulfed by a dark red aura. Arad's arm tensed, and the veins on it bulged. The power unleashed by his fist suddenly soared up, and like a hydraulic press, he pushed down with several magnitudes of force, hammering Azorn into the ground with a deafening shockwave. "You don't have time to worry about her." Arad pulled his arm away, and Azorn crawled out of the ground unharmed. By the time Azorn stood, the arena had already repaired itself. This was a place that could endure their fight, so Azorn wasn't going to hold punches back. Arad, on the other hand, wasn't sure if he should go all out or not. After the brief exchange, none of them wanted to attack first. Arad didn't know how much damage Azorn could take, and he didn't want to end up killing Senna's brother. Azorn, on the other hand, had to be a bit careful after seeing what Arad could unleash. Azorn was a bit hot-blooded and less savvy than most of his siblings, especially Gray and Senna, but even he knew his sister well. Senna was smart and powerful. She had many things she loved, but Azorn knew for certain that his sister wouldn't shake her butt to a weakling. Sena had high standards when it came to power, and those standards made even the gods unworthy of her attention. She had lived for a few thousand years and had received many marriage proposals and rejected them all. Her conditions were simple but impossible to achieve. For power, she asked Caden and Death to kill anyone who proposes to her. That meant that anyone who can't survive those two can't even approach her. For wealth, she won't consider anyone who doesn't even own a world, because she was a massive world herself, and the last condition was the ability to resist the corruption of the abominations. Because she herself was a part abomination. She didn't want her powers to end up turning the brain of her husband into mush. Those conditions were absurd, but no one dared to criticize the princess of the whole universe. That's why Azorn was shocked when he heard that his sister was going to get married. Since when did a monster that fit her conditions appear? Surviving Caden and Death was the easiest part, because those two weren't mindless, bloodthirsty monsters. Technically, all that someone needed was to get their approval, which was harder said than done. Owning a world was all but impossible without the Overgod, Senna's father allowing it. So unless her father approves, no one can own a world and by extension achieve her second condition. The last part was the problem. Not even the gods are immune to the corruption of the abominations. The only people who can endure it are the Overgod's direct children, Senna's siblings. And she wasn't going to marry one of her brothers. So the last condition looked like a trap that was just there to reject everyone. So how in the 9 hells does Arad exist? When was he even born? When did he get their father to grant him a world? When did he fight Caden and death? Azorn never heard of those two doing such a thing. Then what about resisting the corruption of the abominations? Can Arad resist it? Won't he go mad just by standing close to Senna's true body like everyone does? It was impossible. Senna must have accepted Arad for another reason, and Azorn had a guess. He had once thought that his sister didn't seek powerful men, but just wanted to live a calm and peaceful life away from all bloodshed. If that was the case, he did expect her to one day marry some random human or elf. Because she was immortal, Azorn expected her to live with those people their whole lifespan, and then marry again once they die, like how most immortal beings do. In fact, many of their siblings do just that. But that also proved a problem. Arad was far away from the peaceful image Azorn expected. Arad was a trouble magnet, causing problems whenever he went and living a life that would put his sister's peace of mind at risk. So he was here to find out how Arad managed to deceive his sister and gain her favor. Arad had to be after something, and he had to be far smarter than many gods to manage to woo Senna and play her like that. That's why Azorn believed he was the best option to deal with Arad. Azorn was well aware that he was dumb compared to someone who deceived his sister. That's why he is here to beat Arad and get him to talk in front of their mother. All that will come out of Arad's mouth is lies and hoaxes. Azorn won't listen to a single word. He'll only swing and swing, beat Arad to a pulp. Sister is smart, but smart people listen. They can be fed lies, shown fake evidence, and led astray. As Azorn took a step forward, the ground beneath him rumbled, "But Sister isn't alone. Even if you deceive her, you won't deceive me." Arad didn't fit any of Azorn's expectations based on what Senna wanted or how he knew her, so something has to be up. That's why he'll never show mercy and strike down any threat. Arad looked at Azorn, feeling that something was off. He can't just kill him. He has to do something. Back at Alina, Arad was sitting on the bed with Cyrilla, Jasmine, Dalla, Dee, and their maids and servants about to start an eventful night. He lifted his hand and flicked his finger, causing Betty to show up sitting on Cyrilla's lap. What? She was deep underground working on her lair, so she came up the moment she felt Arad call her with magic. She then looked around and saw the girls getting naked. Oh, her eyes sparked. Want me to join in? Ask them first. He pointed at Cyrilla and Jasmine. I called you here because I needed you to bring Senna from her mansion in Croc City. I need her help. Betty frowned. What? And I got my hopes up. She sighed with a sad face, and Cyrilla hugged her from behind. Do what he says, and you can join us, but on a condition. Betty looked at Cyrilla with a smile. Of course I'll suck your toes, and hers as well. She pointed at Jasmine, but Cyrilla giggled. Not that. I want some information about the nobles who sent their children to your university. Of course, I'm only interested in the high elves. Give me anything about the dark elves as well, Jasmine said in the back. Got it. I'll snatch those papers on my way. Betty jumped from Cyrilla's lap and disappeared in a flash. Chapter 1494, The Dragon Queens. Alcott didn't walk into the VIP room, but instead he chose to sit in front of it between Tiamat and the arena, right in her line of vision. He didn't want to be in her close range because that was deadly, but didn't want to be so far away that he couldn't react to anything. A deadly balance had to be achieved. Tiamat is the combination of all the chromatic dragons at their peak, all stacked into one titanic, muscular body. She was what you get when versions of Gammond in every color were combined into one. So, to Alcott, he had to change his approach quite a bit. Right now, he was facing a dozen dragons at once. All of them had long surpassed their twilight and reached their peak, and were all using one body. Say? I wanted to ask you. Alcott looked back at her through the glass. You're the mother of the void dragons. The metallic queen is the mother of time dragons, and the chromatic queen is the mother of light dragons, so who is the mother of magic dragons? Who do you think? Tiamat looked at him with a passive face. Yog is their mother, but not in the way you think. She smiled. There are technically 4 major types of dragons, not 3. Mortals know that there are chromatic dragons, metallic dragons, and magic dragons, but in reality, there are 4 types. She looked at Alcott. Colored dragons are what you call chromatic. Red dragons, blue dragons, you give them names based on their color. Those are my children that I didn't give birth to. As their goddess, my blood has the genetic code for all of them at once, so as long as I live, they shall never go extinct. She leaned forward. Lola, the one you call the chromatic queen, isn't a chromatic dragon. She is a prismatic dragon, a type of dragon similar to us chromatic, but instead of following colors, they follow light colors. That's why she gave birth to light dragons. Mary, the metallic queen, is a metallic dragon as far as mortals care. But it is better to call them elemental dragons. They follow the basic elements of iron, gold, copper, and so on, even a bit of mixing when they breed, such as steel being born to iron and coal. She smiled. Then there is Yog. Yog isn't a dragon. She is something alien to all beings in this universe, and she made the magic dragons in her lab using her and the overgod genetics, so calling them her children isn't wrong. Alcott looked at his fist as he started wrapping his wrist in bandages, giving me plenty of info, while also entertaining my obvious attempt to buy time and prepare to kill you. Aren't you a bit overconfident? Tiamat giggled. We aren't overconfident. Another Tiamat walked out from the shadows and sat beside the first one. There were 2 of her. Alcott already knew about that, but didn't expect both of them to show up at the same place. We know that we won't be fighting here. Watch, Arad, and Azorn are going to start poor Senna. She has over 1,000 brothers and sisters spread across the whole universe, but few of them care to stay around. The first Tiamat stood and looked at the balcony. Arad and Azorn were standing in the middle of the arena a few tens of meters apart. She walked and looked at them. Our magic protects this arena. Feel free to go all out. Arad looked around and felt that the arena was endless. He could see the walls, but his magic couldn't reach them, as if they were a mere mirage at the end of the horizon. This is Mother's elemental expansion, Purgatory. It is a pocket dimension of hell. Your grave deceiver, Azorn took a stance, a fist extended forward, ready to attack in the blink of an eye. Arad could tell that while Azorn might not look the strongest, he was one of the strongest fighters he had ever seen in his life, so he had to take this fight seriously. The air around Arad rumbled, and his back illuminated with a faint white light. Sparks of lightning surged from each bone and soon reached his head and eyes. His heart started beating rapidly until it sounded like a revving engine, and quickly a burst of fire escaped from his lips. Something dangerous was boiling inside him, and it was about to come out. But suddenly all of that fire faded away, and Arad took a deep breath and lowered himself into a stance. The first one to move was Azorn. He wasn't here to test Arad, but to kill him. Senna was his little sister, and she didn't need someone like Arad in her life. Wherever Arad goes, troubles follow him, and Senna has spent her whole life chasing a calm life in the mortal world. Arad must have deceived her. Unlike Azorn, she was peaceful, not the kind to throw herself into danger. Azorn wouldn't have had a problem if Senna had married a weak human or an elf to live in peace as she had for the past centuries. But now a dragon like Arad laid his claws on her, destroying her peaceful life. He didn't meet her conditions, and neither fit her peaceful life. Senna had many siblings, both from her mother's side and her father's side, but very few of them cared about each other. All of them were extremely powerful, and only met once in decades. Senna herself hadn't seen some of them in thousands of years. The only 2 who were extremely active were Gray and Azorn, the smart, calculating older brother and the brutish, hot-blooded younger one. Arad didn't know any of that, and so to him Azorn was just a brother to Senna, who came here to kill him. He won't take his threat seriously, but still considers that Azorn would try his best to bury him here. While Azorn is trying to kill Arad and get rid of him, Arad can't do the same. He has to keep Senna's brother alive. As expected, Azorn lunged first, unleashing a devastating punch that tore the ground apart before it could even hit Arad. The priority now wasn't to win or lose. It wasn't even to fight. It was to get Senna on board. Beating Azorn won't solve the problem. Only Senna herself could explain the situation and maybe find a solution. Arad understood well that to Azorn, he was a stranger, and so his words meant nothing. Luckily, contacting Senna won't be that hard. Betty was already working on that Chapter 1495, A Bestial Brawl. Chapter 1495, A Bestial Brawl. Azorn's fist hit Arad's forearm, and a deafening shockwave erupted, ripping the ground apart, sending Arad flying back with a tattered forearm just from that one punch. Arad became aware of one thing. Size and weight matter in this fight. He can't be too big or too small. Arad stood at close to 11 feet tall, while Azorn was nearing 7. That lower height gave the hulking dragon a huge advantage that Arad wasn't going to allow. Arad landed on his feet, barely coming to a halt as he started shrinking. When he came to a full stop, he was the same height as Azorn. Arad shook his arm, and it healed. That was a decent hit, heavy. Not many can output that much force. He smiled. Azorn's punches were heavier than Gammon's. Azorn had already surpassed his twilight, and he didn't just have the power of one element. He was a red dragon. But due to his birth in the 9 hells and the thousands of years he spent training there under Maharaja, he managed to grow significantly stronger. Red, black, and blue all in one, fire, acid, and lightning combined with the harrowing physical might honed by the hells. But now Arad was done taking hits and was about to go on the offensive. Betty is already out getting Senna, so he only has to buy a few minutes. Arad took a step and flashed forward, reaching Azorn in the blink of an eye. The crowd cheered, but the Hell Dragon didn't even flinch. He moved to the side and smacked Arad's fist down, countering with a thundering uppercut. Arad accelerated even further and crashed into Azorn before the uppercut could land, tackling and dropping him to the ground. When Azorn realized it, Arad was already sitting on his chest, pushing his arms down with his knees with a smile. You picked the wrong dragon. He swung a fist down right at Azorn's face and then started hammering him down, one hit after another, each shaking the whole arena. The last punch was overcharged with Arad's full gravity magic, hitting with enough power to rattle the space Tiamat built. To fight with that last punch delivered, Arad jumped back and let Azorn stand. The dragon's face was already messed up, but it didn't take long to heal. To be honest, I expected your skull to burst into mush. I'm sure you'll resurrect in hell as long as I don't break your soul. Arad cracked his fists. His knuckles weren't fine after hammering Azorn's thick skull. Azorn flew at Arad with a burning fist, aiming to knock him clean out. But Arad managed to deflect the attack and step to the side, throwing a kick. This time, Azorn was the one putting a snare. Before Arad's kick could hit, he braced himself and ate the kick whole, enduring the damage as he grabbed Arad's whole leg and swung him around. Then, before Arad could regain his balance, a fist connected with his face with enough force to ignite the air around them. Arad's whole body made several spins in the air, smacked into the ground, and bounced back like a ball, leaving a trail of blood behind him. You shall be a sacrifice, so no other fool would dare do the same. Azorn's face contorted into a raging frown as he took a step forward, and then burst into a full sprint on all 4. Arad landed on his feet and burst into a run as well. All the spectators could see was a flash of light followed by countless shock waves, ruptured ground, roaring fire, and enough deafening blasting to kill a few of the people watching. What was more terrifying was that neither Arad nor Azorn had used magic yet. Until this point, their battle was purely a physical brawl. All of that fire and shock waves were just the result of the kinetic power of their attacks, the friction and the impacts. Even with all of the barriers protecting the spectators, those in the first rows were getting hit hard. Those of them who were mere humans had already had their bones shattered and their organs liquefied from the rattling shock waves. Tiamat smiled in her seat. The fools, This is a test for them as much as it is for Arad and Azorn. The barriers protect them based on their faith in me. The deeper the faith, the more power the barrier will allocate to keep them safe. She looked at the balcony. Don't blame me for their deaths, Dragon Slayer. Cultists of the dragon goddess, they picked their side and chose their life long ago. They had to make many mistakes to end up being brought by you. Alcott shrugged. By the second, the battle grew harsher and deadlier. The spectators had to move up the stairs and hide behind the stronger ones to avoid being shredded by the violent shockwaves. Arad dodged a kick from Azorn by weaving to the side using Kor's strange dance, but the Hellborn wasn't that easy to lose. His leg kept swinging in a wide arc as he flew after Arad. Arad lifted his arm to block the strike and protect his head, but the head was powerful enough to crack his bones and smack him to the ground. Even though he was using his full weight and as much power as he could cram into his body with the help of size magic, Azorn was still powerful enough to fling him around. At this rate, Arad would lose in a physical brawl. Azorn was just far more durable and had several hundred years of experience behind him, unlike Arad, who could count his years on one hand. That is why Arad was about to pull his trump card, a style he hadn't used in a long, long time. Not the refined slaps of Dala, nor the deadly dance of Kor. He was going to a more primal style, one ingrained into the very essence of savagery and violence. Arad's heart rumbled like an engine as all of his veins bulged. Azorn knew that something had changed, but even he wasn't ready for the coming burst. Arad's whole stance changed. Instead of a measured defense and offense, he stood in place, calm and relaxed, but still glaring forward with a face that was about to explode with rage. When Azorn came in range to attack, Arad's leg muscles burst into action, shattering the ground beneath his feet as he roared, throwing a mundane front kick right into Azorn's face, blocking his charge. The kick came at such stunning speed that the Hellborn didn't even see it, but that was just the start. Arad grabbed Azorn by the nose using his toes and swung him into the air, then back to the ground. It all happened in the blink of an eye, and when Azorn realized his charge was blocked, he could already see Arad falling at him with a body slam. He rolled to the side and dodged the slam, only to be hit with a headbutt charge, followed by a bite to the neck. Arad used his powerful back and neck muscles to swing Azorn around, then threw him away. By the time the Hellspawn landed, Arad was already upon him again. This time, swinging a fist, Azorn lifted both his arms to block it, and he did. The impact rattled his bones, but Arad's strength didn't change from before, so there was no problem, or so he thought. Arad's wing muscles hammed on his shoulder, pushing his fist further like a jackhammer, cracking Azron's bones and sending him flying back with a shockwave unlike anything that had shown before. The punch had more than one impact. It felt like being hit with 10 or 12 punches at once. Arad roared again, shaking the ground around just by his voice. This was the barbaric style of none other than Nina, empowered by his draconic might. Chapter 1496, Who of You is the Real Arad? Chapter 1496, Who of You is the Real Arad? Alcott frowned. He is keeping up with Arad. He couldn't believe his eyes. Azorn was capable of not just enduring Arad's assault, but even fighting back with equal relentless savagery. Of course he would, Tiamat said with a proud smile, and Alcott looked back at her. Because he is your son? She shook her head. No, I'm mostly useless. Maharaja raised him. She is the one who taught him how to fight. Not many can keep up with Arad. I've seen gods fall to him like deer to a lion, Alcott said, and Tiamat burst laughing. So, Dragon Slayer, can you take on Azorn then? Am I not far above that? She looked at him with a smug face, and Alcott laughed as well. Didn't anyone tell you that you're a bit naive? She stopped laughing and frowned. In fact, I was told many times that I'm a bit dense sometimes. Alcott stood and shouted at the battlefield, Arad. He should have multiple elements. His weakness is the time he'll need to switch between them. Force him to use those and strike when he is switching elements. Tiamat froze, and even Azorn halted for a second. Alcott was spot on. Even if Azorn didn't even use his magic yet, Somehow this monster, Alcott, already saw past it and figured out a weakness that could be exploited. Also, if Maharaja trained him, then he is probably bad at aerial combat. That was another weakness that Alcott had found. Maharaja is a massive black jaguar. She can snipe anything in the sky without looking while doing a backflip, but she is nowhere near as dexterous or masterful in the air as dragons or other aerial creatures. So Azorn, who trained under her, would be lacking a bit compared to someone like Arad. Arad smiled. He was already noticing that Azorn was a bit slow to react to attacks while mid-air. He thought it wasn't important, but hearing Alcott, he had to change his mind. He wanted to laugh. His father was nothing short of a monster, especially when it came to dealing with dragons. Arad didn't know if Alcott would win or even stay alive fighting Azorn for this long, but he was sure of one thing. It would end with Azorn dead if Alcott was motivated enough. Arad didn't waste a second and started putting more pressure on Azorn, making it harder and harder for him to fight on the ground to try and force clashes in the air, and it was working. Each time Azorn tried to attack Arad. Arad would smash the ground into pieces, sending them both flying into the air, and just as Alcott said, Arad was indeed at an advantage while facing Azorn in the sky, which made him land more hits and even defend better. The battle started to rapidly tip in Arad's favor because Azorn was getting pushed back and unable to find a weakness to exploit. Azorn did, in fact, see many weaknesses in Arad's style, but all of them were unusable because Arad wasn't aware of them. It was a strange thing to think about, but it did make sense. If you point a gun at someone who doesn't know what a gun is or what it does, they'll charge right at you in the middle of a fight without a care. So now turn into a vampire that regenerates at a blinding speed, and bullets won't mean a thing to them. Nina's fighting style had left Arad open for many counters, thanks to its primal and telegraphed moves. Each counter could rip Arad's head off and kill him outright. But to Azorn's surprise, Arad didn't seem to care about his own life. What Azorn didn't know is that he was only facing a quarter of Arad, just one incarnation. To Arad, it didn't matter if this incarnation died or not, so he could play a risky game as much as he wanted without worry. And if Azorn managed to kill this incarnation, it'll spawn right back at the inn and fly in for round 2. The pressure started accumulating on Azorn, and he started to feel that he was in fact facing a monster that surpassed death. It didn't matter what he did, Arad never flinched or even reacted. Azorn would get so close to crushing Arad's skull and spine in a single hit, a risk that none would dare take, but Arad would take the hit to the face and barely endure it by twisting his head and torso at the last second. What shocked Azorn more was that this fighting style wasn't strange to him. He had seen it before from his master Maharaja. From what she told him, she learned it from Tara, the primordial Tarask from ancient Earth. That creature was immune to death, so it fought without a care in the world, charging headfirst through attacks and ripping everything in its path to shreds. Azorn growled, dodging a kick from Arad as he grabbed him by the face and dragged him around the arena. "You're an animal. Do you really think you're above death?" Arad's burning purple eyes glared back at him with cold indifference, but then they flashed golden, giving Azorn a pause. Something in those eyes looked alien, utterly wrong, the ghost of a long-dead soul, a being that should have died, but still refuses to give up on life. Arad's body sank into the ground, disappearing without a trace, and that was Azorn's sign that his worries were justified. Arad was a monster, a wild beast that should be put down before it put his sister and the world at risk, because this draconic look-alike wasn't a dragon at all, but a wild lizard. Arad popped from the ground behind him, moving faster than before and striking harder than ever with brownish golden scales around his body. This wasn't magic, but a deep shift. Azorn tried to dodge, but the punch smacked him right in the back, bounced him off the ground, and sent him spinning in the air. As Arad landed, he panted. A deep growl escaped his lungs as his voice slowly changed, his body shifted, and soon it was a woman standing there. She's soul had woken up. Ho.
Who?
She thumbed her chest, roaring like a mad ape. It had been ages since she could feel anything. And the first thing she felt was pain, the accursed pain. So this bastard who made her feel pain is going to cry. She'll rip his fingers and shove them up his eyes. Arad has size magic, can polymorph his body shape thanks to his draconic polymorphing abilities, and can even switch genders thanks to Virgo's constellation. This meant that technically, by combining all of those together, he could give the souls inside him a suitable body to use. And no soul was better at using Nina's fighting style than she, someone who also shared the blood of the Tarrasque. So Arad had a soul that understood the power and a body that could enable that soul to reach its full potential. Azorn smacked on the ground and bounced back, landing on his feet. A woman? Who of you is the real Arad? He then smiled. But I see Sister saw something in you. His fists ignited with infernal flames. But you used magic first, so it's a free game now. Arad was smiling internally, wanting to laugh. Azorn seemed to know what a Tarrasque is, but didn't seem to remember that magic is the last thing you want to use against it. Round 2 was on. Chapter 1497, The Monster Unleashed. Chapter 1497, The Monster Unleashed. Azorn swung his fist, unleashing a deadly blast of dark red flames that surged toward Arad like a tidal wave. Arad, now looking like she, walked through the flames, splashing them all over the place. The Tarrasque, even an incomplete one like she, had a carapace skin that could reflect and refract magic. It took Azorn a second to realize that his infernal flames weren't doing anything, and he frowned. Monster. With a jump, his body rattled with black lightning as he flashed through the molten ground left in the wake of his fire. In the blink of an eye, he reached Arad, swinging a devastating kick. She dodged the attack simply by moving her torso aside and grabbed Azorn by the leg, ripping it off under the oppressive pressure of her iron grip. Azorn's leg regenerated almost immediately, but not fast enough. She had already spun past him and clenched her fist, smacking him in the back so hard that the flames around them faded, killed by the shockwave. Surprisingly, Azorn had managed to block her attack and deflect most of the power away by hardening the muscles of his back, but even with that, it still hurt a lot, making him wince as the shock traveled across his whole back and spine. He turned and swung his fist at her, but she gracefully pushed the attack aside and smacked him in the face with a punch. Unlike how Arad mimicked Nina's barbaric style, she's style had some grace and flow to it. Unlike Nina, she was old. She had lived longer and had more time to train and develop the style. So while Nina had more raw strength and physical durability, she herself was more of a refined fighter, as far as the barbarian's idea of refined goes. She lifted both of her arms into a high guard to her. Azorn looked like a massive, wild lion that she needed to fight with her bare hands. A deadly opponent, but not something so out of the ordinary. A lion was far weaker than most monsters she had hunted in her life. Azorn charged forward with a barrage of fists, followed by a storm of roaring fire, crackling lightning, and boiling acid, all merging together into an infernal hellstorm of death and destruction. Shai, on the other hand, was thrilled. Arad's body was durable, strong, fast, muscular, and far above her own body in everything. While most get disoriented if thrown into a new body, she wasn't, because Arad had gone through the effort of morphing into a vessel that she could use. Right now, she could take more hits, move better, and strike fast. All of Azorn's magic slid off her oak skin like water. Her arms moved with frightening speed, and she danced through the hellborn attacks with relative ease. Was she Arad? Or is she herself? Neither. It was both of them controlling the body at the same time. She wanted to throw a punch, but the consciousness of her soul was too slow to command Arad's terrifying body, so he took control and moved his fist exactly as she wanted. When Azorn unleashed an attack that she missed and didn't see, Arad would have seen that attack coming, and he would move the body to dodge, all working seamlessly through one body, one mind, two souls. Now that she has the power and assistance of Arad's mind, She can achieve things she couldn't even dream of as a mortal barbarian. With one fist up and 2 feet on the ground, she smiled. This was her peak elemental expansion. Azorn frowned. He knows that pulse of magic. She was about to use something massive, and he wasn't going to allow her to do it. In the blink of an eye, he lunged forward at blinding speed, swinging a fist straight at her face. He should have thought about that twice. He was facing a barbarian, not a wizard. She knew nothing about what an elemental expansion even is. She couldn't even guess where to start casting one. So what she did wasn't an elemental expansion, but Arad working in the back to snare Azorn. Azorn got close. His fist moved closer to She's beautiful face, but then her fist came crashing down on his skull, sending him straight into the depths of the earth. Since this was a space made by Tiamat, she couldn't send Azorn to the planet's core to cook him, but she could still force him into the stones. A Tarrasque has the ability Earth Glide, which allows it to swim through the earth like a fish, and all without disturbing it. They become one with the dirt and stones, making it possible for them to fly at full speed through endless layers of solid stone. What Arad wanted to do was simple: pull Azorn into the earth and grind him there. He wanted to force the fight to happen while swimming in solid stone, where she has the absolute advantage, and that plan seemed to work. Azorn could use his harrowing strength to breathe the stone around himself and try to move, but he was nowhere close to She's speed, making him a sitting duck for her barrage of attacks. Was this a real expansion? No, it wasn't, but would Arad absolutely call it that? Of course he would. To Arad, an elemental expansion was just that, an expansion of one's elemental power over the outer world to impose an environmental advantage in a fight. Shai's element was earth, and she managed to get Azorn to face her in the depths of earth, engulfed by nothing but solid stone. The method didn't matter. The result is everything. The result this time was stellar, just what Arad wanted: to slow Azorn down and buy time for Senna to arrive and settle this misunderstanding peacefully. After a few minutes, and along with a clash beneath the ground that turned the arena into a boiling pool of lava, Arad finally got a hold of Senna and had to stop the fight to bring her in. As smart as Betty was, she had spent a few precious minutes looking through her mountain of papers for whatever documents that Cyrilla and Jasmine wanted, so she was a bit late. She moved away from Azorn, and Arad took back control. His body shifted back to its normal state, turning back into the hulking man he was. With a single push from his leg, he burst out of the lava and unleashed a wave of cold magic, freezing the arena back into obsidian. Azorn emerged, seconds after, unscathed, but still exhausted from the long fight. He glared at Arad. "You're back? Not just me, she is back as well." Arad pointed behind Azorn. Azorn hesitated for a second, and then decided to look back and see who Arad was talking about. As he looked, he saw Senna's smiling face turn into a blur as she swung a fist at his face. Azorn, Chapter 1498, The Perfect Creature. Chapter 1498, The Perfect Creature. Azorn flew away, spinning through the air like a rag doll. Before he could even hit the ground, Senna was already standing there, glaring up at the VIP room where her mother was. Tiamat lifted her hand and flicked her fingers. "Dragonslayer, it is time for you to leave." Before Alcott could do anything, he got ejected from the domain Tiamat created, finding himself standing outside in the pouring rain. Azorn hit the seats just beneath the VIP room. The shock from the impact rattled the balcony, but that was the last of Tiamat's concerns. Her daughter was about to snap. Sina lifted her hand and a black spear appeared in her palm, long, twisted, looking like it was made of hardened tentacles. She hurled that spear at the VIP room with enough force that Arad got blasted away. The two Tiamats stood, and the one called Sophia reached forward, catching the deadly spear of her enraged daughter with one hand. Sina growled, "I told you to stay away from him. That isn't for you to decide. So what are you going to do about it?" The other one, Tiamat, spoke. Sina glared at the two of them, her mother and her twin from the future. She has two mothers, and each of them seems to be working on something behind her back. She hated nothing more than them getting in her way and trying to stand between her and Arad, so today was the day blood should be spilled. Sina's body flashed with fire and magic, exploding into a swirling storm of chaos that was strong enough that even Arad couldn't brave. The ground ripped apart, and the two Tiamats tried to save everyone else, but they could only get half out. The other got swallowed by Senna's fire. Thousands of dragons, devils, and even powerful angels, all killed in the blink of an eye just from their daughter creating a divine avatar. All the gods can create a divine avatar, an artificial body that they can reincarnate into in the mortal world to gain better access to their power. Sina wasn't a goddess, but still her powers were extremely limited in any world she went to, because her real body was too massive and heavy to drag around. She could never unleash all of her power unless someone intentionally tried to fight her, standing over her own body. Because of that, because she was the perfect living being, a whole living world, she was now trying to create the perfect living creature to kill her two mothers, or at least beat them as badly as possible before her father showed up to save them. Sina couldn't care less. You just don't get between her and Arad. So she grabbed the blood of all the chromatic dragons, mixed them into her own, added every animal and bug that exists in the countless universes, and even mixed in the blood of the metallic and magic dragons, the demons, devils, the gods she managed to sample, and even the abominations. From that mass of raging chaos, 1,000 heads dancing over many necks emerged with a radiating burst of primal fire and light. Goats, demons, humans, dragons, gods, and even abominations. If Tiamat looked horrifying with a body the size of the hells and over 20 titanic heads, Sina was nothing short of an improvement, an appalling, terrifying one, but a deadly one. Azorn gasped and jumped back, terrified and shocked. He had never seen his sister fight, and had never expected that a day could come when he would see her actually being mad. But the horrors of what Sina was about to unleash had just started. She wasn't satisfied with just turning into a perfect creature that could use the powers of all living beings at once. She wanted to surpass perfection. Nothing short of that would be enough to punch her mother down because, as imperfect Tiamat was, Sina knew that her mother, the one who gave birth to her, Sophia, was an even bigger monster than many of the gods. All of the ancient goddesses, the ones who married their fathers, they all pooled their power into one network, facilitated by him. It was similar to how Arad can learn his wives' fighting style and use them, but in the Overgod situation, it was more literal. Cain Lisworth can use the powers of any of his wives freely, and his wives can do the same, share power between themselves, and even call upon his authority if they need. Out of everyone, Sophia, her mother, was notorious for sucking everyone dry when fighting, even at one point managing to bring both the Overgod and Amaterasu to their knees by just absorbing too much power. So in short, Senna wasn't facing her mother alone, but her father, and all of her stepmothers combined into one harrowing deity of the dragons, the eater of many worlds, Tiamat, the queen of the evil dragons. The dragon heads emerging from Senna's roiling avatar aged rapidly, withered, and died, turning into pale white bones. Then those heads rose back from the dead, muscles and blood covered them, and in seconds they looked brand new, making her brother gasp and jump even further back. Sina was forcefully evolving those heads past their twilight in seconds, breaking the limits of the avatar's power with each second. In the time it took Azorn to register what she did, Senna had already evolved all of her draconic heads, all of them, chromatic, metallic, and the magic dragons. That's it, good. Sophia smiled. You've always been soft, powerful, yet gentle, a bit sadistic, but never had the soul to harm an insect. Sophia was never after Arad, her goal was Senna, her daughter. She had wanted for decades to get her to explore her powers and fight, but Senna was always peaceful and carefree, never going all out on anything. So Sophia had to find a way to strike a nerve to get her mad enough to try hard enough. Lately, Senna provided her with a golden opportunity. Arad trying to harm him in any way was bound to get her mad. Sophia had achieved her goal, successfully using both Azorn and Arad to further her goal. This time, Alcott seems to have failed to look past a dragon's devious plans. But then, Sophia saw something that made even her flinch. She had underestimated the authority of her daughter, the power a creature like her could conjure all of the heads that weren't draconic, started aging as well, withering and dying in rapid succession, and soon they came back to life even more powerful than before. "I see," Sophia smiled from ear to ear. "I see Asgorath, the father of all dragons. You're trying to recreate his power." Chapter 1499, played. Chapter 1499, played. Sina was at the cusp of something, her body twisted and contorted, drawing even more power from her harrowing true self, compiling the genetic codes of all beings, optimizing and forcing them all to work together in an attempt to create an even more perfect being, one that surpasses the limits of all life. But then, a burning claw came crashing down through her chaotic fire. "Calm down." Arad pushed her down, pinning her to the ground. "What are you doing? If I wanted them dead, I would have done it myself." Hearing his words, life returned to Senna's eyes as her focus got drawn back to reality, away from the twisting genes she was so focused on perfecting. She froze for a second, and her countless heads turned to look at Arad, seeing him in his draconic form, all burned and left with many gaping wounds that reached his bones. "Arad?" she gasped, and he sighed. "You can hear me now? Good, calm down." It took her a second, but the forge flames of her magic faded away, and she sat down, her endless heads disappearing into her massive body. She then shifted back to her humanoid form and took a deep breath. I calmed down, but I saved that progress. That harrowing creature she was to create had gone nowhere. It was now stored inside her, ready to be unleashed once more at a moment's notice. She took a deep breath and then looked back at Arad. "Now what?" Arad looked at her with a smile as he turned back into his humanoid body. He then glared at Azorn and Senna's mother. "I see, so your plan was using me as bait to get her." Sophia smiled, and it worked perfectly. Even Alcott didn't find out. Arad frowned. He didn't figure it out because he didn't have that many interactions with Senna. Otherwise, he would have guessed that you might be after her and not me. He then took a step forward. "So now she is here," Arad's gaze shifted to Azorn. "So, what will you do, little brother-in-law? Would you side with your mother or sister?" Azorn looked between Senna and Sophia. "My mother is the other one," and he jumped, landing right beside Arad and Senna. "She can take care of herself. I came here to help my sister, and I don't care what she needs help with, your or her. It doesn't matter who is the enemy," he said with a calm face. Sophia burst laughing and looked at Tiamat behind her. "What do you say, myself? Do we really need to be here now?" Tiamat replied. "You've achieved your goal, so do you need to tease them any longer?" Sophia nodded, true. She then shifted her gaze back to Arad and Sophia. My goal was to force her to push her powers over their limits, and I managed to get her to do that. Now, it is up to her to learn how to control that. She turned around, then suddenly stopped walking. "That reminds me, there's no one here to take you to Lola." She turned around and looked at the countless dragons that were hiding at the edges of the seats. All of them had barely survived the chaos, and most of them were on the verge of dying. "Ah, you over there, young adult blue Dracaena. To survive this at such a young age, you've got a lot of luck." The blue Dracaena was on the ground, barely conscious with her guts spilled over the floor. Sophia flicked her fingers, and the Dracaena's body healed itself. The blue Dracaena caught a torrent of blood and convulsed. After a few seconds, the Dracaena stood, shaking like a newborn goat. "See that void dragon there? Take him to Lola. From now on, you have a permanent key to the storm, and listen to Arad. You'll live with him from now on. Be my contact." Sophia looked at Senna with a smug face. "My daughter always rejects my calls. She never replies." Sophia then looked at Arad. "She is a young adult, blue Dracaena, and guess what? She doesn't even have a lair or a horde. She was leading a small cult dedicated to me and the world, But now she is homeless, and all of the cultists died earlier. She smiled. They were a bit annoying anyway, so now she belongs to you. Take care of her. Wait? What? She can go and find a place for herself in the world, Arad cried, and Sophia shook her head. Told you, need a contact. Sina won't reply. She then looked at the Dracana. You saw how powerful he is, so better watch yourself around him. Don't get into trouble, or you'll end up eaten. She then disappeared, leaving Arad and Azorn staring at the empty VIP room. Hold up, Arad yelled. Then what about him? He pointed at Azorn. Yeah, I can't create portals. Azorn growled, as powerful as he was. Intricate magic, like creating a portal to hell, wasn't something he could do, so he was effectively stranded here. Sina sighed. That's just how those two work. She approached Azorn. I'll take him to the castle. Merlin should be able to send him home tomorrow if she has enough mana to move him. Arad stared at her, and then at Azorn. Don't blow my castle. Azorn stared between the two with a confused face. How come he could blow up Arad's castle? Isn't the castle built so Arad can live in it? He is powerful, so his castle should be durable and massive. It is a human castle, so don't go crazy. Senna glared at him and then turned to Arad. I'll visit you in the castle when I get him a room to spend the night. See you? She approached Azorn, grabbed him by the shoulder, and the two of them disappeared. Arad sighed and turned around. It was time for him to leave, but wait, he almost forgot something. You, he turned to the blue Dracana. She froze, remembering how Arad and Azorn fought and how Arad managed to stop whatever horror Senna was about to turn into. He could sneeze at her and she would die. Denki, I hope I'm not bothering you. She clawed her way back, taking a few steps. She wasn't that massive, as expected from a young adult, but she was still decently powerful. Arad could see lightning crackling across her blue scales. Denki, so can you take a human form? I doubt I can fly you around like that everywhere. Besides, I thought those who worship Tiamat get it. Arad approached and she nodded, yes. The chromatic dragons can't naturally achieve a humanoid form because such trickery could lead us evil dragons to cause more damage across the world. But those of us monitored by our goddess can transform because she can keep an eye on us. Her body started smoking as she grew smaller, and Arad reached into his stomach, pulling a set of clothes. Merida had stored a full shop's worth of clothes in his stomach so he could give Denki some things to pick from. She ended up wearing a simple robe and several pieces of leather armor that matched her honey eyes and yellowish-blue hair. Let's go. Arad pointed at the entrance. I've got people you should meet. Chapter 1500. The Peaceful Life. Azorn and Senna landed in the middle of the castle's reception hall. She looked around and spotted one of the common castle maids. Those weren't the maids assigned to Arad's private quarter, but the simple and humble workers keeping the whole castle running, cooking food for the servants and the present soldiers guarding the place. This is Azorn, my younger brother. Please find him a room, a decent meal, and make sure nothing disturbs him. The maid froze. She looked at Senna's soft and beautiful face, then at the hulking, pale-skinned, ogre-like massive man at her side. Brother? Then won't it be best to find him an empty quarter up at the royal wings? She took a step forward, but made sure to get close to Senna and nod Azorn because, to be honest, he looked terrifying, especially with his tattered and blood-soaked clothes and messy hair. Did she find him in a bloodied war trench or something? Brother doesn't like fancy things. Just get him food and a place to sleep, and he'll be fine. Senna started walking away. I have things to do, so I'll be going immediately. If anything happens, ask Arad to deal with it. He should be in the royal quarter. The maid looked at Azorn, then at Senna's back, and then sighed. Don't like fancy things. She then turned toward Azorn. I don't care. If you're the queen's brother, you should look the part. Come with me. As she walked away, Azorn, who was so busy trying to focus and lower his power, so he wouldn't destroy Arad's shiny and new marble floor, simply followed after her like a goat. The maid dragged Azorn all the way back to the best bath of the castle. It was third, only to the ones in Arad and Boltos's quarters. First, come here. She pulled a string of fabric and started measuring him up. You're huge. But, haul that blood. Got it. Go inside. The maids there will help clean you up and shave your hair a bit. I'll get some of the castle seamstresses to modify some clothes so they can fit you. Don't worry. It'll be of quality that rivals anything the nobles would have before Azorn could say anything. The maid had left, and he was dragged by the bath maids inside to get washed. Half an hour later, Azorn came out, as fresh and clean as they come, and with a new haircut, a fresh fade, and a trimmed beard. They even applied some oil to his rough hair so it would look a bit smoother. Right in the changing room, the maid was standing there and waiting for him with a stack of fancy clothes. Azorn looked at her with a passive face, then his eyes shifted toward the clothes, which looked awfully constricting and overly flashy. He didn't like them, but Arad had said not to start trouble here, and even his sister had asked him to follow the maid, so he had to put up with the clothes as well. "What are you waiting for?" The maid put the clothes on a table and clapped her hands, summoning 5 maids out of nowhere to help Azorn wear the clothes. Azorn looked around. He was sure only 6 maids were in the bath, and the maid here was alone. Were those 5 waiting outside? They must have been there. As the maids started pulling him left and right, strapping him down with those strange clothes, the maid pulled a list and started talking. "I've got dinner ready. We'll go there first. Then your room. I picked the one in the eastern quarter with a nice view of the mountain range and the bright moon. It also has a large balcony where you can relax, read, or just drink something. And since you looked like you came out of a fight, I took the liberty of ordering the maids to change your mattress into a soft one." She then looked behind as the bath maids walked out. "Any wound? Countless scares, but not a single wound. We also couldn't massage him. He is as hard as a rock," the bath maids replied. The maid nodded. "I see. Same stories of Lord Arad. Must be quite the powerful fighter." She looked back at her papers. "Since most maids here are low-level, we can't really provide any help with sore muscles. We'll have to ask someone from outside the castle tomorrow." She then wrote something, and then turned toward Azorn. "Good. He looks decent. Let's move." She clapped her hands, and the maids scattered, letting her leave with Azorn slowly trailing behind her. A minute later, Azorn was sitting alone on a fancy dinner table, staring at enough food to feed a whole family. But his eyes were glued to something special in the middle, a jug of cold water with ice in it. Water doesn't exist in the Hells. It is a luxury there, the most expensive drink, and one that billions never knew they could possibly even get there. Even Azorn, with all of his power and wealth, only managed to drink once before a few thousand years ago. It was just too rare and too expensive to bother with. But here he is looking at enough fresh and cold water to cause a war in hell. "That's water." He pointed at the jug, and the maid approached him, wrapping a pink bib around his neck. It even had a cute rabbit. "Yes, and I'll refill it if you need more. Is something wrong with the food?" The maid asked with a worried face, and Azorn shook his head. "No, nothing is wrong." Azorn didn't like to think about things too much, but if this maid brought him all of that water, he would put it to good use. In minutes he had cleaned the whole table and 3 jugs of water. "I'm glad you liked it. I'll tell the cooks." She smiled and approached the door, prompting Azorn to follow her again. She then took him all the way to his room, where she left him alone, with 2 fresh jugs of cold water. Azorn looked around and didn't feel like sleeping. He rarely slept, after all. There was no rest in hell. This short time he has in the mortal world, it is better to spend it the way his sister loves, just sitting around and relaxing. So he took a seat on the balcony and started sipping on his water, looking at the bright moon and the tall mountains. The world really looked different without raging storms, exploding volcanoes, and pillars of flames exploding everywhere. What a calm and peaceful place. 3 hours later, something disturbed Azorn's peace, screaming. No, it was more like yelling. Someone was shouting down below. Azorn's room was on the 10th floor of the massive castle, so he had to look over the balcony and see what was going on. In the castle's garden, someone was yelling at a maid, the same one who was serving Azorn a few hours ago, and would you look at that? The bastard was a devil in human clothes. He leaned over the balcony and jumped down. The devil was mad. He had traveled all the way here from the Nine Hells to find someone, yet this human here was asking him to come tomorrow. It's past the middle of the night and everyone is asleep. What hell does that even mean? He has a contract with that person, and by that contract, he must get them now. He didn't want to just warp them away because he knew this place housed some powerful people and didn't want to get in trouble. That's why he came all the way here to try and be civil. He wouldn't even be mad if someone else came and rejected him, but to be kicked out by a human, let alone a lowly servant. What kind of insult is this? But then he felt something strange, a wave of infernal magic above him. Azorn landed as gently as a feather, as he still remembered Arad asking him not to trash his castle. The maid gasped and looked back, seeing Azorn standing behind her with a frown. By that time, the devil had already bolted away. The hell is he doing here? The fucking Prince of Dragons. Don't tell me Tiamat is in there as well. The devil didn't waste a second or a drop of his power, using all of his to fly away as fast as he could. He didn't even look back. Azorn wasn't someone that anyone in the Nine Hells would dare stand in front, but then he noticed that his legs were missing. What? Back at the castle, Azorn threw the severed legs on the floor. Please wait here. I'll go tear that bastard apart and return Cobb. A black crow flew in and landed on a nearby fence. Dead, dead, dead. The crow cawed and flapped its wings, and Azorn shifted to look at it. Arad? So you're guarding this place? The crow stopped cawing and looked at them. Devil, dead, killed him. Don't yell at my maids, Azorn nodded. Couldn't agree more. Insulting a servant is the same as insulting their lord. Out in the middle of nowhere, the devil was dead, his body torn in half and ripped into pieces by a murder of crows, Arad's void crows.